قائمة بالأولويات وبطريقة صائبة وصحيحة. وما أقترحه ما أقوله هنا هو أن الحكومة عن تصميم مسبق بالتعرف إلى النساء بأنهن مجموعة مصلحة خاصة، وأن حكومة يوغندا وضعت منصة أو أعطت النساء منصة، وذلك للحفاظ على الوعد المقطوع على النساء في حينه، ليمكنهن أيضا من المشاركة في كافة منابر صنع القرار، ومشاركة أيضا في الانتعاش الاقتصادي للبلد وفي دفع العجلة التجارية الاقتصادية في البلد. وبرأيي لماذا كان نجاحنا سريعا كما تفضلت وقلت؟ برأيي لأن الحكومة كانت قد ازدهرت سياسيا، وذلك بعد 37 عاما من خلال تنظيم الانتخابات الروتينية كل 5 سنوات. فتمكنت الحكومة من ضمان إرساء السلام والأمن في البلد، وبالتالي أعطيت الفرص الكافية للنساء وللمجموعات الأخرى ليحسنوا أنفسهم. كما أن الحكومة تضمنت أيضا أن السياسات والقوانين التي تمكن المرأة من المشاركة والتي تضمن أيضا أن حقوق المرأة مصانة، إذا وضعت هذه القوانين ووضعت هذه القواعد وتم التقيد بها. وبالتالي نقول أن الإرادة السياسية موجودة في يوغندا، وذلك لدفع المرأة قدما، وأيضا بعض المجموعات الأخرى. فإن المرأة تم التعرف إليها بأنها ضمن المجموعات الخاصة التي يجب إعطائها أولوية، بالإضافة إلى مجموعة الشباب ومن يعانون من بعض المشاكل الأخرى أو ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. فقلت أنه تم التعرف على النساء كمجموعة ومجموعات أخرى ذات طابع خاص. فالحكومة من خلال هذه المقاربة تمكنت من مساعدة كافة المجموعات بما في ذلك النساء. حضرة معاليكم، أردت أن أتابع هذا السؤال بسؤال آخر. في الأيام الأولى وفي المرحلة الأولى هل شهدتم مقاومة لإشراك المرأة في المحاكمة في الحكومة أي في العام 1986؟ لأنه عادة عند حصول تغيير معين، وأنا هنا أتكلم عن التجربة العربية، فالتجربة العربية لم تكن سهلة ولكن لم نشهد بعض الأحداث التي كانت صاخبة لدرجة ذكرها في الأخبار. ولكن هل واجهتم مقاومة لمشاركة المرأة في الحكومة في يوغندا؟ في يوغندا نواجه تحديات بالطبع غرارا على ما تواجهه الدول الأخرى والبلدان الأخرى، ولكن منذ العام 1986 واجهنا وركزنا على هذه التحديات. وتحد مهم جدا كما تعرفون أنه في القارة الإفريقية إن المجتمع هو مجتمع بطريركي، فإنه مجتمع بطريركي ذكوري، وحتى الآن بعض الأفراد في المجتمع لا يزالون يؤمنون أن الرجال هم من يفعلون كل شيء، وأن المسؤوليات التي تقع على عاتق المرأة يجب أن تكون مسؤوليات ضمن المنزل فقط. فيوغندا هي في القارة الإفريقية، وبالتالي تسودها هذه الثقافة بعض الشيء. ولكن منذ العام 86 ركزت الحكومة على كافة المسائل، تخلص من هذه المعتقدات الثقافية الإناث في بعض المجتمعات في يوغندا. فهذه الممارسة كانت موجودة، ولكن الحكومة منعت من خلال قانون هذه الممارسة أي ختان الإناث، وبالتالي تم اختيار بعض النساء ليتوجهن إلى المجتمعات المحلية وليتكلمن مع كافة المعنيين للتخلص من هذه العادة ومن هذا التقليد الخطير، أي ختان الإناث. فلقد تعاملت الحكومة أيضا مع مسائل ذكورية ذات الطابع الذكوري من خلال رفع الوعي ونشر الوعي. فالصبي بالطبع في هذه المجتمعات التقليدية، فالصبية هم من يذهبون إلى المدرسة والفتيات يبقين في المنزل، ولكن الحكومة أدخلت قانونا حيث أن التعليم الأولي والتعليم الثانوي ضروري لكل الأطفال، وبالتالي وفرت الحكومة هذا التعليم في المستويات المختلفة مجانا، وما من حجة بعد ذلك لعدم إرسال الفتيات إلى المدارس. وأيضا لقد أطلقت حملة حكومية لنشر الوعي حول أهمية إرسال الفتيات إلى المنازل. وأنا نائبة الرئيس المرأة الأولى في يوغندا، ولقد سماني أو لقد تمت تسمية نائبة رئيس مرأة أولى. كنت أنا لا أزال في المدرسة في العام 1989، وكانت لدينا هذه النائبة الامرأة نائبة رئيس الامرأة الأولى، كانت الأولى في أفريقيا. ولدينا أيضا الآن رئيسة وزراء مرأة. فيوغندا تنظر في الأنماط المسبقة المعنية بالجندر والنوع الاجتماعي، ولكن في الوقت نفسه الحكومة تساعد في هذا المسار من خلال إظهار بعض النماذج الذي يحتذى بها، حيث أن تعطى النساء منتديات ليتكلمن مع الأتراك، وسمح ذلك للأطفال في يوغندا وللمجتمعات المحلية في يوغندا أن يروا أن الكلام يطبق وليس فقط حبر على ورق. شكرا حضرة المعالي. وكنائبة رئيس في يوغندا، ماذا هي نصيحتك؟ ماذا يمكن للحكومة أن تفعله لإشراك المرأة في عملية صنع القرار، بما أن النساء بطن من المثقفات والمعلمات وهنالك نماذج كثيرة يحتذى بها؟ كيف تضيفين إلى ذلك كقائدة، كامرأة قائدة؟ أقول إننا نحن كنساء لدينا مصلحة في العمل مع الرجال ومع المجموعات الأخرى في المجتمع. لا يمكننا أن نعمل لوحدنا، نحتاج إلى الرجال لمساعدتنا في إرساء هذه الرسالة في المجتمعات المحلية على المستويات المحلية. علينا أن نشرك الرجال إذن لتمكين المرأة. مثلا لقد قلت أنني أنا نموذج يحتذى به للفتيات، وبالتالي أنا ألهم النساء، ألهم الفتيات، وبالتالي ألهمهن للدراسة وللتعلم. وعلى مستوى الحكومة المحلية لدينا القرى، ولدينا أيضا اللجان الكنسية. فكل هذه اللجان وبحسب القانون يجب أن تشارك فيها المرأة، وفي هذه اللجان تتم مناقشة المسائل المالية، المسائل السياسية، ومسائل قانونية. فكامرأة أنا أشارك أيضا في البرلمان، وفي البرلمان هنالك جلسات خاصة لمناقشة الميزانية، فنحن نناقش الميزانية، نناقش القوانين. فهذه الفرصة هي فرصة مهمة لإعطائنا هذه المنابر، لأن بهذه الطريقة يمكننا أن نفهم ما هي مشاكل المرأة أكثر من فهم المجموعات الأخرى لمشاكل المرأة. فنحن نسمع ونحن نسمع صوتنا أيضا، وبالتالي يمكننا أن نحافظ وأن نحمي ونناصر حقوق المرأة، ونحن كنساء نتكلم نيابة عن النساء، نتكلم نيابة عن الفتيات، ونعلم المجموعات الأخرى ما هو مسارنا في ضوء العولمة. فمنتدى كهذا المنتدى مهم جدا، فما يحصل في تونس يمكن مقارنته بما يحصل أيضا في يوغندا وفي أماكن أخرى، وكنساء يمكننا أن نجد حلولا، يمكننا أن نصوب المسار، يمكننا أن نختار الاتجاه الذي نسلكه. شكرا. لقد تبوأت مناصب مهمة جدا في الحكومة، وأنت فقط المرأة الثانية تتبوئين منصب نائبة الرئيس. ما هي التحديات الأكبر التي واجهتيها؟ أنا واجهت تحديات كبيرة منذ الطفولة، فلقد ترعرعت في هذا المجتمع، كان علي أيضا أن أعمل جاهدا لأواجه هذه التحديات. أول تحد هو تحدي القبول بي، فلقد قيل إنها امرأة لا يمكنها أن تكون وزيرة، لا يمكنها أن تكون قائدة، لا يمكنها أن تكون نائبة رئيس، فهذا تحد كبير، لكنني واجهت هذا التحدي من خلال القيام بعملي بطريقة جيدة جدا. فلم أتبوأ منصبي فحسب، ولكنني تحملت كافة المسؤوليات الملقاة علي، ليس فقط كامرأة، ولكن المسؤوليات أعطيت إلي لأنني قادرة على تحملها. لذلك تمكنت من مواجهة هذه التحديات والتغلب عليها. وكقائدة إن المسار طويل جدا بالطبع، لأن المجتمع يتوقع منا أن نعمل جاهدا ضعفي عمل الرجل وأسرع ضعفي سرعة الرجل، وأن نكون أقوى من الرجل لأننا نساء. ونحن نعرف ذلك، ونحن قادرات على مواجهة ذلك، ونحن قادرات على القيام بهذه المهمة، ونود أن نظهر لكم أنتم قادرين بذلك، ونريد ولكن في الوقت نفسه أن نعمل بشكل وطيد معكم أنتم كرجال. زوجتي مسرورة جدا، هي في الجمهور وهي مسرورة لسماعك تقولين ذلك. عندما يعتنى لدينا القدرة لنتبوأ هذه المناصب ونحن قادرات على القيام بهذه المسؤوليات، يتقبلون وعنده أعمالنا وتسمع رسالتنا بطريقة أفضل. ولكن كطفلة أنا واجهت مشاكل كثيرة، لأن خلفيتي هي خلفية متواضعة. كانت والدتي تعمل كممرضة ووالدي كمدرس في المدرسة، وكنا فقراء. ونحن أنتم تعرفون لربما ما هي المجتمعات وما هي الحال للمجتمعات في أفريقيا، ولكنني وجهت ووضعت على مسار الصحيح. ولحسن حظي أن والدي كان مدرس في المرحلة الأولية في المرحلة الابتدائية، وبالتالي أدخلني إلى المدرسة واستمع إلى توجيهات السلطات. ولقد دخلت إلى المدرسة وكنت أتقيد بالقواعد، وأعتقد أن خلفياتنا كأطفال توجهنا كنساء بعد ذلك، لأنه عند تمكين النساء اقتصاديا تتمكن المرأة من تربية الأولاد بطريقة صائبة. لذلك أنا أقدر المجهود التي بذلته حكومتي، لأن ركيزة أساسية لتمكين المرأة هي التمكين الاقتصادي. فلقد وضعت هذه الأولوية في البرامج النسوية، بالإضافة إلى البنود. نحن نعرف أن هنالك بنود في الميزانية، ونحن نعرف أن البنود تتنافس في وضع الميزانية، ولكن في بلدي أن البنود المعنية بالمرأة هي بنود ذات أولوية في الميزانية. وذلك لإعطاء المرأة القدرة الكاملة. شكرا معاليكم. أعتقد أن وقتنا قد انتهى، ولكن بالطبع لو أن الأمر يعود إلي لتمكنت من مناقشتك لساعة إضافية. شكرا جزيلا معالي جيسيكا ألوكو نائب رئيس جمهورية أوغندا. تكتب لها لو سمحت. أهلا بك وشكرا على وجودك معنا. شكرا شيخ زايد وشكرا معالي جيسيكا على هذا النقاش. لقد استمتعنا بهذا النقاش. وقبل أن ننتقل للجلسة التالية أود أن أشكر معالي السيدة نجلاء بودن رمضان رئيسة الحكومة الجمهورية التونسية لوجودها معنا اليوم. والآن سوف نفتتح الجلسة العامة المعنونة المرأة في الحكومة صناعة المستقبل من قبلها.
Joining us for this session are Her Excellency Kirsti Kaldulait, former President of Estonia, and Her Excellency Muna bint Ghanem al-Marri, Vice President of the UAE Gender Balance Council, and of course, Mina al-Uraibi, Editor-in-Chief of the National, as the moderator. Esteemed speakers, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us. So I'm delighted to be moderating this conversation with two powerhouses for not only female empowerment, but also leadership. According to UN Women, as of September 2022, gender equality in the highest positions of power will not be met for another 130 years. Only 21% of government ministers globally were women. The statistics are long, but there is clearly an indication that we're not where we need to be. How do we increase political participation of women is what we want to discuss, but we also want to talk about leadership. And so I want to start with Her Excellency President Kaljulaid. When you were President of Estonia, in 2021, there was also the Prime Minister of Estonia, who was a female, and you had 6 female members of cabinet. And this comes as a testament to the leadership of women in your country, but also the progress that happened with political participation. How did you get there, and what did you learn from that experience?
Well, honest answer is we got there very slowly, because Estonian constitution since 1918 already gives women the right to vote. As you know, many European countries actually arrived there much later. So the progress was by no means quick. Estonian women have always been well educated, because already for several centuries there has been no question whether girls go to the schools or they don't. Also, there are more female graduates in our universities, so it is only natural that finally we also reach the levels of let's say, 30%, sometimes more, in the government of women. But this doesn't mean, of course, that it is taken naturally by our society. And this is where I see female leadership differs, because we all know that, I mean, inside our brains, we don't differ, men and women. We have a very similar way of thinking, but our life experience is definitely different, because all women currently on top in my country have faced difficulties, hit glass ceilings, conscious, unconscious misogyny. All this has been there for us, and therefore we know also how to tell the society how to avoid this for our daughters and granddaughters. And the biggest influence, of course, if you have a female president, a female prime minister, is that small girls never question whether they can become prime ministers and presidents.
The strength of role models, hugely important, but that also leads to the strength of perceptions. And Your Excellency, Ms. Muna Al-Marri, I want to ask you about this point of perceptions. Here in the Arab world, even though we just heard from the first Arab Prime Minister and we see women in different positions of power, there's still a general global perception and perhaps reality in certain parts of society where women are not where they need to be in the Arab world. Is this perception accurate, and what can we do to tackle it?
Thank you, Mina, and good morning, everyone. I mean, the negative perception of the Arab world is unfortunate, but I am sure and confident that this will change because of the efforts that we see today in terms of promoting gender equality and empowering more women. We see a huge difference and an impact not only in government but also in the private sector. I have one question to ask everyone in this room. I mean, do we really need to focus on changing perceptions? I mean, is this our job to do? Do we need to focus our energy in changing perception? I think no. We should really focus our energy on making change and helping to change our systems, our legal reforms, our policies, our engagement with the international organizations. I mean, we've been doing really a great job, and we should not forget the efforts that has been made here in the UAE on that level. Engagement with the international organizations, the global ranking that the UAE has achieved on a global level. I mean, for me personally, I think if we keep thinking about perceptions, if we keep thinking how to change those perceptions, it will even, we will waste our time. We will not focus on building and progressing in this important file. And we know that the road ahead of us is still challenging. We know that there are things, a lot of things to do, but I think whatever has been done, at least here in the UAE, reflects the positivity that of the reputation that we want to seek, and I'm sure that a change in perception will follow.
وهذا التغيير في الانطباعات سيتغير. نعم، تغير الانطباعات تظنين أنه خارجي تغير خارجي أم هو فقط تغير محلي؟ نعم، أن من يدعم الانطباعات السلبية سيستمرون في هذا الأمر، وليس بيدنا أن نغير انطباعات الناس إذا كانوا يؤمنون بهذه المسألة.
How much you put an effort to change those perceptions. I think what we need to focus on, I've mentioned that we need to focus on changing our internal systems, changing the legal reforms, policies, introducing new policies. I mean, since the inception of the UAE Gender Balance Council in 2015, a lot of initiatives has been made, a lot of legal reforms have been made. We have more than 22 policies and laws that were introduced. Among them is the equal pay, is policy, is the women in board policy, the 50% representation of women in the parliament. All of these are actually things you wouldn't see even on an international level.
لا تكون موجودة على المستوى الدولي في كثير من الدول، وبالتالي فنحن علينا أن نستمر في جهودنا بتغيير السياسات وإحداث التغييرات وتصحيحات. نعم، ذكرتم الدستور سعادتك وأيضا التشريعات التي ذكرتها السيدة من المري. نعم، هذا دور الدولة والحكومة، ولكن هناك أيضا هذا المناخ الثقافي هذا الشعور بأن النساء عليهم أن ينتزعن الفرصة بدلا من أن تعطى لهم فضل هذا السقف الزجاجي. نعم، هذا أنا كان شعوري منذ 30 عاما حين كنت امرأة صغيرة السن وبدأت مساري المهني، وشعرت بهذه النظرة المغلوطة التي كانت موجودة، ولكنني الآن وأتبوأ دورا مسؤولا في الدولة علي أن أتحدث بشكل واضح وأدعو إلى تغيير هذه المفاهيم المزروعة في تفكير الناس أحيانا في اللاوعي، ربما لأنه نرى أن النساء يتحدثن ولهن دور في البرلمان، ولا يستطيع أحد أن يقول أنهم لا يتم التعامل معهم بشكل متوازن. الرجال كالنساء في البرلمان يمكنهم أن يتعاملوا مع وظائفهم وفي نفس الوقت يرعوا أطفالهم الصغار بشكل متكافئ ويقومون بهذه المسؤوليات. وهذا الأمر نراه ليس فقط على المستوى الوطني، ولكن أيضا هناك قائدات من النساء في المؤسسات الدولية ويتبوأن مراكز قيادية في عمر صغير حتى، وهن ينتمين إلى هذه الفئة من النساء. وقد رأيت أن هناك الكثير من النساء في الأمم المتحدة أيضا، وإحدى النساء جاءت إلي من الأمم المتحدة وقالت أنه ممتاز أن تتحدث النساء من رئيسات الحكومات أو رؤساء الدول من النساء تحدثنا عن وجود هذا السقف وكيفية اختراقه. وهنا يعرفنا في الأمم المتحدة أن هذه الفكرة أو هذه المفاهيم ما زالت مزروعة في عقول الناس في الكثير من الدول في المجتمعات، وهذا أمر ثقافي. وطبعا هذا الضغط موجود في كل مكان على النساء. هناك توقع منهم ويحتاجنا إلى العمل أفضل من الرجال، لأن هنا لو عملنا بنفس مستوى عمل الرجال لن يتم الاعتراف بما يصلنا إليه. هناك إذا تحدثنا عن المسؤولية الإضافية، هناك هناك نساء يكون أنا الشخص الأكفأ، ولذلك أنا في هذا المقام وهذه الوظيفة، ولكن ربما هذا لأنهم يقومون بجهد إضافي، أليس كذلك؟ أين أنت من هذا؟ نعم، أنا لا أريد أن أنا أعترف أن الأطفال الصغار في الرياض في رياض الأطفال في إستونيا حين يطلب منهن أن يرسمن رئيس الجمهورية يرسمن امرأة في فستان، وهذا هو النجاح. سيدة منى المريء، إذا نظرنا إلى المستقبل كيف ترين دور المرأة في المراكز القيادية؟ كما قلت كان هناك الكثير من الخطوات والإنجازات التي تمت، وماذا علينا بعد أن نقوم بها؟ نعم، أنا لدي تفاؤلا كبيرا حيال المستقبل بالرغم من نتائج الإحصاءات التي ذكرتها في البداية. هناك اليوم وعي متزايد بشكل كبير واعتراف بأهمية التنوع، بأهمية تمكين المرأة، وهذا طبعا في كل القطاعات سواء الحكومية أو الخاصة. وأرى أن العالم بات يعترف بما يمكن للمرأة أن تنجزه حين تتبوأ المراكز القيادية، وهذا بطبيعة الحال يثري الإبداع والتنوع والابتكار على المستوى الحكومي ومستوى القيادة، وعلى مستوى أيضا تحسين الإجراءات والتشريعات. وأيضا هناك المزيد من المزايا التي يمكن للمرأة أن تثري بها المراكز التي أو المؤسسات التي تتبوأ فيها مراكز قيادية. وهذه المؤسسات ترى وتعي أهمية التنوع، والنساء أيضا حين تبوأنا مثل هذه المراكز يستفدن من دورهن في هذه المراكز. وهناك مجال ربما هو المجال التكنولوجي الذي ربما نرى إذا استطعنا أن ننظر إلى الإحصاءات في الإمارات التي فيها 61% من يدرسن مناهج العلوم والرياضيات STEM هم من النساء. وحين سمعت الافتتاحية البارحة وسمعنا كيف أن التكنولوجيا ستؤثر في كل المجالات والقطاعات ومناحي الحياة، فأنا متفائلة بأن المرأة هي أيضا سيكون لها نصيب كبير في هذا التطور التكنولوجي. هل أنت متفائلة حيال دور المرأة في المستقبل في هذه المراكز؟ هل تؤمنين أيضا بالنسب أو الحصص؟ هل ينبغي تخصيص حصة معينة للنساء؟ أنا أحب الطريقة الفرنسية للمحاصصة، إنهم يقولون الأمر أو يقولون إذا لم تملأ حصة النساء في الحكومة فإن هذا سيؤدي إلى تقليص المخصصات من ميزانيات أو ميزانياتكم. هذا يعني أن 50% من طبعا 50% من الأبطال كما نعلم تأتي من النساء، وإذا لم تقمن بوضع النساء في هذه المراكز لن تحصلن على المهر المطلوب. في المستقبل، بالنسبة للمستقبل أنا متفائلة، ولكن ينبغي لنا أيضا الحرص حيال هذه الإيجابية في إحصائيات خلال وباء كوفيد-19. فإننا رأينا مثلا في أفريقيا النساء يتبعون مراكز قيادية، فتراجع دور النساء، فهذا يعني كأن هناك نوع من التراجع ثم تقدم مرة أخرى. ولكن أنا أرى أن خصوصا في مجتمعي هناك دعم كبير من الرجال لدور المرأة في لمناصرة النساء من خلال الدعم الأسري الذي يقدمه الرجال. العشة للأبناء في صبيحة يوم الأحد. أقول دائما أنه زوجي الذي يقوم بأهم هذا. أظن أن رعاية الأطفال أو كبار السن في المجتمع ينبغي أن يتقاسمها الجنسين، وكما رأينا خلال جائحة كورونا كان هذا العبء بأغلبه يقع على النساء. ولكن هل تظن أن ربما التكنولوجيا تمكن وخصوصا في الإمارات العربية المتحدة المتطورة التكنولوجيا أنها تتيح للمرأة المزيد من المرونة في العمل أو العمل عن بعد وغيره مما يساعد المرأة للقيام بدورها؟ سيدة منى المري، كيف ترين أمثلة القيادة للنساء؟ تعريف القيادة
the glass and steel modernity of Silicon Valley, and yet, notwithstanding those superficial differences, there are some striking similarities in the sense that both government, at least in my experience in the 5 years I was Deputy Prime Minister, and now my role at Meta, the world's largest social media company, you're just dealing with an astonishing versatility of different issues, many of which you can't predict, many of which you're not entirely in control of, but to that extent I feel there is some similarity. And one of the reasons I was interested in making this transition from the world of politics to the world of tech is that I have seen in the time that I was in politics, in the UK at least, and in Europe, a very, very significant shift in mood from the political, the media, sort of cultural classes towards social media, that it sort of swung from excessive utopianism and almost idealism when social media first erupted into the world, what it was a decade and a half or more ago, where social media was considered to be the solution to all of our problems, and now it's sort of almost swung the other way, and in much of the debate you'd think that it's the source of all of our problems. And of course, neither is really true. Excessive optimism and excessive pessimism, neither of which are sensible attitudes towards technology. The truth is always somewhere in the middle. And so for me, as a sort of refugee from politics into Silicon Valley, it's been very interesting to try and play a bit of a role almost as a bridge and as a translator between these very different worlds. Because I think that, and dare I say it, I think you and your administration have been real leading examples of a wonderful combination of optimism and realism about tech. And I think that is the right mix. I think tech does offer great opportunities to the world, but of course there are always downsides which need to be mitigated. And I think if we can get away from that violent mood swing of sort of excessive utopianism and excessive pessimism, then we can really extract the best from technological innovation for us all, without, whilst avoiding those two extremes.
People think of tech as a finished product, but as we see, it's a product that's currently in development, and there are so many iterations. So that's why there are problems that we discover as we go along. And our approach in the UAE is always to try to work with the relevant players to ensure that we're able to progress towards the direction that we want to go in. I'd like to move to the name of the company. So it moved from being called Facebook to it being called Meta. And it was really just a testament to your belief that the metaverse is the future, that you're going to bet everything on it. How far out is it? And how much of it is currently hype versus being something concrete that we're going to see in the near future?
I think the truth is it's kind of both. It's here now. We can all go out and buy the Pico headset from ByteDance, Quest headsets from Meta, and you can experience immersive VR games or fitness apps. There are wonderful virtual reality developers right here in the UAE developing medical applications, so medical students can learn how to develop their medical skills in an immersive experience. I was reading about a local content creator here in the UAE that has developed a fantastic new tool for kids at school who want to learn about Van Gogh. And they can walk the streets of the towns in France where he painted some of the most famous Impressionist paintings. You can feel and touch and almost sort of sense that environment in a way that you can't in a 2D world. So in one sense it's already here, and yet in another sense, the holy grail, which is augmented reality, where you have the world around us as it is now, and you can supplement it with digital products and services and experiences in a completely blended way, using lightweight, spectacle-like technology. That is clearly still some way away. In fact, much of it still depends on technology which hasn't been fully invented yet. So I think the truth is we are on a journey. It is a long journey. It's an expensive one. You are in effect creating not a new app or a new piece of hardware or a new experience. You are in effect creating an entirely new computing platform. And the shift is one from, in effect, looking at things, particularly phones that we all hold in the palm of our hands, to actually being in that thing, to actually being immersed in the experience, which currently we can only look at through the sort of 2D experiences. If you can imagine, we all have spent, particularly during the pandemic, so much time using these wonderful products like Zoom and others to be able to speak to each other in sort of these serried rows of sort of passport style sort of pictures of each other. Just imagine sitting around a virtual meeting room as an avatar or eventually as a hologram, and having a meeting, not staring at a screen, but being in a virtual room together. Now, if that sounds futuristic, it's actually something which can happen now. I, for the last year or so, have been holding my weekly meetings on a Monday with my team around the world in the metaverse, in a product that we produce, Meta produces, called Workrooms. And, we look everybody looks suspiciously about 20 years younger and several pounds lighter. That's the avatars that people tend to choose. But the amazing thing is, not least because the audio technology is so good, once you have the headset on and you're talking to people, you feel you're breathing the same air in the same room, because the audio technologies is as if someone is sitting to your right, sitting to your left, sitting a couple of meters across a large meeting, a large conference table. So I would urge for those who've not experienced it to experience those, and then in answer to your question, you'll get an insight into not only what is possible now, but what will be possible in the future as we move towards a new computing platform based on a profound sense of presence, a sort of immersive sense of presence, regardless of geographical distance.
So I'll still go back to this question. Give me a prediction, 5, 10, 15 years.
I'm not going to give you a date in the diary. My hunch is, I'm not an engineer, my hunch is that once the flywheel of technological development starts, and remember, of course, Meta, we've renamed ourselves Meta, but we're not alone. This is not something that, thankfully, this is not a new computing platform that's going to be built by one company. It's going to be built by a constellation of different companies doing the operating systems, the hardware, the experiences, the software, and so on and so forth. It's like the rebirth of the internet. It's a much more complex undertaking than that. It's not just ourselves. You know, a lot of the big players, you will have seen the plans from, or the reported plans from Apple, from Microsoft, from ByteDance and others. There's a huge ecosystem developing around this. My suspicion is that as things start developing, they will develop a momentum of their own. But I have to stress, I think the full, all singing, all dancing, augmented reality future that I depicted earlier, that is many years away.
So don't you think that we might have a ChatGPT moment? And I'll tell you what I mean by that. 6 months ago, if you sat with many AI experts, they would not have predicted ChatGPT. And the level of output, the level of engagement, the level of people actually embracing this technology and using it. Are we going to see something similar in the metaverse, where something's going to come out right out of the blue, be such a game changer, an order of magnitude better, that we're going to reduce the time from, let's say, 10 years to 4 years because someone was able to see things differently?
I think that's likely. That appears to be what happens, is that you have technology which sort of develops a little bit in the margins. It's specialists and experts are conscious of the advances that are being made, but the public imagination sort of ignites, often somewhat unpredictably because of a particular feature or a particular product. I think, by the way, in terms of virtual reality products, you see already gaming is the cutting edge of it. The gaming industry here in the UAE and in this part of the world is exploding. It's in fact, it's one of the fastest growing gaming industry, gaming sectors is right here. And that's partly because of the enabling environment that you've been able to create here in the UAE, which I think has really fostered that. So I think gaming is a sort of early, that's where you can see early adoption. There are other use cases. Fitness apps are extremely popular because it's a fun, immersive way to do exercise. You can do a kickboxing class on the surface of the moon. I mean, that's a pretty unusual thing to do. It's a fun way to work up a sweat. But as you say, I think the kind of technology which suddenly captures the imagination and is readily used by many millions of people, I think it's often quite difficult to predict exactly how and when that will happen. But you say that experts were surprised. I think experts were not surprised that AI was able to deliver a product like ChatGPT. AI experts will tell you it's an impressive but fairly predictable use of AI because you're scouring the internet to produce these search results. I think what no one could have predicted was that it just sort of caught the public imagination as much as it does. Everyone's now playing around on it. Everyone's asking, fun questions of ChatGPT. And I see it in Meta. We invest billions of dollars in our AI capacities. We use AI systems already for a whole range of things. By the way, also just for protective reasons. So if you look at for instance, the diminution, the reduction of measured hate speech on Facebook, the prevalence of hate speech. In other words, how much hate speech can you find as a in terms of the, as a proportion of the total of content on Facebook, it's now down to 0.02%. I mean, that means that for every 10,000 bits of content that you might scroll on your Facebook newsfeed, you'll find 2 bits of hate speech. I wish it could be down to 0. I think it's never going to be 0, but it's been reduced by, I think, around 80% over the last 2 years because of advances in AI. Because we've been able to run
across geographies, or that's just a general statistic?
It's across geographies. It's across. No, sorry. It's a global. It's a composite figure. But the point is, AI is an extremely powerful tool at going after bad content that we don't want on our platforms, that users don't like to see, that advertisers don't want to see either. But also, I think then the flip side of it is also, if you think if you think about social media is so much about delight and enjoyment and fun and entertainment and doing fun things which you share with your family and friends. I think AI has huge potential for people to do creative stuff, fun stuff, to give a text or a verbal prompt for a bit of visual content, for for sort of avatar content, for advertisers as well. For particularly, as you know, our lifeblood is small and medium-sized businesses. They're the ones who use Facebook to reach, often targeted, pockets of customers. I think AI over time will allow those advertisers simply just to give a verbal prompt. I run a shoe shop somewhere in a local town and I want to advertise my shoes to local customers, and you'll be able to give a verbal prompt and say, create a 15-second, cartoon ad of a grandmother playing in the sun with their, granddaughter with my shoes, with new shoes on. I'm making this up for fun. That kind of stuff is stuff that sounds playful, but is actually very useful for advertisers in the future and will be powered by AI.
OpenAI's ChatGPT, is that going to be a threat, an opportunity, an integrated product, you think? How are you guys going to deal with this?
So we don't do search. We're not a search engine. So clearly you've seen the announcements recently from Microsoft, Bing, obviously ChatGPT, Google and Bard, their new product. I think that in a sense the race is on clearly in the search sector, but we don't really do search. No, I think we, as I say, we are a leader in AI already. Certainly AI research. If you look at some of the open source research that we have developed, some of the large language models that we have developed, which we have done some really world-beating sort of models, have developed some prototype models which allow for instantaneous translation from one language into another, including into non-written languages, like Hokkien, for instance, is a non-written language in Southeast Asia. Our AI systems are now able to do instantaneous translation without having to use a pivot language through which a translation is directed. These are very, very profound shifts, which in turn will also manifest themselves in product developments, particularly through verbal and other prompts that people will be able to use on our services to create, as I say, playful, fun, useful content in the future. So I think AI is already very much integrated into our systems, perhaps more than many people appreciate. AI allows us to rank content in a way so the stuff that you see on Instagram and Facebook is most relevant and enjoyable to you. I mean, that's the remarkable thing about these social media apps. Each one of them, I mean, for those of you in the audience today who use Facebook, every single one of your Facebook feeds are unique to you. It's like a sort of fingerprint. It's completely unique to you because the order of the content that you're going to see content from your children, from your grandchildren, from your nieces, your nephews, your parents, and so on, in a way that is unique to you. That's the whole point of social media, to foster those links between family and friends. All of that is powered already by AI. If you think about it, it's an immensely complicated thing. The sea of content on the internet that could show up on your feed, and in an instant, our systems seek to try and order the content of what you see first as you scroll on your newsfeed so that it gives you pleasure, it gives you delight, it's useful to you. All of that is done through highly powerful AI systems which we've invested in over many years already.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That each single person has a unique feed, which means someone knows what they're scrolling through, what they're seeing, what their likes and dislikes are. Like, what is the responsibility that you as companies have? And what should we as governments be doing, in your opinion? Because you were in government before, so you can see both sides of this coin.
Oh, I think governments quite rightly should expect of companies like Meta and others transparency, accountability, give users more control. So on Facebook now, if you don't want the ranking algorithm to help rank the content you have, you can basically override it. You can compose your own news feed if you wish. I think we are now industry leading in terms of the amount of data that we publish about the content that circulates on Facebook, the bad content as well. What do we take down? I mentioned earlier the prevalence statistic about hate speech. We publish all of those statistics every 12 weeks along with our financial results. We give researchers access. So I think user control, accountability, transparency, so people understand how these complex systems work and have a greater sense of control over them. I think those are the things that regulators and governments should rightly expect of our industry.
So Nick, we have a minute left, and I want to end with a question that's not related to Meta. Hypothetically speaking,
I think Arsenal will win the Premier League. Is that the question?
Well, you were able to forecast my.
That's my hope. The big game tomorrow. Anyway, sorry.
You're appointed Prime Minister tomorrow. Not tomorrow, literally, but like in the future. What would be your first decision as a leader of the government?
Oh, where would I start? Do you know? It slightly sounds like an evasive answer. It's not supposed to be. I would. In my country, in the United Kingdom, I would restore an appreciation of and a respect for geography. Because my own view is that ever since 2016 and the Brexit referendum, the country has been enveloped by this sort of furious debate which is trying to deny geography. We are tectonically and historically and culturally a European nation, and yet we seem to have sort of fought against this. So I'd start with geography and our European destiny.
Reversing Brexit.
Well, that's up to future generations.
It's been an absolute pleasure sharing the stage with you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled Our Connected Future, a deeper look at the forces fragmenting our world. This session is moderated by Hadley Gamble from CNBC. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to the World Government Summit. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am Senior International Correspondent and Anchor for CNBC. Today we're going to be talking about our connected future, a deeper look at the forces fragmenting our world. and as we all know, there are many. I'm very pleased to welcome my distinguished panelists, Her Excellency Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the IMF, His Excellency Abdullah Al-Mari, the Minister of Economy here in the UAE, and His Excellency Ghassan Salameh, Founding Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs and Professor of International Relations. It's lovely to have you all. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Just to kick things off, I'd like to get a sense from our panelists of what they see as the greatest challenge today to global growth.
Keeping the world together. What we face is forces of fragmentation, as you indicated, that are pulling us apart. We have done analysis at the IMF. What is the cost of this fragmentation? And it is quite scary, because if we pull apart and we form blocks within which we trade, it can cost us anywhere between losing 0.2% of GDP, minor, manageable, all the way to losing 7% of GDP. Just to give you a sense what 7% of GDP means, it is wiping out Germany and Japan from the world economy. So if we want to have the well-being of our people protected, we better figure out how to keep the cost of more security of supplies down to the lower end, to the 0.2% end.
Your Excellency.
Well, I would like to add to that as well on the aspects of, we will see more of the fragmentation, but more on reduced access to markets. We'll see a lot of countries putting national priorities, building aspects on the policies of industrial policies. And these are things that we see more on fragmentations globally. These issues, these challenges will really take away 3 decades of a globalized world, of a seamless trade, of investments flow that will come together. So seeing that kind of this is one of the greatest challenges that we are looking at the moment in a fragmented world.
Your Excellency.
Well, I think that we need to see the thing both ways. Geoeconomics is affected by geopolitical fragmenting forces. There has been, in the past 20 years, a trivialization of the use of force by great powers. There is a big tension now over Africa again among the great powers. There is a lot of sanctions based on political reasons that are impediments to trade. All this is real, but on the other hand, it works both ways. Some bad economic politics are creating tensions in many countries. Privatization, as it took place in many countries, has created a lot of frustration in these societies. And very often, what we have seen in the past 20 years, liberalization led to the creation of kleptocratic networks in many countries that have taken the state hostage. So it is not that economy is a nice thing, sleeping beauty, and politics comes and disturbs the whole thing. It works both ways. And that's why fragmentation is dialectical. There are bad economic policies that lead to tension and frustration, and there are a number of geopolitical factors that leads to a slowing down of FDI, a smaller growth in trade, etc.
To your point, Your Excellency, I think the next question would have to be, speaking of the post-Soviet breakup, and as you say, the liberal policies that didn't necessarily benefit those in former Soviet nations. Ukraine, Managing Director, what is the IMF's role with Ukraine today, and what are you prepared to give?
We have been engaged with Ukraine way before the war started. We have deep relations with the economic bloc of the Ukrainian government, and we have done quite a lot in the past to know each other. That came to be very helpful, because the moment the war started on February 24th, virtually that very day, the Central Bank of Ukraine and Ministry of Finance turned to us and said, now what? And we have in real time provided advice how to run a war economy. We have since financed 2 emergency finance packages totaling about $2.7 billion, and we have created an account at the IMF where those who want to help Ukraine can direct funding, so there would be an oversight from the IMF of how the money is then used. Now we have a very important program, 4 months, in which we define what are the key policy actions that need to be taken to keep inflation under control. It is high, it got to 25%, but in many war countries, inflation would run in the hundreds of percent, not in that level, and how to continue to provide critical services, pensions to be paid, salaries of teachers and doctors to be paid, the economy to function. This has proven to be quite successful. I am full of admiration of the Ukrainian authorities. We hold our meetings virtually. Very often we would hear the sirens and then the meeting would be interrupted just for a couple of seconds if people need to move to a safer direction, and we would continue to work on. My brother is married to a Ukrainian. He found himself in Kharkiv when the war started. He was there until June. And what I can tell you is that his mother-in-law's pension was paid on time, and all the social services function. And I'll share with you an interesting anecdote that shows how people get united at the time of war. The tradition in Ukraine is in the month of May for flowers to be planted and cities to be cleaned. So May last year, flowers were planted, and the city of Kharkiv, that was bombed multiple times a day, was clean. So that gives me a great sense of confidence. We now work on a program for Ukraine. Just to give you a sense of needs, Ukraine needs somewhere around 40 to $48 billion this year as external financial support for the country to function. It will be helped by the European Union, by the US, by others, but we, as an institution with long-standing relations with Ukraine, strongly believe we have to play also our stabilizing role by being there for the Ukrainian economy and the Ukrainian people.
But you know, prior to the war, this was one of the most corrupt nations in the world. And frankly, there are 2 questions there. One, does the war help or hurt their efforts to become a more liberalized democracy in part of Europe? And at the same point, a lot of folks globally are worried about the amount of money that is going to be poured into Ukraine and where it's going to end up.
It is true that Ukraine had very serious problems with corruption, and one of the reasons for the IMF to have consecutive programs with Ukraine was to work on creating the institutions that fight corruption and creating the accountability mechanisms that reduce the probability of money being stolen. We found when the war started a remarkable mobilization. The nation came together in a way that surprised us. It may have surprised some of the people in Ukraine, and it became actually easier to press for more attention to the standing of the Ukrainian nation, and the embracement of fight against corruption, to my delight, is more today than it was before the war. Why? There is one guiding light for Ukraine, and it is the fact that the war has positioned the country surprisingly better to be a candidate to join the European Union. And that objective to become part of the European family, and to enjoy all the support that would come with it, plays a very major role of how people in Ukraine think about the future of their country. Is the job done? No. As you know, recently there was a discovery of corrupt practices, and action has been taken. And it would take more efforts and more commitment, and this is why I actually look positively to the engagement of the fund. We can contribute by building the accountability mechanisms further. And one thing that is also very interesting is people in Ukraine, their tolerance for corruption has gone down dramatically. When you're in a war, when the bombs are falling, you don't take lightly if public money that is there to restore electricity, heat, and water is being stolen. So pressure within the society on keep your hands out of the honey jar, this pressure is much stronger today.
Minister Al-Mari, just to get your sense of how we sit in this part of the world today. Obviously, Dubai, the UAE, is an international trading and logistics hub with an international airline, with folks coming here from all over the world. When you take a step back and think about the UAE's role going forward, there has been some discomfort in Washington and other Western capitals with the fact that the greatest foreign direct investor in this country, for example, is China, that half of China's oil comes from this part of the world. How do you view the UAE's role today?
So let's take a step back, like you said, and let's talk about not just the UAE, let's talk about the economy in the last couple of years. Let's say last 7 years. The economy is suffering. We've seen the economy slow growth in the last 7 years. We've seen the pandemic hits us and wiped out most of the economy's growth as well in these slower years. We've seen oil prices going up and down. I don't know, I never imagined in my lifespan to see oil barrels sold minus $0. We've seen next couple of months of that, the oil prices as well says at $120. We've seen the high inflation rate. We've seen high interest rates. We've seen a geopolitical war. These are economic sufferings that not just the UAE is seeing, the global economy is seeing. I think we need to give an economy a break and really come back and speak how does the UAE manage to recover through the last couple of years and really build a lighthouse just in the region to show how a dynamic government, dynamic visionary leaders really pull down a fast and agile policies to really recombat back the economy. I think the most important part, why is the economy important and the economy has to have a break, is the youth. And the youth in the region, the creation of jobs is the most important part. We have the highest unemployed youth in the region, in the MENA region. It is an aspect for us, when there's economic growth, there's job creation. Now, with technology coming in, there's a lot of reskilling needs to happen, and these are discussions of the summit this week. I think it's important to look at how the UAE is in the MENA region, it's in the hub. It looks as more of an open dialogue with the world, with the policies, respecting the United Nations policies and arrangements, respecting people's sovereignty, government sovereignty, and I think that's the aspect where the UAE really plays a role of a neutrality in ways that really addresses these challenges. But I think bottom line is give the economy a break. Let's talk. Let's have dialogue. Let's come back to the multilaterals and really have a dialogue of this fragmentation, because we enjoyed 3 decades of seamless trade, seamless globalization, access to market, and we woke up one day and there's this kind of multipolar world. What's going to happen next? I think it's an aspect of really coming together. We really need to invest into the multilaterals, put our energy to really have this dialogue and really make it successful. Let's take a step back as well. When did the multilateral was created? When there was risk and chaos, when there was war. And I think we're going to have risk and chaos every 6 months. Multilateral need to be much stronger, and we need to really believe in that kind of aspect and really bring them together.
I could not agree more. I want to say 2 things. One, that these 3 decades with peace dividend meant that the world economy tripled. Who benefited the most? Emerging markets, developing economies. They quadrupled at that time. But rich countries also benefited. They doubled. We got 1.3 billion people lifted out of poverty. If we don't resist the forces of fragmentation, and if we don't pave the way for pragmatic collaboration, we would be all poorer and the world would be less safe. And my second point is to recognize that we lost, because of Russia's war in Ukraine, a very precious peace dividend. The fact that military spending around the world was lower. Now, for understandable reasons, now many nations say, hey, defense has to be funded because we cannot take peace for granted anymore. This peace dividend is gone. What does it mean? Less money domestically for education, for healthcare, for infrastructure, less money to support the poor world. And I would scream from the top of a mountain, hey, wake up, we need each other. And therefore, we have to figure out how we work together in a world that is multipolar. We can do it. We can do it. And I want to see the audience. Do you agree? Can we stay together as a world? Yes, we can.
Your Excellency, I'll weigh in on this one, because there is the geoeconomic question, as you say, and what is the most worrying thing? Are we talking about the tension between the US and China? Are we talking about Putin's war in Ukraine? Or the dissatisfaction with so many in the world over energy prices?
I believe that you had, since the end of the Cold War, two completely different periods. We tend to put them together. You have from 1990 to around 2007, a period of great hope. In fact, FDI was increasing at a very rapid, the place of trade in the global GDP was increasing very rapidly. A lot of countries were converging around the same market economy. After 2007, you had a number of signals we didn't see clearly. First, you had the financial crisis, and its effects are still there. Second, you had something else. You had the fact that great powers started to be not only in a state of tension among themselves, but also starting using force. The US in Iraq, Russia in Georgia, and later in Ukraine in 2014. You had also something else, a slowdown of the democratization process across the world. The number of democracies started decrease instead of increasing as it was before. So you had a number of signals, and we entered a new period. So if you have like 30, 40 years since the end of the Cold War, you need to divide it into two. From 1990 to 2007, and from 2007 until now, where contradictory forces, economic and geopolitical, are at play. And they are worrying. And if you need the epitome, fragmented part of the word, it would be MENA. MENA is entirely fragmented, and you could see it clearly, because if you ask me what's happening in MENA, my answer would be depending where you look at. You have at least three dynamics that have nothing or very little to do with each other. And that's why this part of the world absolutely need a new script for it to operate as an entity and not only as a department in the IMF or in State Department or in Quai d'Orsay. It needs a new script to operate as an integrated region. Now it is not. You have at least three different dynamics. One in the GCC, we talked about, with more national independence that are making some capitals nervous across the world, but they need to adjust to it, but which is adding competition within the GCC. And this also we need to underline. And you have the Levant. The Levant in a state of complete turmoil. Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, nothing is working there. And there is an economic crisis in Jordan, and the Palestinian issue is still not far from being solved. And then if you go into North Africa, you have a completely different thing. You have an Algerian-Moroccan relation that is at a high level of tension, like we have not seen in 30 years. You have Libya, which is not solved as a problem. Egypt, where you have very serious economic concerns. And Sudan, where a new formula for cooperation between the military and civilian is still to be found and implemented. Therefore, MENA is the typical fragmented region, and the typical region that badly needs a new script in order to make it an integrated entity, which is far from being the case right now. Thank you.
Minister Al-Omari, should the UAE be the author of that script?
Well, the UAE is not an advocate of fragmentation, but we have a lot of opportunity that comes out of fragmentation. I don't want to be sounded as a very advocate of it, but we are in the heart of the MENA region. We have a strong financial hubs. Our banks is one of the most liquid, very strong balance sheets, and they operate on all systems. We have a strong financial system that applies to the East and West at the moment. And we've seen an openness to policies globally. Now, we do not look at it as an opportunity, but we look at it from an adaptability and agility part, where we need to adapt. We are on the eye of the storm at the moment, where there's a lot of risks and challenges and tensions happening around us. But we need to adapt very quickly and very fast, and the UAE really plays that role in showing that these policies need to be looked at in a way where there is opportunity as well, where we find this kind of fragmentation happening, but we need to come back, and multilateral is very important to come back to.
Yeah. Managing Director, I mean, when you think about this a bit more broadly, obviously when we speak in this part of the world, we're talking about the MENA region as well, zeroing in on what's happening in Egypt, in Lebanon, in Syria, and certainly with the massive disruption that the earthquakes have made in Turkey. To your mind, how difficult is 2023 going to be?
The world economy is still in a very difficult place. Global growth is slowing down in 2023, but it may be a turning point. Why? Because we see inflation finally trimming down in quite a number of countries, headline inflation for sure, core inflation a bit slower to go down, but the chance of finally getting on top of the problem of cost of living being a major disruptor for millions and millions of people, we see light in the end of this tunnel. And global growth is bottoming out. What we are very concerned is, one, the unexpected. What COVID and the war taught us is we live in a more shock-prone world. What the earthquake in Turkey and Syria taught us, think of the unthinkable. And we all have to change our mindset to be much more agile and much more oriented towards building resilience at all levels so we can handle these shocks better. And when you think about resilience, what does it mean? Well, first, resilient people, educated, healthy, with a good social protection when something happens, to rely on it. Second, resilient society, not just economy, not just banking sector, but society where the fabric is strong, that everyone has a sense that access to opportunities are for everybody, and there is a fairer distribution of these opportunities, and a resilient planet. UAE is going to host COP28. May we have focus on action, because we are not where we should be in keeping, being good stewards of our planet for our children. So this change in mindset in 23, if we succeed to make that, the year would be a turning point. And last but not least, using opportunities to build bridges rather than blow them up. Here, this is an opportunity, and I want to thank the UAE for bringing us every year to think about a future in which together we are stronger.
Just before we wrap it up, and to your point, Managing Director, are you satisfied with the West's response to Russia? Do you believe that President Putin's war machine is on its way to being defeated?
The way the world managed to stay together, even if it is a much more pressing issue for Europe than it is for the rest of the world, is quite remarkable. And I think that the West, but not only the West, everyone got some sense of sympathy for a problem that today is Ukraine's problem, but tomorrow can be a problem for many other countries, that you can be invaded by your stronger neighbor. So I think we have seen this resolve in Ukraine for a reason. In Ukraine, people strongly believe they're fighting not just for themselves, they're fighting for the right of every nation to exist and run its own affairs. Yes, I think there has been quite a strong and deliberate response, and rightly so, because how can we live in a world when there is no law and order? If I may, I have done many things in my life, and I learned one very, very important lesson, that for a society to be strong, for a country to be well, there are three things that are necessary: education, infrastructure, and rule of law. If we blow up rule of law internationally, how are we going to keep it domestically? So yes, we have a case in Ukraine that is way beyond Ukraine. It is about how we work and live and face our future if rule of law is destroyed. It is for everyone, everybody's interest to defend it.
Your Excellencies, thank you so much. Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، والآن نستضيف معالي الدكتور معين عبد الملك سعيد رئيس وزراء جمهورية اليمن في جلسة رئيسية تحاوره نوفل رمول من مؤسسة دبي للإعلام.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Ma'in Abdul Malik Saeed, Prime Minister of the Republic of Yemen. This main session is moderated by Nofar Ramul from Dubai Media Incorporated. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
صباح الخير، مرحبا بكم أصحاب سمو المعالي والسعادة، سيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، صباح الخير. أهلا بكم في جلسة أخرى من جلسات القمة العالمية للحكومات في نسختها العاشرة، وموضوعها اليمن. يقال دائما أن اليمن وأهل اليمن أدرى بشعابها، أدرى بأحوالها. الأكيد أنهم أيضا بدعم من أشقائها وأصدقائها وحلفائها سيكونون الأقدر على استشراف مستقبلها. طبعا معنا تحية طيبة لك معالي رئيس الوزراء اليمني دكتور معين عبد الملك سعيد، صباح الخير. وأظن أن السؤال الأهم الذي يبدو ويأتي للأذهان هو كيف هو حال اليمن؟
صباح الخير نوفر. بس في البداية تعزينا ومواساتنا لكل ضحايا الكارثة المروعة للزلزال وأشقائنا في سوريا وفي تركيا. كيف حال اليمن؟ وسؤال مهم بالذات في مرحلة دقيقة، في 10 سنوات صعبة، 8 سنوات حرب صراع، مرينا بسنوات أسوأ ووضع أسوأ، لكن الآن نمر بوضع دقيق. يمكن مرينا بسنوات كان في 2015 و16 مؤسسات الدولة كلها، وهذه حالة نادرة أن يكون هناك تمرد يسيطر على عاصمة بمؤسساتها المركزية. ويمكن السياق اللي بنتكلم فيه اليوم هو مهم للدول التي تشهد صراعات. كيف يمكن التعامل في محفل مثل قمة الحكومات فيها شركاء إقليميين دوليين، مؤسسات تمويل، مهم أن نأخذ هذا البعد في عين الاعتبار. دعم المؤسسات الوطنية هو الأساس. وأنا أتكلم الآن في وضع كنت وزير في الحكومات السابقة أثناء الحرب، كنا نتكلم حتى في زياراتنا مع البنك الدولي يقولون من ندعم، كيف يتم التعامل مع المؤسسات، ونشوف الوضع الحالي الآن كيف استطعنا في فترة صعبة. ونتكلم الآن ليس فقط في ظروف اليمن، هذه الفترة ممكن نسمع في ظرف عالمي غير عادي. مرينا بجائحة كورونا في ظرف صعب، كان وقتها نزاعات سياسية، تشكيل حكومة بعد اتفاق الرياض. كيف استطعنا مواجهة هذه الجائحة بمؤسسات ضعيفة؟ كيف نخرج من مرحلة الهشاشة أو إدارة الدولة في الوضع الهش إلى مرحلة الاستقرار؟ طبعا وصلنا لمرحلة يمكن البنك الدولي كان أحد البرامج الرائدة أنه يتعامل في دولة ودائما يتعامل في فترات الاستقرار. أما عن أشقائنا فهم يدعمونا دائما في السراء والضراء. اليمن فعلا سقطت عدة مرات، ولولا سند الأشقاء كان انتهت. الوضع عندنا
سقطت ولكن لم تنهار. طيب، هذا يعني أن الوضع ليس جيدا في اليمن، ولكنه أفضل مما كان عليه في السنوات الأولى 2011 2012 وخاصة 2015 و16 و19 كان وضعا يعني في تحديات كبيرة جدا. لنتحدث عن التحدي الذي يواجهه له اليوم، هجمات الحوثي على الموانئ تعطل الموانئ وتصدير النفط، تتسبب في أزمة رواتب مع الموظفين، عزوف للشركات العالمية للنفط للتعامل مع اليمن. كيف تتعاملون مع هذه الأزمة الآنية؟ اليوم الدولة يعني تعتمد إيراداتها 70% من توريد أو تصدير النفط.
طبعا احنا مش دولة نفطية، هي الكلمة كبيرة 70%، طبعا من الإنفاق العام واصلين ل 60%، لكن لدينا نفط قليل. الموازنة انكمشت بشكل كبير. السؤال اللي تسأليه سؤال مهم، يعني احنا وصلنا كان تقريبا العجز قريب 80%، طباعة، إصدار نقدي، وضع صعب جدا، بنك مركزي في حالة صعبة. أنا بالأمس كنت أتكلم مع صندوق النقد الدولي ومع إخواننا في صندوق النقد العربي،
لجزء من المساعدات الآن ستأتي عبره جزء مباشر مع دولة الإمارات. في وضع مختلف، في بنك مركزي، في إدارة مالية، نزلنا العجز ل 54%، نزلناه ل 35%، نزلناه ل 20%، وأولموست تقريبا واصلين كان ل 15% في سبتمبر قبل ضربات النفط الخام. العملة لم تنهار الآن، يمكن احنا خسرانين بين 800 مليون دولار إلى مليار دولار في هذه الضربات. لكن لولا الإصلاحات اللي قمنا فيها ولولا قدرتنا على الصمود كان الوضع انهار. دول بأكملها تنهار فيها العملة بشكل كبير جدا، دول إمكانياتها كبيرة، بس أنا أقول إنه مخزون قدرتنا على الصمود يستنزف. الرواتب في حدها الأدنى، القدرة الشرائية في وضع صعب، المدرسين، الموازنات التشغيلية، المستشفيات. عندنا حوالي 8900 مدرسة، أكثر من 2 مليون طالب غير المتخلفين عن الذهاب للمدارس. عندنا إشكاليات حقيقية، والقلق الرئيسي أن لدينا جيل الحرب. دائما وقت الحرب تتراجع المعدلات بشكل كبير، احنا في معدلات بعيدة تماما عن ما قبل 2011 و2014 ساعة بدء الحرب مع الميليشيات وسيطرتها على العاصمة. احنا في وضع الآن أفضل. عودة إلى سؤالك، كثير من المؤسسات الآن تعمل بفعالية مالية، ربط مالي، وخليني أتحدث عن الدول التي تعاني من صراعات وكلها في سياقات مختلفة.
أود أن أطرح عليك سؤال في هذا، لأنه عندما اقترحت علي هذه الجلسة وسعدت بحضورك دكتور معين، بدأت أتحدث طبعا وأرى ما هي الأحداث التي تحدث في اليمن اليوم، والهدنة لا هدنة هل هي قريبة، وكل ما هي الجهود المبذولة دوليا وإقليميا من أجل هذه الهدنة، ولكن توقفت وكتبت على الانترنت بالانجليزي How does this government, the Yemeni government function؟ كيف تعمل هذه الحكومة اليمنية؟ لأنه هذا السؤال وأنا لا أمزح، وسألت حتى تشات جي بي تي، يعني حتى الذكاء الاصطناعي، ولكن دعني أسأل الإنسان هنا دكتور معي، كيف تعمل هذه الحكومة؟
في كثير من السياقات أي دولة تعاني من انهيار، وكان أمس في كلمة فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي الدول التي تسقط لا تعود بسهولة.
نعم.
انهيار الأنظمة المالية، انهيار الأمن، انهيار المؤسسات، شيء لا يمكن تحمله. الاستقرار هو الأساس. لما تسأليني كيف تدار الحكومة، يمكن الآن أنا في رئاسة الحكومة الثانية، هذه حكومة توافق وطني. تجربتنا في العالم العربي وفي اليمن تحديدا في يعني حكومات التوافق الوطني هي تجربة سيئة. صعب أنك تختار كل الأمور وتمشي بنسق معين، لكن استطعنا توحيد الحكومة وإبعادها عن أي صراعات داخلية. لذلك الحكومة دي تعرضت لضربة إرهابية في مطار عدن كان ممكن أن تنهيها بالكامل. الحكومة اللي عامين الآن تشتغل بتوافق كامل. أنا قلت لهم انسوا الخلافات السياسية، نحن حكومة حرب أو حكومة طوارئ على الأقل لإنقاذ الشعب. في أشياء أنا عارف أنه مقياس الرضا من الناس في دول مستقرة، لو مشيت بمعدلات نمو عالية ل3-4 سنوات فقط لكم شهر يحصل إشكالية، تحصل إضرابات، تحصل مشاكل. ما بالك بدولة الناس فقدت مدخراتها بعد كل ما لديها خلال 7 أو 8 سنوات حرب، وهناك الحد الأدنى من الصحة والتعليم والخدمات.
الحكومات العادية تعمل بخطة 5، خطة في 10. الإمارات لديها خطة ل50 سنة و100 سنة. هل لديكم خطط؟ هل لديكم إنجازات؟ لماذا؟ لأن هناك طبعا مؤسسات المالية موجودة هنا لتسمع أن هناك إنجازات ويمكن البناء عليها، ولا تنتظر أن يكون هناك سلام حتى تأتي وتستثمر أو تساعد أو تدعم.
بالطبع، لكن التخطيط لها بوضع صعب. يعني كان تخطيط موازنة 2023 كان يعتمد على معدلات نمو كبيرة، ويمكن كان صندوق النقد الدولي متوقع لنا يمكن 3.2 معدل نمو هذه السنة، وإحنا كنا عاملين حسابنا على أكثر من ذلك. لكن هذا الموضوع مع الضربات الأخيرة قلص بشكل كبير من التوقعات. وأنا لا أتكلم عن الرقم إنه رقم جيد، لأنه في الأخير اقتصاد اليمن انكمش إلى النصف، وضعنا أصبح صعب، الموازنات أصبحت الثلث مما كانت عليه سابقا. أمامنا وقت طويل حتى نلحق. لما تسأليني على الخطط، نحن الآن نخطط خطط إنفاق عاجلة ونضع خيارات مختلفة. بدينا نفكر بشكل مختلف. هي خطط متوسطة، يعني قصيرة الأمد ومتوسطة، فيما يتعلق بالطاقة، فيما يتعلق بالخدمات. لذلك أنا لما أتكلم جزء رئيسي من الرسالة اللي نحب نوصلها اليوم، دعم الحكومات هو مهم. هذا الدعم ليس دعم سياسي أو دعم لرئيس الوزراء أو المجلس الرئاسي أو الوضع، هو دعم للشعب اليمني. عندما كان في عندنا كارثة ونقوم بعملية إصلاحات كثيرة قمنا فيها في 2020 و21 وكنا على وشك الانهيار، الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية دعمونا بمنحة مشتقات 420 مليون دولار، لولاها لكان انهارت. يعني احنا عملنا، كان صندوق النقد يتكلم، احنا ما عندناش برامج مع صندوق النقد، لسنا مؤهلين لذلك، لكن كان معنا إصلاحات وتقييم، وحدنا أسعار الصرف، غيرنا شوية في أسعار الصرف الجمركي، لكن عندي مطالب غير عادية. لو انهارت الخدمات بتنهار الحكومة. بعدين التقيت سمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد وسألني أسئلة وساعدني في كثير من الأمور. قلت له احنا ننزف، احنا 600 مليون دولار ننفقها على وقود في محطات قديمة، ما عنديش كابيتال ولا رؤوس أموال تدخل في قطاع الكهرباء، ولازم نقدم كهرباء في مستشفيات في كذا. الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية دعموني في عدد من الأمور في المحطات، لكن إذا انتهت هذا الوقود سننتهي. وحتى المحطة اللي بنيناها الوحيدة اللي بنتها الدولة تشتغل بالكرود أويل، قال لي لا تعودوا إلى الوراء فيما يتعلق بالوقود الاحفوري، فكروا بطريقة مختلفة. خلال أيام كان هناك فريق يعمل على المحطة 120 ميجا في عدن، هذه أكبر محطة طاقة شمسية في اليمن الآن، وهناك أكثر مع مصدر.
نعم.
فهنا استطعنا نوعا ما نفكر بطريقة مختلفة، استغلال الغاز في كثير من الأمور. لما تسألين على الخطط، هذه الخطط اللي ممكن تعطينا أمد على المدى المتوسط أن تستعيد اليمن عافية.
وهذه المشاريع ممكن أن تصلح لي إذا أنا أخطأت، هي طبعا مشاريع بالتعاون مع الحكومة ومع التعاون أيضا مع شركات شبه حكومية، ولكنها على معادلة رابح. طبعا هناك ستربح اليمن أولا الغاز، وثانيا البنية التحتية، وثالثا أيضا مواطن شغل، وأيضا ستربح الإمارات منها، إلى جانب طبعا المساعدة والدعم.
المبدأ الآن اليمن ليس في مناخ الاستثمار الكبير، لكن على الأقل بريك إيفن، على الأقل ما تخسرش، على الأقل ما يكونش عندك ثقب أسود يلتهم الدعم. احنا خدنا قرارات صعبة، يعني لما شلنا رفع الدعم على الوقود، هذا القرار كان تطالب فيه الحكومة من قبل الحرب، حتى قبل 2011، وكان دائما الثقب الأسود اللي يمتص اليمنيين. أنا مش قادر أصرف على صحة ولا تعليم ولا غيره. احنا خدنا القرار، لكن في المقابل أنا عندي نتائج، لأنه يعكس لي تضخم على الأرض. يعني الطلبة والطالبات في جامعة سيئون في وادي حضرموت، اللي يعرف حضرموت، توقفوا عن الذهاب للجامعة لأنه التعليم عندنا شبه مجاني، والتعليم مهم بالنسبة لنا، لأنه مش قادر يركبوا مواصلات إلى الجامعة. فأنا عندي سايد افكتس أو عندي أعراض لرفع الدعم، لكن أنا رفعت الدعم أو قدنا الحكومة قرار رفع الدعم، لأنه من غير مؤسسات قوية للرقابة الدعم يتحول إلى ثقب أسود. فالقرارات اللي أخذناها غير عادية. أنا أعتقد أنه كثير من المؤسسات المالية اللي معنا ويسمعونا عارفين ما صعوبة ما قمنا به، لكن إذا لم تدعم، أنا أتكلم أنه إنقاذ اليمن هو باستمرار الدعم. البعض يقول ننتظر حتى يأتي السلام. السلام ممكن يجي بعد أسابيع، أشهر، سنوات. احنا الآن 7 سنوات أو 8 سنوات. لن نجد بعدين مؤسسات نبني عليها، لن تجد شيء تبني عليه الوصول على السلام. ينبغي الحفاظ على المؤسسات.
موضوعان مهمان في العالم، وهو أيضا مهم جدا في هذه القمة، وهو نقطة ربما المفتاح السر. الموضوع الأول الذي هو مهم في العالم، الأمن الغذائي، كيف تتعاملون، والعالم كله يواجه موضوع الأمن الغذائي. وثاني موضوع هو التعليم. بالنسبة لي هذا هو مفتاح السر لحكومات ناجحة في المستقبل من خلال الاستشراف الذي نقوم به. أبدأ معك مع الأمن الغذائي.
الأمن الغذائي يمكن جت كورونا، وبعدها سلاسل الإمداد، وبعدين الحرب الروسية الأوكرانية، يعني تحديات غير عادية أمام حكومات مستقرة ودول إمكانياتها أقوى بكثير من وضعنا، لكن لم يقل المخزون الغذائي. يمكن وصلنا ل30 يوم وما خرجناش هذه الأخبار على أساس ما يحصلش أي بانيك، واستعدنا بعدين 2 و3 مخزون غذائي. دور القطاع الخاص لعب دور كبير جدا. الاكتفاء الذاتي احنا يمكن 6%، وهذا رقم ضعيف جدا بالنسبة لدولة زراعية والمفترض أنها تكون زراعية وقادرين نحقق.
أراضي مترامية.
نعم. برضو الشيخ محمد بن زايد سألني سؤال: لماذا متوقف بعض نريد شيء يضع بصمة. قلت لهم في الأخير الإمارات وضعت بصمة في سد مارب، وفي الآن سد حسان. هذه بصمة للتاريخ. الآن سد حسان بحدود 78 مليون دولار مع صندوق أبو ظبي، مع أن هنا نتكلم أنه الصناديق ينبغي ألا تتوقف. يمكن الإخوة الكويتيين عملوا استعادة لدور الصناديق، لأنه تنتظر إلى وقت السلام لعمل الصناديق لن نجد شيء نعمل أو ندعم عليه، أو لن تتبقى كباسيتي أو قدرات لدى المؤسسات الوطنية للبناء. فسد حسان الآن يمكن بيغطي رقعة زراعية كبيرة وأكثر من 20,000 يعني عدد الأسر، يعني سيكون أحد أكبر السدود أو الحواجز المائية في اليمن، غير الآن عدد من الحواجز المائية والزراعة. هذه الخطط يمكن احنا كنا مستهدفين نوصل ل 16%. سألوني هل في موازنة؟ كنا وزير الزراعة قلت له حطوا الخطة بعد ما نشوف الموازنة. شفنا البنك الدولي، شفنا الأشقاء في الإمارات، الآن السعوديين داخلين معاهم. احنا محتاجين نشتغل سواء في موازنات ولا ما في موازنات، صدرنا نفط خام ولا ما صدرناش.
حط خطط ثم
ينبغي
بعدها
أن
الدعم
نعمل
والتمويل
حتى الرمق الأخير.
الموضوع الآخر، لأنه أنا قادمة من دولة مهم جدا فيها التعليم، أنا أعيش في دولة رأس المال والتعليم هي من الأسس الأساسية في هذه الدولة، وأنت ذكرت لي أن التعليم هو مجاني رغم كل ما تعيشه اليمن، وهو أيضا مجاني وهو أيضا مهم من أولوياتكم. كيف وضعتم الخطط لمثل هذا وهي مكلفة جدا؟
في الوقت اللي الميليشيات أو الحوثيين يدمروا الجامعات نبني جامعات جديدة. يمكن الناس مش عارفين، نحن في وقت الحرب جامعة أبين في 2018 يمكن أول دفعة ستتخرج هذا العام من
أبين حيث كانت القاعدة.
نعم.
معقل
القوات الإماراتية ساعدتنا في التحرير، الآن تساعدنا في الاستقرار. الدولة أنا أتكلم أنه لا الأمم المتحدة ولا الدول ستدير بدل الحكومة اليمنية.
صحيح.
الآن معي 5800 طالب وطالبة. أنا لما رحت زرت الجامعة وشوف النساء 50% تقريبا من العدد. لما أعرف أنه في مارب بنية الجامعة كان يمكن 3-4 ألف طالب، الآن 16,000 طالب في الجامعة. جامعة سيئون، جامعة شبوة، الآن المهرة بس لسه ما أسسناش بشكل كبير في المهرة ولحي. لكن كل هذه الجامعات هي مهمة، عدد السكان ينمو. بس يبقى عندي موضوع جودة التعليم اللي يشغلني بشكل كبير جدا ويشغل الحكومة، لأن احنا ننزف العقول ومعظم الدكاترة يسحبوا إلى دول أخرى. في الأخير راتب الأستاذ الجامعي كان في اليمن قبل الحرب في حدود 1300 إلى 1400 دولار، الآن في حدود 300 دولار. لا يمكن أن أحتفظ بالعقول اليمنية في الجامعات بهذا الوضع. نحتاج برامج لدعم والحفاظ على القدرات اليمنية، لأن قدرة اليمني احنا شعب يعمل، شعب فخور بنفسه. الناس ما يعرفوش أنه معظم السواحل الهجرات تأتي لنا من أفريقيا، مئات ينزلوا يوميا على السواحل اليمنية رغم كل مشاكل اليمن، إلى أنهم يفروا في كثير من الأماكن في وقت صعب، وقت ضيق، لكن ينبغي دعم المؤسسات اليمنية.
تبدو أنه رغم سؤال أخير طبعا سأقدمه لانتهى الوقت، رغم كل الصعوبات يبدو أن المعيشة متقدمة، وأن هناك على الأقل حركية إما حكومية أو من الشعب. إذا زرت عدن ممكن أن أزور عدن؟ مرحب
فيك نوفر. وستجدي عدن بعيد عن الإعلام غير اللي أنت تشوفيه. عدن مدينة جميلة ساحرة، ولو رحت المكلة أيضا ووادي حضرموت سيئون عتق الآن تزدهر. الحرب هذه يمكن لها أبعاد سيئة، أثرت في النسيج الاجتماعي، لكن أعادت تفكير الديسنتراليزيشن أو أعادت اللامركزية بشكل مختلف. اليمن بلد فيها مقومات كبيرة، ليست بلد مركزية. يمكن التحدي اليمنيين يعيشوا على 125 أو 135 ألف مستقرة، وهذا تشتت كبير للسكان في بلد يتطلب بنى تحتية غارية، لكنه جميل متنوع وآمن بشكل كبير.
هذا وعد. سؤال الختامي، هذه القمة تعمل على إيجاد رؤية مشتركة نحو مستقبل أفضل للدول والشعوب. دعني أقرب هذا لليمن، هل ترى في مستقبل قريب رؤية مشتركة للشعب اليمني؟
نحن جزء، انظري للمحيط، ينبغي أن نكون جزء من الركب. دول الخليج، المنطقة، ينبغي أن نكون متكاملين مع هذه الاقتصادات. طول ما أشقانا في ظهرنا، الأشقاء في السعودية والإمارات ودول الخليج، سنلحق بإذن الله بالركب. من حقنا أن نتطلع لمستقبل أفضل. ما ركمته الحرب ينبغي تدريجيا أن نتخلص منه. بمساندة أشقائنا، بمساندة الجميع، سيعود اليمن بإذن الله
بإذن الله، وهذا سيعود اليمن السعيد، وهو دائما سعيد بما فيه. شكرا جزيلا لك معالي رئيس الوزراء اليمني دكتور معين عبد الملك سعيد على هذه الجلسة، وشكرا لكم حضورنا الكرام على المتابعة. جزيل الشكر.
شكرا لكم.
Well, I should warn you all, maybe I'm on this microphone now, I should warn you all that we spoke backstage about this and we went well over 20 minutes because there's so much to get into when we talk about the future of Silicon Valley. But I think we're going to start with Gil, because you are one of the great pioneers of Silicon Valley. Why don't you take us back and tell us how it began and how it's changed?
Well, I'm delighted to. First of all, it is a real honor and a privilege to be here with you today. And the concept of Silicon Valley is not just a place geographically, but it's an idea. It's a concept that we built. And it started a long time ago with, interestingly enough, with the invention of the transistor by William Shockley at Bell Laboratories. And the invention of the transistor was determined at the end of the 20th century to be the most important invention of the 20th century. I would say that there was a few things that should have been added to that list, and I'll comment on those as I go through that. Things like the invention of the integrated circuit, and frankly, something that I invented, the CCD, which is the sensor that is in every cell phone, every television camera, every astronomy, and is also the sensor for the Hubble Space Telescope. And I invented that when I was at Bell Laboratories in 1968. And it has changed the world in many, many ways, as I'm sure you all realize. How did it all start? Well, like I said, it started with Bill Shockley. Bill, once he won the Nobel Prize for his invention of the transistor, started to become a professor at Stanford University, which is now right next to what we call Silicon Valley. And he split his time between lecturing at Stanford and working at AT&T. Now, when I got my PhD in physics, I went to Bell Laboratories. I was invited to go to Bell Laboratories. And Bill Shockley was my mentor. He was my teacher. And I learned an awful lot from him. He once upon a time told me that he thought I was the smartest guy he ever met, which was a great exaggeration. But I think that was an indication that he really liked me a lot. And what he said to me one day was, Gil, you ought to go and help us build Silicon Valley. And so I ultimately went there. Now, who are the key players in this? When Bill first started what was called Shockley Labs, he hired a few people. One was Bob Noyce, Gordon Moore, Andy Grove to run a company called Shockley Labs. Now, that was the first semiconductor company in Silicon Valley. Bill Shockley, for all his brilliance, however, was not a very good businessman. And pretty soon, his team got very frustrated, and they went off and started a new company called Fairchild Semiconductor, which was created through an investment by Sherman Fairchild, an entrepreneur and investor of that era. And so Fairchild Semiconductor got started, and it was the first true semiconductor company there. I went to work there rather early in the development there, and I was the second in command of the R&D on all of the R&D work there. The fellow who ran it was a gentleman named Jim Early, and Jim Early took Bill Shockley's invention of the transistor, and he improved upon it and made it even an even better device than the original device that Bill invented, and that became what we built on. So these people were the critical pioneers, and there were many others, but I would say that what was unique about Silicon Valley was the following. We were technically the various companies that made up Silicon Valley, like Fairchild, Intel, National Semiconductor, et cetera, and others, in theory, we were competitors, but in practice, we really weren't competitors. And in fact, we would get together every Friday night at a little bar called the Wagon Wheel, right in the heart of Silicon Valley, and we would sit around and talk about, well, what did you discover this week? What did you invent this week? What's new? And we would share all these ideas with one another. And that was, that ultimately evolved to a once every 3 months meeting held in Palo Alto, where we all got together and exchanged all our technology ideas. So we were cooperating with one another and teaching one another, but we were also competitors. And so someone came up with the idea of giving that kind of management a name, and they called it co-opetition. You cooperated, but you also competed with one another. And co-opetition is what built Silicon Valley, the fact that we were willing to openly share ideas and discoveries with one another, because we were on a mission to do something much more important than just build our individual companies. We wanted to change the world, which I think is pretty evident that that was wildly successful in doing that. What's the lesson from this? I think the lesson from this is the following. As I said earlier, Silicon Valley is more of a concept than it is a geographical place. And it's time for that concept to go global. Everyone ought to have, every major sovereign nation ought to have their own Silicon Valley. And they should follow the history of what the real Silicon Valley, the original Silicon Valley did, in the same ways of being cooperative, open, yet nonetheless competing at the end of the day in an economic sense. And I think if all nations did that, we would be able to move to new levels of capabilities and inventions and prosperity for all of the citizens of our planet. And that's really what it's all about. If you're here at this global summit, what are we here for? We're here to make the world a better place and to learn from one another. And that really is the lesson that was taught to us by Silicon Valley. So what are the things we should be focusing on as we move into the future? Let me give you my short list of the things that I think are really, really important for us to start working on together. Number one continues to be mobile communications. Mobile communications got started, as you know, with the invention of the mobile phone, the smartphone, and which was dramatically enhanced by the work that Steve Jobs and I did at Apple, where the iPhone was invented. There's a funny story I was sharing with my colleagues here this morning about how that happened. I had been focused on making something that I thought would help medical hospitals and other medical locations by a device that would make it easier for the nurses who had to go to the rooms of the patients, where they had to take their blood pressure and check their temperature and do other things like that. They would write it down on a piece of paper, and then at the end of their shift, they would go and they would type all of this into the computer. And I said, why can't we make a device that when you go to the patient's room, an electronic device, you can just punch it all in there and it automatically updates the central computer with all of the information on all of the patients. So I told that to Steve Jobs, and Steve Jobs said to me, he says, well, gee, Gil, that's a great idea, but why don't we just make it a phone? And I said, dummy me, that's exactly what we should do. And so we made the iPhone. Now, I was on the board of AT&T at the time, so obviously AT&T became the first producer of that phone and the first service that you could get on that. And of course, now it's gone totally global.
Now we all have a phone. I'm going to jump in there, Gil. So, when we look at Silicon Valley OG as it exists today, Stan, what do you think the issues are at the moment? And I'll ask this to you as well, Jeff. Why has Silicon Valley lost some of its glitter of late?
I think we have gotten too involved in social media, in my opinion. I think that merely communicating, it's a great thing to communicate in parallel. I'm all for that. But what it's become now is something that doesn't actually produce anything new.
So perhaps we've gone too far down that path. What do you think?
So, couple of things on that. So Silicon Valley is definitely at the place of changing. But when I think about it, I'm actually incredibly optimistic about the future and about all the changes that are coming, because changes are to some extent prerequisite of living. And as you all probably can derive from everything what you heard from Gil, Silicon Valley was constantly changing from the moment it's arrived to the world in the forms that we know it today. And the only thing that doesn't change is the thing that is dead. Any change is good for anything is living, and the way I think about it is that sort of the only constant thing about any living organism is constant change that it experiences. And Silicon Valley is right in the middle of that, and every single change that we have experienced to date ended up turning it into a bigger place or bigger ideas than it used to be before. And there are multiple examples of that. Everyone is talking about AI these days, but where that whole thing initiated, the companies that everyone is talking about when people are talking about AI is obviously OpenAI, but it's very much Silicon Valley company. It's very much the same people involved who were involved in so many other things in Silicon Valley. And so the new great platform still comes from that place and from that way of thinking. So I actually don't think that the idea of replicating Silicon Valley all over the world is the right idea. What it is the right idea is expanding and scaling Silicon Valley to the rest of the world. When people in Dubai or people in Estonia or people in Africa are thinking the same way that people in Silicon Valley are thinking, and when they are actually connecting themselves with the ether of Silicon Valley, scaling the whole idea to the rest of the world versus trying to preserve it in one place is what's going to drive innovation of tomorrow, in my understanding.
I agree.
Yeah, I'll add to that I don't think that there's anything, I don't think that Silicon Valley has actually lost its glitter. I know there's housing pricing issues and there's valuation issues in companies and there's issues that Silicon Valley has that other cities and other ecosystems have around the world. I think what instead is happening is that you're seeing the globalization that we're talking about. And so it's not necessarily that Silicon Valley has lost its glitter, it's that it's not the only place where innovation is happening now. I mean, you know, and what Silicon Valley does very, very well, and I don't know if we talk about this enough, is that Silicon Valley celebrates the entrepreneur, celebrates the inventor, celebrates the creator, the innovator. Whereas, you know, if you were to go around in the US today and say, hey, what do you think venture capital is? Probably most people, if you just walked out on the street, I bet most people would say, oh, isn't it that like Shark Tank thing and Mr. Wonderful and Mark Cuban? That's what venture capital is, right? And so it's this thing where capital has become the hot commodity, and it's become the popularization of what entrepreneurship is and what Silicon Valley is. But Silicon Valley at its core remembers and always celebrates that the real driver of innovation is the entrepreneur. Capital is a commodity. It's all about the creators. And so I'd say, you know, 2018 was the first or the last year that more than half of global venture capital was invested inside the US. After that, it's been more than half has been invested outside the U.S., which again is a representation of what Stan's saying, that the globalization of creation is happening right now. So I don't think it's that Silicon Valley's lost its glitter. I think that glitter is being spread for the betterment of society all over the world.
I agree with that, and I would just like to add one thing. What is it that we will be focusing on in this new globalized version of Silicon Valley? And I have a short list here that I think are the things that are to watch for in terms of where new innovation is going. as I said earlier, we'll continue to have mobile communications will continue to be a megatrend for the indefinite future. But in addition to that, perhaps the most important thing that's going to happen over the next 20 or 30 years is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence will change everything. And we have to be careful to do it right, to do it carefully. But the invention of cognitive artificial intelligence, conversational artificial intelligence, where you can actually carry on a conversation with a machine, in effect, like you would with another person. That's basically here today. It's getting better all the time, but you can even do that today. One of the companies I have in my portfolio actually has that technology that you can sit down and actually have a conversation with an artificial intelligence device. The other areas, I think, will be health and safety. We want to make a world a safer place, and I think there are technologies we can develop that will do that. I think that will be a big focus. In the health area, we need new compounds that help people address all the illnesses we have today. Again, I have helped founded a company called Galectin Therapeutics that focuses on cancer and fibrosis. And it is not a drug that we make. We make a compound that what it actually does is enhances your immune system to cure you. And when your immune system cures you, you have no side effects. So the future in biotech is going to be developing these kind of compounds that empower your immune system to do the job of making you and keeping you well. And I think that's going to be a very exciting evolution in the coming years. Smart energy, everyone, I think, probably today understands that energy is what powers the world. All of that energy comes from the sun. How do we capture it? How do we distribute it more efficiently? Right now, about half of all the energy generated on the planet is lost in transmission. And we can do a better job than that. I think there's room for lots of innovation and technology here that I think you will see developing over the next couple of three decades. And then finally, one of my favorites is what I call a user-centric platform. And that is ways of communicating around the world and literally building virtual businesses online where you can have whatever product it is you make. You basically have a store that's available to everyone all over the world, and what they will do is they'll literally make virtual stores that you'll be able to virtually walk into and shop like you would in a physical store, and that will become a new way of shopping for everyone over these years. So these are just a few of those things that are coming, but I think it's a great opportunity for the nations of the world to get on board, to become a part of developing these new innovations and technologies, and frankly make the whole world a more harmonious and safer and friendlier place. So.
Well, given that you came up with the basic idea behind the kind of cell phone, I think we will always listen to what you have to say in terms of the future. One area that we haven't really spoken about, though, is the silicon in Silicon Valley. And maybe that is something you'd like to pick up on, Jeff.
I'm sorry.
For Jeff, on silicon.
Jeff, yes.
You just got a Silicon Valley history lesson from someone that lived it. I mean, I think that I just wanted to sit here and listen to this too. I think what's interesting about the silicon in Silicon Valley is that it started with exactly who Gil's talking about, Shockley and Noyce and Moore, where Moore's law comes from. The refocus on the fabrication of silicon or the semiconductors is a huge emphasis. We've seen the CHIPS Act happen just in the United States back in 2022, just last year, which is going to re-emphasize continued R&D and fabrication of semiconductors in the U.S. I think any country that focuses on this is going to be focusing on the future of the backbone that is going to enable all this innovation. I think innovation in this area, chips being cheaper, faster, are going to help all the other things that we want to do in the world. You know, there's problems in the world that haven't been able to be solved yet because of technologies, big problems. Problems like energy and healthcare and water and food and these things that we're addressing them now, but as chips get smarter, faster, cheaper, based on the investments of semiconductors, we're going to be able to solve the world's greatest problems even more. So I think the silicon in Silicon Valley, we're seeing it from the CHIPS Act, is going to be incredibly important.
And a great example of the US government really intervening to almost try and reinvigorate Silicon Valley. Stan, I'm going to end with you. I found this quote from you. I've been working non-stop since I was 16 with about 2 weeks break between my projects, starting companies, starting a venture fund, running companies, merging companies, investing in companies, and working at companies. Please tell me you've had a break. And do you think we can draw a parallel between your career, I guess, and the fast, high-growth phase that we have had from Silicon Valley? And are we entering a new phase?
Well, I do think that we are entering a new phase, but, and I now keep thinking, where did you get that quote from?
Did you have a break?
But look, here's, and it's probably topical for the forums that we are in. I think the role of the government, and to the earlier question you asked about the government in Silicon Valley, the role of the government is generally very simple, which is to set up objectives, number one, long-term objectives, where you want the whole thing to go. The second, to set up incentives to make sure that incentives are right from the standpoint of that ecosystem continuing to develop and moving in the right direction. And then third, to get out of the way as long as the objective is intact and as long as incentives are working. And actually, not Silicon Valley point, but I think Dubai, and this is my first time here, is doing amazingly just in that. A long time ago, there was an objective set up, incentives was set up, and through thin and thick, and of course our ups and downs are always there, the government just stuck with that paradigm, and everything what we see around us today, when I'm driving, I'm just blown away, it's because of that. Silicon Valley, very much as a place and as an idea, was benefit of the same type of forces. And going forward, I think it's really important, whether we are talking about government going back and incentivizing semiconductor production in US, or the way government is looking at how to regulate software and how to regulate different things. I think it's very important that we continue on that trajectory where government is there to help and support and regulate and make sure that bad actors are not allowed to play, but at the same time, it's not looking at innovation as some dangerous thing that needs to be prevented from happening. And I think making sure that we continue to draw that line and continue to help our elected officials or unelected officials to continue on that path is going to be one of the most important things that we all as a society can do to ensure that innovation continues to happen at the same speed as it was happening in the last 50 years.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists. We have gone well over time, which was predictable, frankly. We have so much to talk about. I could talk about it for about an hour. But I think we'll end actually with what Gil said right at the beginning. Silicon Valley is just a concept. And as you say, it's something you see recreated very much in Dubai. But thank you all for that wonderful session. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Anna.
It was great to meet you. That was really fun. Well done, Gil. That was brilliant. Oh, no, I think it's in here. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you too. Right, well, we very much ended that panel kind of where we're going to begin the next one, because we're going to be talking about what role government plays in terms of technology. I think it's very clear that there is a need for government regulation. And when we think about some of the technologies Gil was laying out, so much data is being created. The digital footprint that we leave behind us every day, whether it's on our mobile devices or the Internet of Things, which has invaded our homes, it's hugely valuable. Data is beneficial to us all, but it brings with it huge risk. And I'm not sure, are we going to roll the video that we have? Perhaps not, because the panelists are already here. Right, well, I think we'll just crack on. I think it's because I went over so much on the last panel, for which, forgive me. We've got Kevin Thomas here, Senator of New York State, Chairman on the Committee of Consumer Protection, to the end. We have Noam Persky here, International Government Lead at Palantir. And where shall we start? I mean, the data that we generate is absolutely extraordinary. Perhaps you guys could lay out where you see the biggest risks.
Hi, everyone. I'm State Senator Kevin Thomas from New York. I'm the chairman of the Consumer Protection Committee as well. I was born here in Dubai, and now I'm a senator up in New York. So it's...
I didn't know.
They call me the Dubai-born senator here when they do report. So when I got elected, one of the biggest priorities that I had was looking at data privacy. You have GDPR in Europe. You have California with their consumer protection laws there, but New York does not have anything. The federal system does not have one singular law that covers this. It does cover medical information, it does cover banking information, but personal information that we have, and we have gotten used to giving up so much information about us for convenience. This phone that I carry, and most of us already know this, has so much information on us. And we need to have more control over what others have on us. And data is now more valuable than oil. Sorry to the oil and gas companies here. So we need to have the government step in, because it to me, is the wild, wild west.
It really does feel like the Wild Wild West. Pick up on that.
It does, and I think for a lot of companies that are serious in this space, we don't want it to be honest. I think the role of government in lots of other industries, whether it's in life sciences or healthcare, food safety, is to create a level playing field and to make sure that our people feel safe, but also that our companies can act and understand where what the parameters are. And so for a lot of us, we actually look forward to working with government to find a way to create architectures where there's clarity. And we seek clarity. So for a lot of companies, GDPR is a very, very difficult legislation to live under, but for a lot of companies, it's actually a relief, because you know what the parameters are. And you can then begin investing. And the worst thing we can do is to look at a Wild West and say, well, we don't know whether we're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And so for a lot of private industry, what we want to do is to work with people like the senator here to sort of create that environment. And looking to what governments can do, we are actively seeking out environments where we understand what the playing field is and what the constraints are. And so rather than shying away from places with difficult legislation, we actually lean in and want to be there first. For us as a company, for example, our first forays into Europe were in the Nordics, which are the most difficult places to operate from a compliance perspective. Difficult to operate in from being able to use data to make your products better. Real teeth behind enforcement of privacy legislation. But the reason we were there first is because if we can operate there, we can operate anywhere in the world. Right? It's sort of like if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere, right?
Yep.
And that's exactly what companies are looking for, at least the serious players.
Senator, you'd like to legislate in this area.
Yes.
You'd like federal legislation, but that seems like a stretch at the moment.
Well, not to criticize the federal government in the US, but they won't be able to agree on whether the sun will rise tomorrow. So, we have to, in states like New York, we have to step up. And this is why I introduced the New York Privacy Act, and does exactly that, giving consumers more control over the data that is being collected. So if you go to the European Union and you try to go to a website, there's going to be a pop-up saying, all right, this is the data broker that's going to be collecting your information and for this purpose. In New York, you'll be able to do that if this bill does pass as law. It can also allow you to delete incorrect information. And also what this does that other states don't have in their privacy laws is giving something called a private right of action for unconscionable behavior. So when the government needs to see a pattern, so in New York, for example, my bill gives the Attorney General, the New York Attorney General, the power to sue a data company or a social media company that violates the provisions under this law. But they usually look for high volume, meaning they want to see a pattern, they want to see how many people this affected. But an individual that has the private right of action for unconscionable behavior gets sued, this is another way a company can be held accountable. It's like you walking into a restaurant, you want not just for the food to taste good, but you also want them to follow the health standards. You don't want to have a stomach problem once you leave the place. All right, so that's the kind of analogy I want to use when I talk about data privacy and what information is out there and how we hold these companies accountable.
What about enforcement? Because legislation's one thing, but enforcing it's often part of the problem.
I'd agree. I think it's very interesting to watch this play out in different places. The European Union has said that they want to become a regulatory superpower.
They love regulation.
They love regulation. The question is, though, everybody, at least in private industry, is mostly terrified of the SEC, right? The U.S. has teeth behind enforcement, and it makes people take things like securities laws very seriously. And I think this is an incredibly important part of this debate and discussion, is sort of the legislation is important, but really in the enforcement actions and sort of who is it that you have to work with to make sure that this works. And the US approach is a very confrontational approach. We see that evolving in crypto, for example. It's all about confrontation, whereas I think the Emirates is a good example of actually a dialogue and trying to find a way to work together with industry to create a playing field that works. But at the end of the day, you've got to create a little bit of terror in the C-suite of companies, really believing that if they don't comply, they will have a tough time. And the question is, what are the agencies that will do that, and how, in New York State, I don't know how you guys are conceiving of that actually working.
So, if I can respond to that. So we have the New York Attorney General that will be empowered to file a lawsuit when they see a pattern of behavior that warrants action. That's why in my bill, it also allows for an individual to file an action based off of unconscionable behavior. So it's not where trial attorneys go into court and file frivolous lawsuits. This is where there is damages and there is unconscionable behavior that points to such an action.
I mean, Palantir works with lots of government agencies, so you probably have great insight into what the shortcomings are in terms of data protection in different jurisdictions and where the gaps are.
Yeah, so I think that there's a couple of ways to look at this. When we think about data protection, we often think about, in the US context, sort of what can private companies do with data, and how do we constrain that? And I think there are other contexts which are much more about how do we protect our citizens from overreach from government agencies, right? And so how do you keep government agencies compliant? But really the core conversation there is how do we change the conversation from this zero-sum game, sort of, if you can either keep people safe physically, right, or healthy physically, or you can keep their data safe and protect their integrity. And I think we've got to remove that part of the conversation and sort of see how do we do both, right? How do you create an environment for government agencies where they can both be effective in the administration of government, keeping our citizens safe and secure, but also protect the integrity of those citizens? It's fascinating. I've been in conversations back up to the Nordics with heads of intelligence services where they say, look, my number one concern is actually compliance with oversight of data protection. My second concern is the safety of our citizens. And the reason is if we're not keeping people's integrity, personal integrity, then we don't have a society that we want to live in. And so It's a really interesting conception that is very different from a lot of other places in the world. And then when you get into a depth of conversation with those people, it's fascinating to see that what they're doing is forcing their agencies and their government really to take this seriously and come up with creative engineering solutions, creative legislative solutions for how you force people to do this. It's like haiku, right? It's like you create constraints, you can still create wonderful poetry. You don't have to be free form in everything. And I think creating those constraints for our government agencies actually engenders a lot of creativity, both from industry and from government, in how to sort of lift both of these things, security and data protection and integrity.
We talk a lot about what our own governments can do to keep us safe, but Senator, what about trusting other governments? I know you're very worried about TikTok and you're moving to ban it from government devices. Why don't you walk us through that?
Okay, so like I showed you before, this phone here and everyone's phone, it collects a lot of data, a lot of apps that we use, and you have private companies using it to make money. When that kind of information is now with a foreign government, and it's no surprise to anyone here, the US and China are not exactly in friendly terms. We just took out 4 balloons in the past 5 days over United States and Canada. So the information that is being collected, is it safe? Where is it going? And there is information to believe that it is going to a foreign company, and we don't know what a foreign country, and we don't know what exactly they're going to be using it for. And that's why I introduced legislation in New York, and several states have already gone forward and banned it altogether. I am going through the process where we are trying to figure out exactly what is happening and how to stop them. But again, the role of government is to protect its citizens, and when there is a national security issue, we are putting that as not as a Republican or a Democratic issue. This is a national security issue, and we need to ban it.
If I could just jump in there, I think the space we're in when it comes to all of these issues is almost like 2008 and the financial crisis, the run up to that. We're in this position then where we have these collateralized debt obligations and everybody's investing right, left, and center. Nobody actually understands how the system works. Nobody understands really behind the scenes what is happening, how is all this stuff being decomposed, where is the risk in the system? And it blew up in our faces because we really didn't understand. And I think there's a lot of naivete right now around this ecosystem, around our data, the companies we're working with. Where does all this end up? Most of the risk we're seeing is sort of third-party risk. Right? Most of the big data breaches we see, cyber risk and data breaches that we see, are all sort of, Target gets, the big US retail chain gets hacked. They didn't get hacked. They're one of the providers of a sub-piece of software for their transaction system that powers the cash registers got hacked. Right? That's 3 levels down from Target. Like, what's their responsibility to make sure that their supplier doesn't get hacked? It's very, very difficult. So you're seeing sort of the same thing, this really crazy system where, you pull out your phone, you think you can trust the app you're using, but there are 3 levels of provider down there, and you don't know where that data is flowing. And this is incredibly important. And I think in the same way that we've applied legislation to try to get to the place where our financial system is much safer and much more secure, we need to better understand this whole ecosystem and work between private industry and government to get to the place where we can actually understand what's happening under the hood.
I mean, that's sort of like inception sort of levels of layers of data running through all sorts of different companies. How does that get simplified?
I mean, I think one is the forcing function, right? So you working with government to create legislation and then teeth of enforcement so that there's transparency in this, right? It's sort of like, how do you know our financial system is working? Well, because there's reporting and there's accounting and there are agencies that are watching this. As an agreement between the financial system players and government that we want to create a transparent financial system that works. And I think we can do the same in this data privacy ecosystem where, look, we need to agree on what are the standards here, how do we report, and how do you create transparency in these systems, right? I think we're moving into this place with artificial intelligence as well, right? How do you create a world in which we understand the algorithms that are being applied, in which we understand the AI models that are being used, and we can either throw up our hands and say, well, it's too complicated, we don't know how to do that. That would be the same thing as responding to 2008 and saying, well, we will never understand how the global financial system works, so let's not try.
Well, the problem seems overwhelmingly large, and I think with the increasing amounts of data that are generated just through using your phone, even my sort of wearable tech. I wake up, I haven't even got out of bed, it's monitoring my heart rate. Is the gap going to get bigger between how much data there is being created and regulation? Is the gap getting bigger or smaller? Senator.
Well, that's why we need to legislate this very early on, all right? It's like you move into a house and we want to make sure the locks on the doors actually work. So you have to mandate that. You have to make sure that a company has the policy, has the software, has the audits, has the checks. They do this annually to make sure that the information that you provide, like your name, your contact information, now your biometric information, that's a creme de la creme of your data that's out there. That needs to be protected. And that's why in New York, we made sure we updated those rules. And given how our information is then used in the black market, where they create fake credit cards, go on a spending spree, we have to make sure credit reporting agencies are also given notification. So in New York, for example, I passed in 2019 a bill that became law called the SHIELD Act. And what it does is it tells all companies that have information on New Yorkers to update their system, to have regular audits, to make sure that they check for risks. What else does it do? It also says if there is information that leads you to believe that the customer's information has been accessed without authorization, one, they have to be notified. Two, if it's more than 5,000 people, they have to make sure that the credit reporting agencies are told to keep an eye on which accounts are starting up after this hack, in case new accounts are created. The Attorney General is involved, the state police is involved. All of this information, all of these targets have to be met in order to make sure that people are protected and to make sure there is adequate security at these companies.
So we're supposed to be friends up here. It's a nice, friendly panel, but I would respectfully disagree. I think we're in a place where, honestly, yes, we're mandating locks on houses, but industry is building the Burj Al Arab. Like we are at that pace of innovation and building, right? And I would say lots of companies, lots of innovators are actually constrained right now because they don't have a framework to operate under. We need sort of the next SHIELD Act for the world of AI. We needed that yesterday, and there's a window of opportunity here for thinking about sort of this conception of what can government do more broadly and outside of the U.S. The U.S. has a very difficult political context, but there are lots of other environments in the world, like the one we're in now, where there's tremendous opportunity to actually create clarity, mandate the locks, but also mandate the standards for how we're going to keep window washers from falling off the buildings when we're 100 floors up. There's a tremendous amount of room here for people to create space where innovation can happen faster, because we are entering an environment where government agencies providing healthcare are going to have to provide data to private pharmaceutical companies because they're doing personalized medicine. How do you make that link happen, right? How do you keep people's data private, but you have to share incredibly sensitive pieces of information between private industry and government? How do you do that legislatively right now? We don't know.
So we're left with a little bit of disagreement and plenty more that we could get into. We need, again, another hour.
Can I respond to that quickly?
Okay.
So in New York, we've got HIPAA rules that actually oversee all of what you just said right now. But as the chair of the Consumer Protection Committee, I have oversight over 20 million people in New York and their welfare. For business, privacy is good, and that's what I want to drive today. All right, so thank you so much.
On that we agree.
That
we agree.
Oh, well, we ended on a positive. It's Valentine's Day. Lots of love on the stage. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Lovely to meet you, Senator. Right. Well, if anything that panel will have shown us, it's that government has a very important role to play, particularly in technology, to protect our data, to regulate the sector, but also to really embrace technology and make it work for us to improve our lives through technology. And I'm delighted that this next panel, from digital transformation to inclusive digitization, a new journey for governments, we have the panelists, the Honourable Deepak Balgobin, Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, Mauritius, and His Excellency Majid Al-Mesmar, Director General at the TDRA. Welcome. Lady in red. What do you want to sing? You've got a microphone. Well, welcome, Your Excellency, Minister Balgobin. It's wonderful to have you here. Your ears were probably burning, Your Excellency, over that last conversation about, what government's role is in terms of regulation. Where do we start? Why don't we look at what digitization and digital transformation really means in this context?
Okay. Digital, well,
just move it a bit further.
I would say the journey is, you set the foundation, and that is the connectivity. If you are not connected, then you are not online, which means you can't contribute to any of the digital economy. So we've got connectivity, and that's what the telco companies, the operators, have done. Then, once I'm online, I can digitize any document. I can have it in electronic form. If you get any document and you scan it, it becomes electronically. Now, once I have that available, that means data. I'm using my computer, I'm using my servers. I can compile this information, easily analyze it, and come up with a service that I can offer it to the society. And I'm talking as a government here. For me to really deliver something meaningful, that's what I call it digital transformation. So we get digitization, that's the transformation from normal document to electronic document. Digitalization, now here where we be able to collect data. You guys, as you are using your phones, your terminals, you are generating data. And since we are the digital era, I can easily compile all this data, analyze it, and understand the needs of the society. And based on that, we can deliver. Now, the digital transformation, that point is when the government add a new element, and that is empathy. Me, as a government employee, I have to put myself into your shoes and say, does this person get what he expected from the government? Based on the information that we have, we could deliver a lot of things. But this is not happening, by the way, until now. And this is where we have to bring this culture. It's a new way of doing business. It's a new model. It's, I would say, a new relationship between government and people that would lead to a happy, satisfied person in the society. And I hope that I have...
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, laying the foundations, really, for digital transformation. Where's Mauritius on this journey?
Yeah, thank you. I actually agree with my friend here. To be able to have a proper digital transformation, setting up the base is very important. And I take a case study of a small island in the Indian Ocean, Mauritius. We have embarked on our digital journey, and our objective here is to make Mauritius become the digital hub for Africa. And for that to happen, we've started to fiber the whole island. So Mauritius is 100% fibered. So I give an example. If you want to build a house, you need to have a strong base. And then you can build floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, and you go up to a big building. Same situation we take from Mauritius. So we fibered the whole island. We bring in connectivity, as you rightly said. We are connected to internet 99% to the whole country. But then what is important today is how do you access and make your people access connectivity? We have a mobile connectivity and mobile penetration of 157%. Of a population of 1.2 million, there are 2 million mobile phones, so more mobile phones than people in our country. That gives you an indication that people are connected, and through connectivity, through digitalization, and through a proper ICT ecosystem, you could do lots of advancement in terms of technology. We've launched 5G services already in the country, and with all these initiatives we have taken, we are embarking into a very strong digital transformation for the country. I'll give you an example. New technologies, emerging tech, is the future. We brought in a new law in Parliament to bring in a new institution, legally bounded, so that we could invest and we could venture into emerging tech. So it shows you we have the government who is there to support, the full support of government, but at the same time, it's the connection between the support of government, but the interest of people also, so that all together you could really bring a digital transformation of the country.
In recent years, the pandemic was really a test for governments, I feel, as to how far along the journey they were in terms of digitization, digital transformation. How did the UAE fare when suddenly the world locks down and everyone has to move online?
Okay. Believe it or not, we were ready for it, although we never knew about it. 2012, we started the e-learning project, converting all public schools into e-learning system. We built the capacity of the students, how to use the tablets, get their homeworks and everything from the network. We've upskilled the faculty, teachers, the parents. By the time 2020 hit, and I remember 8th of March, 2020, students, 1 million students were supposed to go back to school. In fact, they attended the school from home. Again, we have connectivity. UAE, for the consecutive 6 years, we are #1 fiber to home worldwide. They've completed their academic year, they've took the test online, and they started the new academic year in September. The preparation started 2012. 2020, it was easy for them. By the way, the universities did not do that, and really they faced problem, especially the faculty. They are not really acquainted on teaching online. 2013, His Highness the Prime Minister, Vice President and Prime Minister Sheikh Mubashir, he announced all the services, I want them to be available on the mobile phones. Within 24 months, we've transformed 96% of all government services available on the phone, 24 hours. You can do the services. When it came the lockdown, and we had to sit at home, we never get bored. We get the entertainment, we've got the IPTV, fiber is there, we've got the internet. I can do my work. I could do my study. I'm at home. Never felt bored. And that is the decision making, or let's say the leadership that support and have the vision that we have to really be anticipating what might come. We have to take the risk, and that is important, and we've seen what happened during 2020. If we hadn't done what we have done, then we would have been like the others. They even passed all the students without taking an exam. They sat at home, they could not work, they could not. And I get even calls from some of the countries. How did he do it? I said, it's not just setting a network, but it has to do also teaching the people how to deal with these services and equipment.
It's being proactive rather than just relying on being reactive, I suppose. 96% of services. How does Mauritius fare on that front?
I would say that COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, increased and accelerated digital transformation of the country. I take the case of Mauritius. When we had our first lockdown, we didn't know what is it, what to do. Essential services have to operate. Some people have to go to work. So we devised internally a very important app that we call Be Safe Maurice app, where on that app, accessible to all citizens, they could apply to get a special traveling permit online, on the spot you get it, and they could use that app to move around. Only those who are allowed were given the app, and it could have been checked with the police on the road and so on. So that facilitated smooth transition within the lockdown. Those who were allowed to go out, get the permit, and they could get out. So we had to innovate and adapt to the situation and to be able to handle the pandemic. Secondly, all the students are at school. So the national channel, which is the Mauritius Broadcasting Channel, we started doing all online courses on TV for students. So the teacher would intervene, they would take the lessons online and send by email. That would be keep them continue learning. So as most of the countries, COVID-19 accelerated the digital transformation. Because now you want to buy something, how do you do that? So you would see digital payment apps came in place with the Bank of Mauritius, with the State Bank of Mauritius, where people could do all the online transactions, and all those who had to deliver would also get their licenses online that will come and deliver to you. So definitely, COVID-19 pandemic has indeed accelerated big time a digital transformation of the country.
In fact, one of the keynote speakers yesterday, the CEO of Arthur D. Little, said that the pandemic had accelerated digital transformation by 7 years in some cases, which is fairly extraordinary. The thing about transformation, Your Excellency, is, well, it takes a lot of time. I'm not sure it's ever finished.
No, that's okay.
And I know that you're very passionate about the power and the potential of what you could do with all the data that's created.
Let me give you an example. Are you getting an awareness messages of your behavior or your lifestyle, how you are living? Would that really impact your health? You probably lots of people, they are enrolled into a fitness app. It tells them how many steps they have walking, calories, and all of that. But it never tells you, look, with this lifestyle, you may end up with this disease. By the way, as a government, we provide health care, and if we take care of the society, of the residents, then we'll be saving ourselves a lot of money. We could do this. We've got the information. Why can't also be, we have our own apps, and this got nothing to do with privacy, by the way. It's up to you to enroll and allow the government to see how your lifestyle is going, and then we can give you advice. I don't want you to get sick and come to me. I want to be proactive. And this is easily can be done. Whatever we have spent on the networks, on the connectivity and everything, collecting all the data, now we can be able to really understand your behavior and tells you, look, you could do 1, 2, 3, 4, or you will end up in this situation. Honestly, I have an issue with my shoulder, but I've never been told, if you do this and that, then you will really have problem. When I got sick, then my doctor told me, well, you need to do this, well, you shouldn't have done that. That's not a... Another thing, the insurance here in the UAE, citizens are covered. But if I be able to interact with them and give them these tips, they don't need to go to the hospitals or even suffer from diseases. We could really make a lot of savings on this. That's an example of what we really could make from the data. Again, it is the responsibility of the government to understand the society and make them happy and satisfied based on the information that we have. And we have a lot, honestly.
That's extraordinary. I mean, yeah, there is so much data available in terms of health. And here in Dubai, I actually got my genome sequenced last month. I mean, it's incredible the power of technology when it comes to healthcare.
Let me tell you about the private sector. The private sector, I mean, when we can collaborate with them, where they can offer our services, and instead the customer comes to us. It's only an API that I allow them to access to it. And we've done it with Amazon, with the Amazon and the tax authority. They can validate their agents from the tax identification number available with the authority. Now, that agent does not need to go to the tax authority or Amazon, go and ask. They can just have it pulled because the API is available. I can allow the other entity or the private sectors to offer the service. If you buy a new car, they get it registered and everything, fees paid, and give you the registration. You don't have to come to the government to do that because we allow them the access to the information that we have.
Minister, I'm going to end with you. If you take a really long view, use your crystal ball, where would you like to see digital transformation end or bring Mauritius into?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that we need to see here. When we are looking for the future, definitely we have to adopt emerging technologies. Today, AI is playing and will play a very big role in our life, talking about blockchain, big data, cloud computing, and you just name it. So how do a country handle this, I would say, avalanche of technologies coming into the future? Our life will be changed with all this technology. And make no mistake, and we have to tell it bluntly, jobs will be lost because what somebody is doing today can be done tomorrow with all these technologies, AI, robotics, and so on. So how do you handle all the situation for the future? It has to start You know, we have the curriculum in all the countries in the world with the STEM, the science, tech, engineering, maths. And I think we have to add 2 more words into it. And instead of having STEM now, we should have STEMI, add innovation and entrepreneurship at the end of it. Because one needs to innovate, and one needs to be in entrepreneurship to be able to at least tackle the future. Because if a country doesn't innovate and stay as it is, it will be very difficult to face the challenges ahead with the advent of all these new technologies for the future.
Because technology is disruptive. And I think it's fantastic that you take that view, that that's something to tackle at the same time as embracing innovation. We are out of time. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I could have kept going again for another hour. Can we have another day?
Thank you.
And that brings the end to the sessions this morning. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I hope it was illuminating. It certainly was for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Prithviraj Singh Rupan, President of the Republic of Mauritius.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, salam and greetings to all of you. I am really honored and privileged to join you all in this year's World Government Summit under the theme Shaping Future Governments. Allow me, at the outset, to express my profound appreciation to the government of the United Arab Emirates and the leadership of Dubai for their invitation, their warm welcome and hospitality. As ever, I remain impressed by the incredible achievements that the whole region, especially the UAE, has accomplished in so little time. In fact, I feel most grateful to connect and interact with all of you, express in my own way the challenges lying ahead, but most importantly, learn from each other, share our own experience. Though my intervention will be brief, I'll try to set the tone, and I know that other distinguished speakers will join in to further elaborate. First, ladies and gentlemen, may I also take this opportunity to express, on behalf of the Republic of Mauritius, our sympathy and solidarity to the governments and people of Turkey and Syria following the devastating earthquake which hit last week and caused thousands of victims. Our thoughts and prayers are with our brothers and sisters of Turkey and Syria, and may the Almighty give them fortitude and solace to bear these painful moments. Ladies and gentlemen, natural disasters are unfortunately now becoming a real human tragedy. Unfortunately, far too common, essentially due to climate change. Rise in temperature, the polar shields melting, extreme weather conditions, torrid heat waves, massive floodings, severe droughts, are just to name a few. And climate change, in fact, will remain one of the main challenges government of all countries, whether advanced or developing, will have to face now and in the future to come. In fact, what is at stake is a very foundation of our present civilization. We are faced with a ticking time bomb which nobody can ignore. It is an existential threat for millions in all regions of the world. Let me be candid. During the last few years, at least, there is consensus that there is a real problem. We generally agree that measures should be taken. We know what we should all do. There is no time for dilly-dallying. In the face of those challenges, we need concerted actions, bold and concrete measures now. It is also imperative that proper mechanisms be designed so that countries the most vulnerable, especially small island developing states, the African continent, among others, get access to technical and financial assistance in a timely manner to implement projects for adaptation and mitigation. My earnest hope is that under the leadership of the UAE, when we all meet here during the course of this year, things really start to move. Another ongoing challenge, ladies and gentlemen, compounded by COVID-19 and the war between Russia and Ukraine, is the need for us to diversify our food supplies. This is a lesson we have learned. We need also to explore alternative sources of energy. We know inflation has risen, there is greater inequality, but there is a silver lining. It is today confirmed that our fate, the fate of all of us, is interlinked and we are all interdependent. And in fact, we realize today that whatever we have been saying, that we are in a village, a global village, is proved. And it is for us, together, to try to find solutions to those challenges. The African continent can be part of the solution. The different countries within Africa can also be a game changer. Abundance of solar energy, large stretches of fertile land, and they can help to attenuate future crises, both in the continent itself and also globally. But delivering on Africa's development, pursuing this vision will require the continued support of all its esteemed partners. And as the world is recovering from COVID-19, the well-being and growth of the human element should continue to remain at the center of our focus. And in order to address this serious concern and create the right economic ecosystem to boost prosperity, we need to focus on three main areas: inclusive economic growth, investments in people, health, and education, and ensuring against risks that can plunge the most vulnerable into poverty. Economic growth remains the backbone of our shared prosperity, where quality leadership and good governance are more than ever crucial. Our responsibilities as leaders is to ensure, firstly, government remain transparent and fully engage with citizens. Secondly, there is sufficient investment to ensure that people are given all opportunities to reach their full potential. And lastly, proper business environments are created to encourage innovation and competition with government and private sectors working in tandem for a sustainable economic growth. One last challenge, ladies and gentlemen, over which I wish to highlight this afternoon is regarding technology. The world today is increasingly connected digitally. The take-up of the internet since mid-90s has now become transactional. Further technological breakthrough in terms of fintech, blockchain, etc. We cannot ignore, and in fact, we acknowledge that those technologies have proved most useful during the COVID-19 pandemic. And in fact, the use of all those technologies have been accelerated, and we are grateful that we did have all those technologies. And this helped to a certain extent that countries kept moving. In the same vein, we had the dazzling rise of multinational corporations, the creation of social media. We are able to communicate and get better informed, but unfortunately also there have been some unintended consequences with hate speeches, cyber threats, fake news. But today, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the dawn of the birth of another virtual creature, the emergence of the so-called Chat GPT. Artificial intelligence is now becoming very topical. But it is a cocktail with previous technological development compounded with AI. The whole landscape is going to be transformed. Economically, socially, politically, there will be an overhaul of all those fabrics. We should also accept that the cyberspace is going invariably to be more and more present in all areas of our daily life. But do we sufficiently know and understand the whole ecosystem? Should we not be proactive? On one side, learn to draw maximum benefits of technology, but also avoid all its pitfalls. Therefore, it is my earnest wish that we all get engaged in a profound reflection. All of us, world leaders in our own rights, in different fields, let us work together, chart out the necessary regulatory and legislative safeguards frameworks, and checks and balances which need to be put into place. In fact, we have been overwhelmed since the last 20 years. We were taken perhaps by surprise. We did not realize the extent to which all those technology will enter into our daily life, but there is more to come. We are now in a virtual and a physical world interacting constantly. This is a new reality, but we should be able to understand and make a seamless transition and cohabitate within these two worlds together. Ladies and gentlemen, I now come to the last part of my intervention, and I'll talk about my own country, Mauritius, which you know is a small island developing state in the Indian Ocean, but which is part of the African continent, with which Mauritius is fully integrated. And we all know what is the immense opportunities that the African continent represents as being by far the world's youngest continent, with vast natural resources still unexploited. Africa can be a key partner and driver of economic growth and development for the world in years to come, especially once the African Continental Free Trade Area is fully implemented. But it is good also, ladies and gentlemen, to realize that after 60 years of independence all over Africa, Africa is ready for a leapfrogging, both in terms of new technology like renewable or ICT, but the whole continent has also matured. We have learned from mistakes, ready to learn and emulate success stories. Africans know their priorities, the importance of developing its infrastructure, diversification of its economy. We firmly believe in cooperation, regional integration. We wish to boost trade, inter-African trade, and trade with outside Africa and the region. There is also a new breed of leaders which realize that they are accountable and realize that we are no more in an era of instability and impunity. And I have got great hope for the whole continent. And as I said, Mauritius is just part of this continent. Mauritius has had its independence. We are celebrating this year 55 years of independence. We are blessed that we have had all throughout political stability. And our stability, ladies and gentlemen, is not based on individuals. Individuals may come and go, but our stability is based on a strong institution. We believe in good governance, respect for fundamental rights, and we have always espoused a high degree of openness and pragmatism in terms of our attitude and culture, our policy, our economic strategy, and our diplomacy. And because of our history, we enjoy a strategic position as a crossroad of Africa and Asia. Some time back, we signed a comprehensive economic cooperation partnership agreement, the SECPA, with India. A free trade agreement has already been signed with China. We are presently negotiating one with the UAE. And our transformative journey is ongoing. We wish to embrace innovation-driven industries, robotic AI, at the same time pharmaceuticals. We have also developed our financial center, which is fully compliant with all the recommendations. And we aspire to become a hub and an international player where anyone can aspire for security, stability, good governance, and high value addition. And of course, we welcome and invite financial investment and encourage investors to use Mauritius as a platform to invest in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I wish now to end by once again congratulating all the leadership of UAE for their vision to create the proper ecosystem and helping in enhancing the ability of governments to implement sustainable development strategies in order to shape a better future for mankind. This summit provides an opportunity for all enlightened leaders to share experience and to help in achieving higher standards of living and well-being for our population. We need concerted action. We all should look in the same direction, collaborate, develop consensus, understand and try to better know each other, understand that we may have different aspirations, but ultimately work for our common good. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all well. I wish also the World Government Summit 2023 fruitful deliberation, and I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address. Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, The Edge of Government is an interactive experience that challenges visitors to think in innovative and often counterintuitive ways about how to solve the most pressing challenges of our time. In partnership with OECD, over 1,000 innovations were submitted globally from more than 90 countries, 9 of which can be found at the exhibition hosted on the sidelines of the World Government Summit. The Edge of Government Award 2023 recognizes projects according to specific evaluation criteria: novelty, replicability, and impact. The award aims to identify and acknowledge outstanding examples of government innovation from across the globe. To announce the winner of the Edge of Government Award, I would like to invite His Highness Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, to award the winner. We are now pleased to announce the winner of the Edge of Government Award 2023. And the winner is Open Fisca! Open Fisca is an open source application from the government of France. It gives insights into the estimated impact of law reforms using machine-readable code. Congratulations to Open Fisca, and we thank His Highness Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan for honoring the winners of this award. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The Roadmap COP28, Prioritizing Action, with Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, President-Designate of COP28.
Where does your path lead? Can your path lead us to net zero and create a sustainable world?
Climate is changing faster than than our capacity to adapt.
We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing.
It is now or never.
Only immediate and drastic action will pull us back from the abyss.
It is going to be hard. The thing we have going for us is that humanity has done hard things before.
The fight against climate change will unite the world as one family.
人类是命运共同体。
إنه ليس مستحيلا.
We have the collective capacity to transform.
To rise to the challenge of this moment.
لأن مستقبل أولادنا وأحفادنا يعتمد على الخطوات التي نتخذها اليوم.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege to speak at this year's World Government Summit. For 10 years, this summit has brought together the best minds from every continent and every discipline to share ideas and help governments create a better future for humanity. Advancing humanity has always been one of the core principles of our leadership in the United Arab Emirates. 8 years ago, on this same stage, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, made a bold prediction about the future when he said, if we make the right investments today, there will come a time when the UAE would celebrate the last barrel of oil. That was the word His Highness chose, celebrate. It was a bold call to action that resonated deeply around the world, and it absolutely resonated with me. The UAE has always made progress by getting ahead of the future. And the advances we have made in 50 years have been anchored by the principle and practice of true, genuine partnership. We have been blessed with a leadership that invested the wealth of the nation in the health of the nation, balanced economic growth with environmental responsibility, and put climate action at the heart of our development agenda. We are proud to be the host country of the International Renewable Energy Agency. We were the first country in our region to commit to the Paris Agreement and the first in the region to submit a nationally determined contribution and the first to set out a roadmap to net zero. We have chosen to face global challenges head-on, adopting a positive mindset and working on solutions in the pursuit of progress with like-minded partners. It is this mindset that we will bring as hosts of COP28. The UAE approaches this task with humility, a clear sense of responsibility, and a great sense of urgency. COP28 will have special significance as it marks the first global stocktake, a comprehensive assessment of progress against the goals and objectives of the Paris Climate Agreement. And we don't need to wait for the stocktake to find out what it will actually say. We already know that we are way off track. The world is playing catch-up when it comes to holding global temperatures down to 1.5 degrees. And the hard reality is that the global emissions must fall 43% by 2030. That's just 7 years away. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a major course correction. The current approaches we have been using come from a different era, a completely different era. Some are no longer even fit for purpose. And we need to accelerate action at a time of continued economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and pressure on energy security. We have to transform entire industrial systems that still rely and run on the energies of the first industrial revolution. In short, we need to shift from incremental steps to transformational progress across mitigation, adaptation, finance, and loss and damage. On mitigation, we need to triple renewable energy capacity, double hydrogen production, expand nuclear power, improve battery storage, and if we're serious about capturing emissions, we must scale up and commercialize carbon capture technologies. Artificial intelligence is a critical success factor in the way forward. All of this while minimizing the carbon intensity of the energy we use today. We also need to transform our food and agriculture systems that account for 1/3 of global emissions. And one of the most critical enablers to bridge from goals to actually getting it done is capital. In fact, I mean lots of capital. And we must make sure that this capital is available, accessible, and affordable. We need to ramp up investments across every area of decarbonization, and we should view these investments as a true opportunity rather than a burden. In fact, economists estimate that decarbonizing industry, the energy sector, power generation, transportation, and food systems could create an additional $12 trillion in economic value by 2030. Capital is also key to adaptation, where we need to double annual funds to protect the most vulnerable communities, invest in nature-based solutions, preserve our rainforests, and protect biodiversity. And capital is critical to make the Loss and Damage Fund real and operational. And it is the key to a fair deal on climate finance for the Global South. The international community must follow through on pledges made over a decade ago. We need real reform of international financial institutions and multilateral banks to unleash more concessional dollars, lower risk, and attract more private finance for vulnerable communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the COP28 presidency views that addressing the climate challenge represents the greatest opportunity for inclusive growth and prosperity since the first industrial revolution. And the key word here is inclusive. The strategies we pursue must leave no one behind. The policies we adopt must be pro-growth and pro-climate at the same time. We must enable an energy transition that includes the 800 million people who are excluded from access to energy today. And we must urgently address the needs of the 2.6 billion people who have no access whatsoever to clean water. We must eliminate energy and water poverty while keeping 1.5 alive. And we must cater for a world that will be home to an additional 2 billion people by 2050. In short, we need to hold back emissions, not progress. As COP28 President, I will lay out a roadmap for COP28 that is inclusive, and I mean inclusive, results-oriented, and I promise, very far from being business as usual. Working alongside my colleagues, Her Excellency Sham Al-Mazrou'i, the Youth Climate Champion, and Her Excellency Razan Limbarak, the High-Level Champion, and the whole COP28 UAE team, we will mobilize every segment of society. We will capitalize on our experience and our network of partners to engage with governments, civil society, youth, and the financial community, and industry, and technology companies. Never before have we been able to use technology to help us scale and level up our innovations to achieve real impact and deliver tangible results. Artificial intelligence is reinventing the relationship between people and machines. It is making industrial processes faster and smarter, and it is making energy much more efficient and much cleaner. We have an unprecedented opportunity to engage the energy industry in a technological revolution that gets us to a climate-positive future. And yes, it is in our common interest to have the energy industry working hand in hand and alongside everyone on the solutions that the world needs today. This is just logical and makes perfect sense. Ladies and gentlemen, the COP28 presidency team is listening to everyone and is engaging with everyone. Developed countries and the global south, the business community and civil society, academics and engineers, women and youth. And it is only through this inclusive, open, constructive, and positive engagement that we will be able to achieve the breakthroughs we collectively need. We all remember COP21 in Paris for United Governments in Agreement. And we want COP28 UAE to be remembered for uniting everyone in action. Action made more powerful through the meaningful partnerships that we hope to create. Action that will make real transformational progress and deliver real and tangible results. Let's cooperate, collaborate, and share ideas. Let's unite in solidarity for the sake of humanity. Let's live up to the responsibility that we have been entrusted with. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change knows no boundaries. It affects us all. We believe that game-changing solutions can be achieved if the collective political will is there. And I promise you, it certainly is from the United Arab Emirates. We in the UAE are not shying away from the energy transition. In fact, we are running towards it. There are moments in history when humanity comes together to fight a common threat. Let's prove to ourselves that we can do it once again. Let's put our differences aside. Fight climate change, not each other. Let's stop deliberating and start focusing on delivery. And let's make COP28 a COP of unity, a COP of action, a COP for all, a COP that will shape a better future. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled, How Intellectual Property Can Level the Economic Playing Field. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Darren Tang, Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Salam alaikum, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to be at the World Government Summit. Let me begin by congratulating the UAE on the 10th anniversary of this important global forum, and to thank the organizers for this opportunity to address this esteemed audience. The father of the UAE, His Highness Sheikh Zayed, once said that the real spirit behind progress is the human spirit. This spirit is also the spirit of innovation and creativity. Whether we are creating new architectural wonders in the desert, unraveling the secrets of the human genome, or using AI to finish Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, our desire to invent, innovate, and create has been part of who we are since time immemorial. But innovation itself is transforming. WIPO's data shows that more people are using the global IP system today than ever before. Over the past 5 years, global IP applications have increased by 40%, with worldwide filings in patents, trademarks, and designs hitting record highs in 2021, despite the challenges of the pandemic. Not only is there a growth in IP innovation and creativity, the engines powering such growth are changing as well. 10 years ago, when this summit was launched, half of all IP filings in the world came from Europe and North America. That number has now dropped to 30%, with 70% of IP filings now coming from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. 10 years ago, only 5 countries were home to a unicorn, but today the number is closer to 50, including countries like Brazil, Egypt, Indonesia, Nigeria, Senegal, and the UAE. And the most consistently improving economies in WIPO's Global Innovation Index are countries like Turkey, India, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Today, the engines of innovation are no longer just the advanced industrialized economies, but are increasingly developing countries and emerging economies. In the face of such changes, the work of WIPO and the global IP community cannot be business as usual. IP can no longer be a technical area of interest to only IP specialists and experts, but a powerful catalyst for jobs, investments, business growth, and economic development in all parts of the world, and especially for developing countries and LDCs. WIPO likewise must transform itself from a technical-driven agency to an impact-driven agency, bringing IP to the grassroots and helping innovators and creators on the ground to use IP to bring their ideas to the market. To achieve this, let me highlight 3 key areas for our collective work ahead. First, we need to demystify IP and help laypersons, business owners, entrepreneurs, researchers, artists, designers, and creators, and those on the ground to acquire practical IP skills and use it as part of their toolkit for success. This is why the WIPO Academy, which trained 270,000 people around the world in the last 2 years, is expanding its curriculum to include practical IP courses like IP for startups and IP for exporters, to name a few, as well as scaling up its university partnerships from 12 to 30 and beyond. But to build a culture of respect and love and confidence and innovation, we need to start earlier to reach out to those at the primary, secondary, and high school levels, which will give our children the opportunity to innovate through problem solving early on in life, and to encourage them to form innovation clubs in high school. In this way, we can allow them to apply the knowledge they are acquiring in school to the daily challenges they encounter, and ultimately break the mindset that innovation can only happen in the most advanced economies. Second, we need to build a more inclusive global IP ecosystem that reaches out more strongly to those that have been traditionally underserved, in particular, women, youth, and small and medium enterprises. To make this happen, we are innovating the way we support our member states and moving away from just seminars and workshops to create projects that allow visible impact to be seen at the ground level. For example, we recently launched our first project for women entrepreneurs in the Arab region, where we are mentoring 35 female entrepreneurs from the Petra region in Jordan over an 11-month period to use IP to market, brand, and package their products, as well as to register a collective trademark around the slogan, Made in Petra. 99 other projects are underway, similar projects are underway all over the world. With the UAE, we're exploring 2 exciting initiatives. First, we'd like to support local communities to not only use IP to protect their heritage products and artisanal crafts, but to blend different types of IP in order that these products are marketed and positioned for the right niches in new markets. Second, given the dynamism of the financial services sector in this country, we're looking to support the development of IP financing so that entrepreneurs in UAE can use their IP and other intangible assets as collateral to secure financing for business growth. In this way, IP will not just be a business asset, but also a financial asset. Finally, IP must support the world in addressing global challenges. We have just heard from the President-designate of COP28, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, that addressing climate change requires innovative and creative solutions. The global IP ecosystem needs to step up to support this. One way we are doing this is through our online platform, WIPO Green, which is WIPO's global technology matching platform for climate change-related technologies. WIPO Green has grown to cover nearly 130,000 technologies from over 150 countries, and we will continue to support member states to speed up the deployment and division of these technologies on the ground. Another initiative we have taken is to launch a COVID-19 support package last year. In all, 40 countries have already tapped on this package to help them address IP and health issues. And this package has allowed us to deliver a range of tailored support, including tech transfer workshops in Algeria and Uganda, and the WIPO South Africa Summer School on IP and tech transfer. But complex challenges cannot be solved by any one agency acting alone. This is why we have partnered with the World Health Organization and the World Trade Organization to pool our expertise in innovation, health, and trade to offer member states a more complete package of support in the face of the pandemic. In a fast-moving world, partnerships between countries, across international agencies, as well as with industry and civil society, will be key to addressing common challenges and building a more sustainable world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the resources of our earth are limited, but the resources of our mind are limitless. WIPO will work with all member states and with all of you to harness the power of our ingenuity, invention, and creativity for the benefit of everyone. We invite you to join us on this exciting transformation of the global IP ecosystem, and we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، تنعقد الآن جلسة فخامة ماكي سال، رئيس جمهورية السنغال ورئيس الاتحاد الأفريقي، بعنوان أفريقيا المحرك الاقتصادي العالمي القادم. تحاوره إليني جوكوس من CNN.
Bonjour, monsieur. How are you?
I'm fine.
Are you good? Great to see you all. My name is Eleni Jakos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN. I'd like to introduce and welcome His Excellency, the President of Senegal, Macky Sall. So great to see you again. We've had a lot of conversations over the years. I'm delighted to have this one with you as well in Dubai. This is going to be in French, so for those of you that need translation, please get your headphones on.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Our theme today is Africa, the world's next global economic shaper. Mr. President, you have had a significant voice around Africa gaining significant seats at decision-making tables, not just any decision-making tables, the most important that shape our world. I want to refer to some of the comments that you made about the G20 with regard to the African Union joining. South Africa now is the only country representing Africa right now. We know the G20 has, during the next meeting, the AU will hopefully join. We have the similar issue at the UN Security Council, where Africa does not have a permanent seat. I want you to tell me about the conversations that you're having and whether you believe now is the time for the continent.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, féliciter les Émirats arabes unis pour le succès de ce 10e Forum mondial sur la gouvernance qui marque l'esprit de résilience mais aussi de réussite du pays, et remercier le président des Émirats arabes unis, Cheikh Mohammed Ben Zayed Al Nahyan, ainsi que le Premier ministre et émir de Dubaï, Cheikh Mohammed Ben Rachid, et toutes les altesses, et saluer également tous ceux qui ont pris part à ce forum important. Pour ce qui concerne l'Afrique, vous l'avez dit, nous constatons que la gouvernance mondiale n'est pas équitable, en ce sens que les règles qui gouvernent le monde sont des règles qui ont été fixées au lendemain de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Plus de 2/3 des membres des Nations Unies n'étaient pas encore des pays indépendants. Or, ce sont les mêmes règles qui continuent à gouverner le monde aujourd'hui. Ce qui prouve qu'il y a une injustice. Et l'Afrique, malheureusement, est le continent qui a le plus subi cette injustice, puisque tout un continent est absent de l'organe principal du Conseil des Nations Unies, qui est le Conseil de sécurité, qui a en charge la gestion de la paix et de la sécurité dans le monde. Nous nous battons depuis des décennies. De la même façon, nous nous battons pour également changer les règles des institutions de Bretton Woods, le Fonds monétaire, la Banque mondiale, et nous nous battons aussi pour que l'Afrique soit présente en qualité de membre permanent dans le G20. Et ce combat, je l'ai mené avec l'Union africaine à partir de l'année dernière, grâce quand même à la sensibilité des pays membres du G20. Ils ont accepté pour l'essentiel ils ont accepté la candidature de l'Afrique, qui sera donc portée et validée lors du prochain G20 en Inde. Et les grands pays du G20, les 5 membres permanents déjà ont donné leur soutien actif à l'Afrique et l'ont rendu public, plus donc ces 5 membres permanents, on les connaît, il y a la Chine, dans l'ordre chronologique, la France, les États-Unis, le Royaume-Uni et donc le
وأود أن أتحدث عن المحور القوى الذي يمكن أن يتحول ويتغير. أعتقد بأنه من المعروف أن أغلب الدول الأفريقية اختارت الحياد فيما يخص الحرب الروسية في أوكرانيا، وهنالك حديث كثير حول الانتقادات التي تبعت ذلك خاصة من الغرب والولايات المتحدة. ما هو موقفكم في هذه المرحلة من الزمن حول التحولات في القوى وأفريقيا سوف التي ستسعى لحلها؟ الكثير من هذه المسائل تخص الاستقطاب العالمي والذي بدأ يبرز أصلا.
It is always the same issue. You see that the
هي دائما نفس المسألة. نرى الحرب في أوكرانيا قادت إلى مواقف متعددة حول العالم، ولكننا دائما نسلط الضوء على موقف أفريقيا. ما ترغب به أفريقيا هو السلام. أفريقيا تؤيد السلام ولا يجب أن تكون مع روسيا أو مع أوكرانيا. هذا هو موقفنا منذ البداية. قلنا بأن الحرب سيئة ونحن نعرف ذلك في القارة الأفريقية لأننا عشنا الحروب ونعيش تبعات الحروب حتى وإن كنا قارة، لأن الحرب في أوكرانيا عرقلت سلاسل الإمداد ولها آثار على أسعار النفط وكل السلع الأخرى خاصة القمح والأسمدة. فموقفنا الآن هو لا نكون في مصلحة طرف على حساب الآخر، بل هو لمناصرة والدفع تجاه إنهاء هذا الحرب وإعادة بناء عالم جديد بعيدا عن الحروب. للأسف في أفريقيا نحن نقود حربا ضد المجاعة والإرهاب والتغير المناخي، ولدينا ما يكفي من الحرب التي نواجهها، فمعاناتنا وصراعنا هو بقاء ونجاة أفريقيا. الرئيس بوتين لمناقشة الغذاء والأمن مع صادرات الحبوب ومنعهم الخروج من أوكرانيا. أنتم عبرتم كيف أن الحرب الروسية في أوكرانيا قد تسببت في تفاقم انعدام الأمن الغذائي في القارة. حدثني قليلا عن هذا الحوار الذي خضته مع بوتين. خلال المؤتمر الصحفي قلت بأن رئيس بوتين قال بأن روسيا دائما ستدعم القارة، وهذا تحالف واضح بين الدول الأفريقية وروسيا وتحالف طويل الأمد وقوي. حديثي مع الرئيس بوتين حصل في يونيو، فهذا الحوار بات قديما، ولكن حينها كان من المهم جدا بالنسبة لنا أن نكون على دراية من أن هذه الحرب لها عواقب وخيمة على قارتنا، وخاصة عندما يتعلق الأمر بالحبوب والقمح على وجه الخصوص، سواء كان القمح الذي نستلمه من أوكرانيا أو القادم من روسيا. فتمنينا حينها أن يكون هنالك نوع من أو سبيل لتسهيل إيصال هذه الحبوب إلى أفريقيا، وبعد شهر أو شهرين ومع مجلس الأمن وتركيا تم التوصل إلى اتفاق بهذا الخصوص. وعلاوة على ذلك عملنا مع دول غربية مثل الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية أو الاتحاد الأوروبي، وأوضحنا كيف أن هذه الحرب وضعتنا في ضائقة. الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية اليوم تعمل مع الاتحاد الأفريقي لتسمح لنا بالوصول إلى أسواق الحبوب حسب الظروف الطبيعية وليس وفقا للتكهنات المرتبطة بالحرب. ونفس الشيء ينطبق على الاتحاد الأوروبي الذي يرفع كافة القيود من أجل السماح لنا لشراء الأسمدة والحبوب. ولكن مع قول ذلك فنحن مستمرون في جهودنا للتوصل إلى وساطة. ليس لدينا السبل ولكن لدينا الإرادة للتوسط من أجل السماح للطرفين بالعمل من أجل التوصل إلى السلام، لأن عالمنا بحاجة إلى السلام. اليوم نحن نفكر بالأمن الغذائي، والولايات المتحدة تعمل معنا في هذا الخصوص، وأفريقيا ملتزمة بإنتاج المزيد. وقد أطلقنا مشروع فيد أفريكا أو أطعم أفريقيا، هو مجموعة مرونة، وقمنا بحشد 32 مليار دولار عبر 5 أعوام من أجل ضمان الاكتفاء الذاتي لأفريقيا. واحدة من أكبر الحوارات التي خضتها حتى أنا في حياتي عندما نتحدث عن القارة الأفريقية وكم الثمن الذي تدفعه أفريقيا عندما حاولت الحصول على رأس المال، وهذا الشيء لم يتحرك بشكل جذري أو بما يكفي. ما الذي يجب أن يتغير في النظام المالي العالمي وفقا للحقائق والواقع على الأرض؟ ما يجب أن يتغير هو الانطباع. حول أن أفريقيا ليست هي القارة التي فيها مخاطر أعلى من القارات الأخرى. هؤلاء الذين يستثمرون في أفريقيا وتحلوا بالشجاعة للاستثمار بأفريقيا يعرفون ذلك، لديهم عائد على استثماراتهم، وأحيانا العائد أعلى من دول أخرى. مواد دبي العالمية، نحن هنا في بلاد مواد دبي العالمية. مواد دبي العالمية في السنغال وفي بلادي، وهم هناك منذ أكثر من 10 أعوام، وهم متواجدون في دول أفريقية أخرى، وأرادوا الاستثمار المشترك مع دولة السنغال على مشروع لميناء مع أكثر من 800 مليون دولار، ولدينا شركات أخرى متواجدة في أفريقيا. ولكن ما يجعل أفريقيا مكلفة هي التصنيفات التي نحصل عليها والتي تحصل عليها الدول الأفريقية. فالأشخاص يعتمدون على الانطباعات، ولذلك فانطباعهم عن أفريقيا هي فيها مخاطر عالية أو مجازفة، لأن الضمانات تصبح عالية والتأمين مرتفع، ولذلك أفريقيا تسدد ديونها وتحترم التزاماتها. ولا أفهم لماذا نحن دائما لدينا تصنيفات سيئة. فهذه هي معركتنا، لأن نكون من أعضاء مجموعة 20 وتغيير تصنيفات أفريقيا، علما بأن وكالة التصنيف هذه لا تأخذ بنظر الاعتبار تطور الواقع في القارة. أحيانا لكن التنمية أو المؤسسات التنموية في أفريقيا التي ربما تبالغ في تصنيف المخاطر، شهدنا تحولا كبيرا، جهودا كبيرة لتطوير المؤسسات التنموية الأفريقية والتي تدرك هذه المصفوفة والواقع بشكل أفضل، ولكنها ليست كبيرة بما يكفي. هذه هي المشكلة. المشكلة نادرا ما يأتون لقاء الحكومات وهذه الوكالات، نادرا ما تلتقي بالمجتمع المدني أو انطباعاتهم الحكومة يسمعونها من مصادر أخرى، فلهذا تأتي هذه التصنيفات. ولكن هذا ليس هو العامل الأهم في دولة. عندما نصنف دولة فعلينا نتعرف على الاقتصاد الحقيقي والإمكانات الحقيقية، ومن غير الممكن أن نصنف دولة فقط لأننا نعتقد بأنه ليس هنالك ما يكفي من الديمقراطية، أو لأن المجتمع غير منفتح بما يكفي، أو لأن بعض الدول لا توافق على تغيير تشريعاتها بشكل أو بآخر. علينا نحترم سيادة الدول وسيادة الدول الأفريقية. يجب أن نحكم على أفريقيا على ما تقوم به وليس على ما يعتقدون أن أفريقيا تقوم به. هذه هي المشكلة، هي مشكلة انطباعات، ومن الصعب جدا تغييرها. مضت عقود وقرون وأفريقيا تعاني، ونحن نرى عوامل عديدة لا تزال تعيق تطور أفريقيا. لدينا 30 مليون كيلومتر مربع، ولدينا 65% من هذه المناطق التي يمكن أن تزرع لتنتج المواد الغذائية. لدينا 1,400,000,000 شخص يسكن في أفريقيا. كل هذه إمكانات كبيرة يمكن أن يستغلها المستثمرون. كل ما نحن بحاجة إليه هو الإرادة السياسية الكبيرة، وكذلك التواصل الإيجابي من أجل جعل أفريقيا مكان تزفير الأعمال. إذن السنغال سوف تنتج النفط والغاز هذا العام، 1.5 مليون برميل من الاحتياطي. أود أن أتحدث قليلا عن ذلك في سياق أجندة المناخ، لأن هناك رابط بين الاحتياجات التنموية للقارة، والقارة بالمناسبة باتجاه دفع قوي للتصنيع لاستخدام مواردها الطبيعية، وبعد ذلك لديكم مشكلة المناخ كتهديد كبير جدا. كيف ستوازنون بين العاملين؟ لأن الجميع يحاول الابتعاد عن النفط والغاز. من الممكن الجمع بين الاثنين، وفي كثير من التجانس. نحن في السنغال أنا سعيد للغاية لأننا سوف نقوم بإنتاج النفط والغاز في الفصل الأخير من 2023. سوف يحقق ذلك بدون أدنى شك التغيير على اقتصاد بلادنا، ولكن الأهم من ذلك أعتقد بأن أفريقيا ملتزمة بالكامل لتحسين المناخ في كوب 21 في باريس. كنا ندافع عن هذا الاتفاق، ونحن نعمل من أجل ضبط ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، ونحن نبذل كل الجهود بهذا الخصوص في السنغال، ولدينا 31% من طاقتنا مصادرها الطاقة المتجددة أو المصادر المتجددة. القليل من الدول لديها ذلك. لا ندرك لماذا أنه على الرغم كل هذه الجهود يقال لنا بأننا يجب أن نتخلى عن بعض الطموحات. 600 مليون التهديد وجودي، وستزيدون من انبعاثات غاز دفيئة. سوف نستغل مصادرنا الطبيعية من أجل ضمان توفير الكهرباء للجميع، ولكي نكون تنافسيين على الصعيد الاقتصادي، ولكننا أيضا ننتج الطاقة المتجددة مثل الطاقة الشمسية وطاقة المياه وكل أنواع الطاقة الأخرى. ما أقوله هو أننا بحاجة إلى تحول منصف في الطاقة. لازلنا نعمل على إنتاج الطاقة المتجددة، ولكننا نستغل مصادرنا أو مواردنا الطبيعية. وبعد الحرب بين أوكرانيا وروسيا الكل عاد إلى الفحم، وهو من أكثر مصادر الطاقة التي تسبب التلوث. فلا يجب أن يقال لنا نحن الأفارقة أن نعتني أو نهتم بالمناخ وفقط نستخدم الطاقة المتجددة وعدم استخدام مصادرنا الطبيعية. نحن نعمل من أجل مصلحة التحول المنصف، ولكن يجب أن نستغل نفطا وغازنا حال الجميع. سيد الرئيس، هنالك جرعة كبيرة من الواقع عندما يكون أمن الطاقة مهدد، وقد شهدنا ذلك بشكل واضح في أوروبا، وهذه بالتأكيد تناقض كبير جدا. فخامتكم شكرا جزيلا على وقتكم، دائما سعيدا لقائك. شكرا جزيلا وأتمنى لقائك عن قريب. أصحاب السعادة يا سيداتي والسادة، شكرا جزيلا انضمامكم إلينا.
العالم العربي عنده البشر المتعلم، عنده المال، عنده الماء، عنده الأنهر، عنده الجبال، عنده الهضاب، عنده الأراضي الخصبة. كل شيء ما ينقصه هو، وعنده الإرادة، لكن الإرادة تريد ينقصها شيء واحد وهو الإدارة. الإدارة مهمة، إدارة الحكومات، إدارة الاقتصاد، إدارة البشر، إدارة البنية التحتية، إدارة في كل شيء يجب أن تكون الإدارة هي أهم شيء.
message from the President of the Republic of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Please note that this session will be in Turkish. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان وسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، رؤساء الدول الكرام، أيها الضيوف الكرام، نيابة عن أمتي وشخصي أحييكم وأقول السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أتمنى لقمة العالمية للحكومات أن تدر بالمنفعة الإنسانية جمعاء. أنا أؤمن بأن القمة وكل التشاورات الحاصلة فيها سوف تنعقد لتحل أو لتساهم في إحلال السلام، وأنا سعيد أن أكون معكم حتى وإن كان عبر هذه الرسالة المسجلة. كنت قد خططت لأن أكون معكم شخصيا، ولكن نظرا للهزة الأرضية التي ضربت بلادنا في 6 من فبراير فلم أتمكن كان من الحضور. يوم الاثنين 6 من فبراير ضربت تركيا بهزتين أرضيتين بحجم 7.7 و7.6 على التوالي. الهزتين الأرضيتين أثرت على 500 كيلومتر من المناطق و10 محافظات اللي يسكنها 13,500,000 شخص، وللأسف أثرت على العديدين معا إلى جانب المدن المحاذية، حيث شعرت بهذه الضربات. الكارثة أثرت على عدد كبير. ووفقا للعلماء فإن الطاقة التي أصدرتها هاتين الضربتين تعادل 500 قنبلة ذرية. نحن نشهد الآن ليس فقط واحد من أكبر الكوارث الطبيعية في تاريخ بلادنا، بل بتاريخ الإنسانية جمعاء. وبينما نضيف الأنقاض فإن عدد الأشخاص الذين خسرناهم للأسف يتزايد في كل يوم، ويوصف على أنه كارثة القرن. الغالبية من 81,000 شخص الذين جرحوا من الناجين كلهم خرجوا من المستشفيات، ونستمر بمعالجة الآخرين. عمليات الإنقاذ والبحث نجمت عن إنقاذ 8,000 شخص من الأنقاض. وفي غاضة الهزة الأرضية حشدنا كافة موارد الدولة والأمة إلى منطقة الكارثة. وأعلنا عن حالة إنذار من الدرجة الرابعة، وأعلنا حالة الطوارئ في المنطقة التي ضربتها الهزة الأرضية. وعلاوة على المؤسسات الدولة ذات الصلة، فالمنظمات غير الحكومية والمتطوعون يبذلون جهودا كبيرة لمساعدة الناجين. من جهة نحن نؤدي عمليات البحث والإنقاذ وإزالة الأنقاض في عملياتنا، ومن جهة أخرى فنحن نسرع إنشاء الحاويات والخيم والبيوت المؤقتة. إن شاء الله عن قريب سوف نبدأ بإعادة البناء والتعافي في مدننا المتضررة. وبينما تعمل دولة تركيا مع أمتنا، فسوف نساعد على شفاء الجراح الناجمة عن الكارثة. خلال هذه الكارثة ونحن نعمل بالتحديد مع الإمارات العربية المتحدة، تقدمت لنا كثير من المساندة. الدول أظهرت تضامنها مع تركيا وحشدت فرق الإنقاذ ونظمت حملات الإغاثة. أود أن أتقدم بالشكر مرة أخرى لكم جميعا بصفتكم دول صديقة وأشقاء. لبيتم النداء لأمتنا ليل نهار، وقدمتم الدعم لعمليات البحث والإنقاذ وكافة جهودنا مع الفرق على الأرض. وبصلواتكم لن ننسى أبدا صداقتكم وأيديكم التي مددتموها لنا في هذا الوقت. هذه الكارثة مرة أخرى أظهرت أهمية التضامن والتضافر الدولي. وخلال جائحة كوفيد-19 تبنينا مقولة مولانا رومي عندما قالت: هنالك أمل بعد اليأس، والشمس دائما تشرق بعد الظلام. وبينما مبادئنا الإرشادية للإغاثة الدولية وفرت لنا كثير مساعدة، واليوم المئات من الملايين من الأصدقاء والأشقاء من أفريقيا إلى آسيا والولايات المتحدة لدول البلقان وأوروبا إلى منطقة الخليج العربي كلها تمد يد العون لنا. أود أن أقول بارك الله فيكم لكافة أشقائنا وشقيقاتنا الذين قدموا لنا المساعدة. عالمنا يواجه تشكيلة كبيرة من التحديات، من ضمنها الكوارث الطبيعية والتغير المناخي والهجرة والحروب والعرقلات في سلاسل الإمداد والكوارث الطبيعية الناجمة عن التغير المناخي والحرب الأوكرانية الروسية، أن أزمة الغذاء والطاقة وتصاعد التضخم العالمي. كلها كانت لها أضرارا وآثارا على التنمية الاقتصادية والإنجازات في التنمية المستدامة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة بالتحديد في الدول الأكثر هشاشة. كلها بدأت تتآكل وتتضرر، وبالتالي فإن احتمالية الإيفاء بأجندة 2030 باتت صعبة. وفي وجه كل هذه التحديات الحوكمة العالمية والتعاون المكثف سوف تحددان مستقبل عالمنا. وبينما تمضي جمهوريتنا في مئويتها 2023، تركيا بذلت جهودا كبيرة لتأسيس وتحقيق الرفاه للجميع والأمن في منطقتنا وخارجها. نحن نؤمن بأن عالم أكثر إنصافا يمكن التوصل إليه. لقد أكدت على هذا في كلماتي، وخاصة أمام الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة. حاليا النظام العالمي محاصر بالأزمات، وأن أهمية التعاون الثنائي ومتعدد الأطراف أصبح جليا. وفي هذه المعادلة تركيا ودول الخليج العربي تشكلان محورا أساسيا لاستقرار وأمن ورفاه والاندماج الاقتصادي لمنطقتنا. ونحن في تركيا دائما نقول بأن استقرارنا وأمننا مترابطان لتحقيق الاستقرار وأمن منطقة الخليج العربي. وإلى جانب التكنولوجيا المتقدمة وبرامج الفضاء والطاقة المتجددة، نحن لأهمية كبيرة لتنمية الأراضي والنقل عبر القطارات والبنى التحتية التي ستربط منطقة الخارج العربي بأوروبا وآسيا عبر تركيا. وفي ضوء كل هذه المشاعر أود أن أعبر عن امتناني للجميع، خاصة بعد كل مساعدة قدموها بعد هز الأرضية التي ضربتنا. وأتمنى للقمة العالمية للحكومات أن تحقق كل النجاح وطموحات منطقتنا والعالم أجمع. أود أن أشكر مرة أخرى الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان وحاكم دبي الشيخ نائب رئيس الدولة ورئيس الوزراء وحاكم دبي الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم. أحييكم جميعا ونيابة عني وعن أمتي. السلام عليكم وليحميكم الله جميعا.
سنوية للاحتفاء بقوة البيانات وأثرها على صنع القرار. الجائزة العالمية لفن البيانات هي فرصة استثنائية تحتفي بالعاملين في فن البيانات الذين يقدمون منتجات حول مواضيع مختلفة متعلقة بمستقبل الحكومات لتوجيه صناع القرار بصورة أفضل. السيدات والسادة، الفائز بالجائزة العالمية لفن عرض البيانات 2023 في القمة العالمية للحكومات هي السيدة لينزي بولتا. على ضوء ذلك نود أن ندعو صاحب السمو شيخ حمدان بن محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم ولي عهد دبي ورئيس المجلس التنفيذي ليقدم الجائزة إلى الفائزة. السيدة والسادة، رحبوا معي بالسيدة لينسي بولتر لاستلام الجائزة. تهانينا للسيدة لينسي بولتر على هذه الجائزة، وشكر موصول مرة جديدة لصاحب السمو الشيخ حمدان بن محمد بن راشد المكتوم على تكريم الجائزة أو الفائزة بهذه الجائزة.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، تطوير التعليم والخدمات الصحية، وتوفير الوظائف والفرص، وتطوير البنية التحتية، وتحقيق العدل، وتسهيل حياة الناس. كل ذلك يحقق السعادة للناس. هذه غايتنا من عقد المؤتمرات وتجميع الخبرات، هذا هدفنا من اجتماعنا اليوم. نحن سلطة لخدمة الناس ولسنا سلطة عليهم. هذه أمانة آباؤنا المؤسسين كان هدفهم نقل المواطن من الحياة الصعبة التي كان يعيشها لحياة جديدة يسعد فيها بالحياة الكريمة والمريحة. كل هم إسعاد الناس، لأن همهم كان خدمة الوطن والمواطن. باكر ما عمره بينا، غدا باكر بيكون اليوم، فدائما بنسمع باكر باكر باكر، فلا نعجل شيء إلى الغد. إذا نقدر نسويه اليوم عشان نقوي اقتصادنا، اقتصاد بلدنا، لازم نسويه اليوم، لأن الدولة قوية اقتصاديا، قوية سياسيا. ضعيفة اقتصاديا، ما لها شغل في السياسة.
إذا مشاهدينا، شاهدنا وإياكم هذه الجلسات الرئيسية، وأيضا شاهدنا توزيع عدد من الجوائز على هامش القمة العالمية للحكومات. ننتقل الآن مع الزميل حميد الزعابي. حميد، إليك الكلمة.
اليوم نشهد معكم انطلاقة اليوم الثاني من أيام القمة العالمية للحكومات، مثل ما شفنا ولله الحمد بالأمس وامتدادا لليوم، وسنشهد كذلك معكم غدا القمة العالمية للحكومات في عامها العاشر في هذا المشهد العالمي، وحضور أكثر عن 20 رئيس دولة وأكثر عن 3500 من المشاركين، ويصل عددهم حتى 10,000، ولكن عدد كذلك الممثلين للحكومة العدد الكبير لهم. خلال هذه القمة من خلال أروقتها يتم الحديث عن كثير من المواضيع المهمة التي تهتم فيها الحكومات والقطاع الخاص والقطاع الثالث كذلك. ففي إحدى الجلسات التي شاركنا فيها كانت تتكلم عن أهمية الذكاء المجتمعي في دعم المجتمعات وتطويرها، ودعم كذلك هذا القطاع جدا مهم الذي يشبك بين المبدعين ويشبك كذلك القطاع الثالث وهو قطاع الجمعيات ذات النفع العام في مواضيع مهمة تخدم المجتمع والإنسان. لا ننسى كذلك دور التكنولوجيا والتطور التكنولوجي الذي يشهده العالم، والذي وكان له نصيب كبير في كثير من الأحاديث التي شاهدناها. ملفات الفضاء، ملفات الاستدامة كذلك جدا من المواضيع جدا مهم اللي استمعنا إليها. نتمنى لكل المشاركين التوفيق، ونتطلع إلى جلساتنا حتى آخر يوم بإذن الله في القمة.
مشاهدينا الأعزاء، متواصلين في تغطية أحداث اليوم الثاني من القمة العالمية للحكومات، وننتقل الآن مع الزميل محمود حمدان.
كلية محمد بن راشد للإدارة الحكومية هي كلية بحثية في مجال السياسات العامة، وبالتالي كما سمعنا في القمة العالمية للحكومات العديد من رؤساء الدول ورؤساء والوزراء عبروا عن أن البيانات هي فجوة رئيسية في آلية اتخاذ القرار، وجودة البيانات في مختلف المجالات هي شيء يحتاجه كل صانع قرار. فبالتالي نحن أدركنا هذا الموضوع بالنقاش مع كثير من الخبراء. وبالنسبة للتنويع الاقتصادي وسياسات التنويع الاقتصادي، والتي هي ذات أهمية كبرى لدولة الإمارات ولدول المنتجة للنفط أيضا، وهي للتنمية المستدامة من الأمور الأعمدة الأساسية، قررت كلية محمد بن راشد للإدارة الحكومية الاستثمار في إطلاق بالتعاون مع القمة العالمية للحكومات عمل مؤشر تنويع اقتصادي عالمي يدرس مدى التنويع أو مدى قدرات وتوجهات التنويع الاقتصادي، وتوفير هذه البيانات لصانع القرار لكل دولة تتمكن أن تعرف بالضبط أين تقف في مجال التنويع الاقتصادي، وكيف يمكن أن تنتقل إلى آلية أفضل وسياسات أفضل في مجال التنويع الاقتصادي.
هذا التقرير هو للسنة الثانية، كان هناك تقرير. ما أهم ما لفت نظركم من التغير مع التغيرات الجيوسياسية التي تحدث حاليا؟
هذا التقرير كما ذكرت هو للعام الثاني، الكلية تطلقه للعام 2023، وبهذا النسخة من التقرير، بهذه النسخة ركزت أيضا البيانات المتوفرة على مدى العالم على مدى التنوع الاقتصادي بتأثير جائحة كوفيد في العامين الماضيين أو 3 أعوام الماضية على سياسات التنويع الاقتصادي. واتضح بعض النتائج أن الدول الأصلا متنوعة اقتصاديا تمكنت من امتصاص الصدمة وتفادي آثار الجائحة الاقتصادية بشكل أفضل من الدول المعتمدة على مجال واحد من مجالات التنمية من مجالات الاقتصاد أو الاستثمار. فبالتالي أحد النتائج الرئيسية للتقرير هذا العام أن التنوع الاقتصادي يساعد الدول ويساعد الحكومات على امتصاص وتفادي الصدمات الاقتصادية. وبالتالي الدول التي كانت متنوعة اقتصاديا والتي قل اعتمادها على الموارد الطبيعية مع الوقت، مثلا دول الخليج خلال 20 عام الماضي حسب بيانات التقرير تمكنت من تنويع اقتصادها بشكل هائل وتحقيق قفزات رئيسية. فبالتالي تمكنت كثير من هذه الدول من امتصاص هذه الصدمات الاقتصادية التي نتجت عن الجائحة. بالتالي
إذن مشاهدينا، استثمارات الإمارات في الطاقة المتجددة بالمملكة المتحدة في نسق تصاعدي، ولعل أبرزها مصفوفة لندن، أكبر محطات طاقة الرياح البحرية في العالم، ومحطة داد جون، ومحطة هايويند سكوتلاند.
نعم حمد، وتعد هذه المحطات التي تمولها وتستثمر فيها شركة أبو ظبي لطاقة المستقبل مصدر من أهم المشاريع العالمية الرائدة في هذا المجال. من لندن تقرير ديار العمري.
ثنائية الاستثمار داخليا وخارجيا وبيئة أعمال اقتصادية نشطة، هذا ما تتميز به دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. استثمارات في الطاقة النظيفة والبديلة، وامتيازات واستراتيجيات طويلة الأمد، وتشريعات لحماية الاستثمار الأجنبي ورأس المال. فخطط الإمارات في تحفيز الاستثمارات الخارجية تأتي في إطار تنويع مصادر الدخل للدولة ولضمان مستقبل الاستدامة. شركة أبو ظبي لطاقة المستقبل مصدر، والتي من مهامها تطوير مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة والتطوير العمراني المستدام داخليا وخارجيا، تمضي في أداء متصاعد من منطلق تعزيز الأثر الصديق للبيئة كمنهج للعيش والمستقبل.
تعتبر شركة أبو ظبي لطاقة المستقبل مصدر شركة رائدة عالميا في مجال الطاقة النظيفة، تسهم في تعزيز الدور الريادي لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في دعم تحقيق التحول في قطاع الطاقة العالمي. تنشط مصدر حاليا في أكثر من 40 دولة حول العالم، متوزعة في جميع القارات حول العالم، حيث استثمرت في مشاريع حول العالم تتجاوز قيمتها الإجمالية 30 مليار دولار. يبلغ إجمالي القدرة الإنتاجية لمشاريعنا حول العالم بما ذلك قيد التشغيل أو قيد التطوير أكثر من 20 جيجا وات، وهي تكفي لتزويد حوالي 5.5 مليون منزل بالطاقة. تساهم هذه المشاريع بشكل عام على الحد من انبعاثات أكثر من 30 مليون طن من ثاني أكسيد الكربون سنويا، أي ما يعادل حوالي 6.5 مليون سيارة من الطرقات.
شركة مصدر وبالتعاون مع شركائها طوروا مصفوفة لندن، وهي واحدة من أكبر محطات طاقة الرياح البحرية في العالم، إذ تسهم المحطة من خلال 175 توربينا يعمل بقوة الرياح في توليد الطاقة الكهربائية لأكثر من 500,000 منزل في المملكة المتحدة.
يوجد حاليا في محفظة شركة مصدر محطة مصفوفة لندن ومحطة دجن للطاقة، والتي لها قدرة إنتاجية حوالي 402 ميجاوات، ومحطة هايوند سكوتلاند لطاقة الرياح البحرية العامة بقدرة 30 ميجاوات. ويتم حاليا تطوير محطة دجن اكستنشن بقدرة إنتاجية حوالي 402 ميجاوات.
مصدر ومن ضمن استراتيجياتها تعزيز الدور الاستثماري الخارجي وتنويع مصادر الدخل.
تعتبر دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة من الدول الرائدة في مجال الاستثمار الداخلي وكذلك الاستثمار الخارجي، حيث يوجد عدة محافظ موجودة في دولة الإمارات المتحدة، وهدفها تنويع الاستثمار وكذلك ضمان مستقبل مستدام. واحدة هذه المحافظ هي محفظة شركة أبو ظبي لطاقة المستقبل، والتي متخصصة في الاستثمار في الطاقة المتجددة.
وتعد المملكة المتحدة سوقا رئيسية لاستقطاب الاستثمارات الإماراتية، التي وصلت إلى أكثر من 14 مليار دولار أمريكي بموجب اتفاق وقع في العام 2021 بين شركة مبادرة للاستثمار ووزارة التجارة البريطانية الدولية للاستثمارات السيادية. استثمارات إماراتية هدفها تنويع مصادر الدخل القومي ونشر الطاقة النظيفة حول العالم، وتعزيز التجمعات المعنية بالاستدامة والسعي نحو خلق بيئة خالية من التلوث وتقليل الانبعاث الكربوني. ديار العمري، تلفزيون دبي.
مشاهدينا الكرام، متابعين تغطيات القمة العالمية للحكومات عبر قناة دبي، ننتقل الآن مع الزميلة منال الخطيب في أحد أروقة القمة اليوم. تفضلي منال.
نعم زملائي، وعلى هامش القمة العالمية للحكومات في يومها الثاني هناك المزيد من توقيع الاتفاقيات، حيث تشهد هذه القمة توقيع حوالي 80 اتفاقية. شهدنا قبل قليل توقيع اتفاقية بين بلدية دبي وبين هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي لتوليد الطاقة الكهربائية من مركز النفايات، ونرحب حول هذا الموضوع نستضيف سعادة داود الهاجري رئيس بلدية دبي. مرحبا بك.
يا مرحبا. نحن توقيعنا اليوم كان مع هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي يخص الاستدامة بشكل عام، اللي هو نحن الآن أصبحنا على مشارف البدء بتشغيل المرحلة الأولى من مركز دبي للنفايات، والذي يعتبر أكبر مركز توليد طاقة على مستوى العالم. طبعا توقيعنا كان توقيع اتفاقية بيع الكهرباء إلى هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي، الكهرباء المتولدة من تدوير النفايات اللي بتكون عندنا. فهي توقيع اتفاقية أن نسلم الكهرباء المتولدة إلى هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي.
فعلا هذا الموضوع جدا هام في الفترة الحالية، والحديث عن الطاقة المتجددة. وأيضا لديكم اتفاقية أخرى مع الأمم المتحدة حول جائزة دبي لأفضل ممارسات التنمية المستدامة. تحكي لي عن هذه الاتفاقية مع الأمم المتحدة؟
توقيعنا اليوم مع الأمم المتحدة في الهابيتات، اللي هو مشاركتنا معهم في جائزة دبي لأفضل الممارسات. هذه الجائزة تعتبر من أكبر جوائز الخاصة بالهابيتات والخاصة بأفضل طريقة معيشة يعني على مستوى العالم. تشارك فيها طبعا أعداد ضخمة من المدن على مستوى العالم. فاتفاقيتنا اليوم نحن معاهم، نحن أيضا هم يشاركونا ونحن نشاركهم في هذه الجائزة الكبيرة اللي إن شاء الله بتكون في نفس هذا التوقيت من السنة القادمة، بيكون فيها معرفة الفائزين بفئاتها الخمسة.
ما أهمية المشاركة في هذه القمة، خاصة وأن هذه القمة في كل عام لديها تصورات جديدة للمدن، لحياة السكان وللحكومات، عمل الحكومات بشكل أفضل لمصلحة المجتمع؟ ما رأيك بالحوارات في هذا العام؟
والله شوفي، هذه القمة أحد أكبر القمم اللي تجتمع فيها الحكومات، تجتمع فيها الدول لتبادل الخبرات ولمعرفة الجديد. بالنسبة لنا نحن الاستفادة فيها كبيرة، نشوف فيها تجارب دول ممكن سبقتنا في بعض الأمور. طبعا خاصة القمة هذه تتكلم عن المستقبل، وهذه أيضا الحديث عن ما هو قادم جدا مهم بالنسبة لنا، بالنسبة لي أنا وحتى لفريق العمل عندي أنا، أنهم يطلعون على تجارب الآخرين وكيفية الاستفادة أيضا منها.
شكرا جزيلا لك سعادة داود الهاجري، مدير عام بلدية دبي.
شكرا.
وعودة الآن إليكم زملائي.
مستمرين مشاهدينا من خلال شبكة المراسلين المتواجدين في أرض الميدان، حقيقة يعطيهم العافية على الجهود المبذولة. ننتقل الآن إلى الزميل حميد الزعابي. حميد، إليك الكلمة.
أهلا بكم زملائي مجددا في الاستديو، وأهلا كذلك بمشاهدينا الكرام. لازلنا متواصلين في التغطية المباشرة لأبرز الجلسات التي تعقد هنا في القمة العالمية للحكومات هنا في دبي. حقيقة اليوم القمة العالمية للحكومات تطرقت للكثير من الملفات الحيوية. اليوم ملف الرعاية الصحية كان حاضرا وبقوة خلال جلسات هذه القمة. يشرفني في هذه الأثناء ويسعدني كذلك أن يكون معي معالي عبد الرحمن العويس وزير الصحة ووقاية المجتمع. نرحب بك معاليك في هذا اللقاء. حقيقة ملف الرعاية الصحية ويحظى باهتمام كبير من قبل قيادتنا الرشيدة، لأن هذا الملف متعلق بحياة البشر. اليوم كانت هناك جلسة ما شاء الله نقاشية حول ملف الصحة، وكان الحضور لافت. لو تحدثنا عن ملخص هذه الجلسة وأبرز ما تم طرحه في هذه القمة.
مشكور دكتور حميد. ما في شك أن القمة في حد ذاتها آلية لاستشراف المستقبل، ولطالما رأينا على مدار ال10 سنوات الماضية كيف كانت هذه القمة تساعد الجميع، جميع المشاركين، وتساعد متخذي القرار في الحكومات وبالذات حكومة الإمارات في اتخاذ أفضل القرارات استشرافا للمستقبل. ولطالما رأينا أن من هذه القمة انطلقت أشياء كثيرة. أولها التنبؤ بموضوع ديزيز إكس اللي تكلمنا عنه في 2018. أشار له الدكتور تدرس أشارت لمجموعة من الجلسات بأن العالم يعني غير مستعد بالطريقة اللازمة لمواجهة ديزيز أكس، وهو ما رأيناه في بعد ذلك بسنة وشوي. اليوم هذه القمة تتحدث في الكثير من القطاعات، ولكن في القطاع الصحي كما تبنت حكومة الإمارات موضوع استشراف المستقبل، نرى بوضوح أهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي، نرى بوضوح أهمية متابعة الحلول المختلفة للقطاع الصحي وعدم النظر لها بالطريقة المعهودة، محاولة الوصول وتقديم أفضل خدمة بأفضل الطرق والاستفادة من كل مقومات الطفرة اللي نشهدها اليوم في قطاع الذكاء الصناعي والقطاع التكنولوجي. طرح موضوع هذه التحديات، طرح موضوع أيضا متوقع من الأثر السلبي للتغيرات المناخية، وكيف أن الإمارات بدأت في هذا الموضوع مبكرا. جميع هذه التحديات كيف نكون مستعدين لهذا النوع من التحديات، التغير المناخي، الكوارث التي نراها يعني حولنا في كل العالم، بالإضافة طبعا إلى موضوع تقديم الخدمات والرعاية الصحية. لابد أن نكون جاهزين، مثل ما كانت الإمارات متميزة و صنفت في الرقم 1 على مستوى العالم في مقياس بلومبرج كقياس الريزيلينس اللي هي الكفاءة وقوة الأنظمة الصحية. الإمارات كانت رانك نمبر 1. هذا تأكيد على أن قرار قيادتنا من البداية في استشراف المستقبل، توفير الأنظمة، توفير الخدمات، إعطاء الفرصة للقطاع الخاص، كل مقومات نجاح القطاع الصحي وفرت مستقبلا حتى نستطيع أن نستفيد منها. وهذا ما نعمل عليه الآن في تطوير المنظومة بحيث أنها تستطيع أن تواكب المتغيرات وتستطيع أن تحل أي إشكال مستقبلي. الحل الأمثل هو أن تكون جاهز باستراتيجية واضحة وبإمكانيات واضحة.
جزاك الله خير معالي الوزير على هذه المداخلة، ونشكرك مرة أخرى على تفضلك بإعطائنا هذه المعلومات القيمة عن مشاركتكم في القمة العالمية للحكومات. إذن مشاهدينا الأعزاء، لله الحمد وبفضل من الله وبدعم من قيادتنا الرشيدة، ملف الصحة في الإمارات يحظى باهتمام بليغ ليكون مواكب لكل المتغيرات ولكل الابتكارات التي ترتقي بمنظومة الصحة هنا في دولة الإمارات. هذا ما لدي حتى الآن. الكلمة والصورة تعود لكم زملائي في الاستديو.
شكرا لك زميل حميد الزعابي. أعزائي المشاهدين، من أكثر المواضيع التي تم ذكرها في القمة العالمية للحكومات هذا العام هو روبوت الدردشة تشات جي بي تي الذي أطلقته شركة التكنولوجيا الناشئة أوبينال في نوفمبر من العام الماضي، ومنذ انطلاقه أصبح البرنامج الأسرع في التاريخ من حيث استقطاب أعداد المستخدمين.
نعم ميرا، الأمر الذي أشعل حربا بين شركات التكنولوجيا العملاقة في إطار السباق بينها على امتلاك أحدث تقنيات هذا النوع من الذكاء الاصطناعي. انطلاقا من ذلك قامت الزميلة أدال طعمة بإعداد تقرير كامل من كتابة الشات جي بي تي لنطلع على هذه التجربة.
مع انشغال العالم ببرنامج تشات جي بي تي ومع التخوفات التي بدأ يثيرها حول إمكانية أن يصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي بديلاً للإنسان في المستقبل، قررنا أن نجري اختباراً بسيطاً، وهو أن نقوم بإعداد تقرير تلفزيوني من كتابة برنامج تشات جي بي تي بشكل كامل دون أي تعديل. فقط سنقوم بترجمة النص حرفياً من الإنجليزية إلى العربية. اخترنا أن يكون الموضوع من وحي حياتنا المهنية، أي حول مهنة الصحافة التلفزيونية، وإذا ما كانت مهددة بالاختفاء مع دخول برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي. فتوجهت إلى صفحة روبوت الدردشة تشات جي بي تي وطلبت منه أن يكتب تقريرا مختصرا حول هذا الموضوع، وبثوان معدودة أصبح النص جاهزا. قمت بترجمته وهذه كانت النتيجة. الصحفيون التلفزيونيون يلعبون دورا حاسما في إعلام الجمهور ولفت انتباهه إلى الأحداث المهمة، فهم يسافرون إلى مواقع مختلفة، يجمعون المعلومات، يجرون المقابلات ويقدمون الأخبار للمشاهد بطريقة جذابة وغنية. ولكن مع التقدم السريع للتكنولوجيا وخاصة الذكاء الاصطناعي، بدأ البعض بطرح السؤال: ما إذا كانت وظيفة الصحفي التلفزيوني مهددة بالاختفاء؟ بلا شك الذكاء الاصطناعي قادر على القيام بمهام كثيرة كعمليات البحث وتحليل البيانات وإعداد التقارير وربما قراءة النشرات، إلا أنه لا يمكن أن يحل محل العنصر البشري الضروري للصحافة. فالصحافة التلفزيونية تتطلب مستوى من الذكاء العاطفي، إذ يجلب الصحفيون تجاربهم وشخصيتهم وروحهم إلى عملهم، مما يجعل تقاريرهم فريدة وجذابة، كما أنهم قادرون على التواصل مع موضوعاتهم وجمهورهم، ولديهم القدرة على التكيف مع المواقف المستجدة واتخاذ قرارات في أجزاء من الثانية وطرح أسئلة ثاقبة تتجاوز النص، وهو ما لا يمتلكه الذكاء الاصطناعي ببساطة. لذا وعلى الرغم من أن الذكاء الاصطناعي قد يكون قادراً على مساعدة الصحفيين بشكل كبير في عملهم، إلا أنه من غير الممكن أن يحل محلهم تماماً، فالعنصر البشري للصحافة هو ما يجعلها فريدة وقيمة. لذا وظيفة الصحفي التلفزيوني موجودة لتبقى وستستمر في لعب دور حاسم في إعلام الجمهور وإشراكه. أدال طعمة عبر برنامج تشات جي بي تي تلفزيون دبي.
اوكي عندك. إذا مشاهدينا متواصلين في هذه التغطية، شاهدنا وإياكم تقنية الشات جي بي تي، وأيضا الآن ننتقل إلى مراسلتنا من قلب الحدث وبين أروقة القمة العالمية للحكومات، دينا برقاوي. دينا.
نعم، إذن أهلا بكم. نقترب بالفعل من الوصول إلى نهاية اليوم الثاني من القمة العالمية للحكومات، هذه القمة التي تعتبر أكبر تجمع على المستوى الحكومي عالميا بمشاركة أكثر من 150 دولة ومشاركة أكثر من 10,000 مسؤول وخبير ومفكر في هذه الدورة من هذا العام. طبعا يتم على مدار 3 أيام مناقشة العديد من المواضيع التي تهم مستقبل البشرية، حيث تطمح كافة الحكومات من خلال مشاركتها في هذه القمة بأن تصل إلى مستقبل أفضل للبشرية جمعاء وسط التحديات التي نشهدها حاليا وأيضا التغيرات المتسارعة التي يشهدها العالم. من أبرز الجلسات التي أخذت موقعا لها في اليوم الثاني من القمة العالمية للحكومات، طبعا يعني سادت المواضيع الاقتصادية تقريبا على غالبية الجلسات. كان هنالك جلسة مهمة جدا في الصباح لمعالي كريستالينا غورغيفا المدير العام لصندوق النقد الدولي، وأيضا رافقها في ذلك معالي وزير الاقتصاد الإماراتي عبد الله بن طوق المري. كان عنوان هذه الجلسة حول العولمة، هل وصلنا إلى نهاية العولمة أم هذه هي بدايتها؟ كان التركيز خلال حديثهم في هذه الجلسة عن أهمية التعاون ما بين الحكومات، ما بين الدول وما بين الأفراد في المجتمعات، أيضا للخروج من هذه الأزمات التي يمر بها العالم بأقل الخسائر. وأكدوا على أننا قادرين على تخطي هذه الأزمات في حال فقط تم التعاون ما بين الدول والحكومات. أيضا كان هنالك منذ حوالي الساعة من الآن جلسة مهمة لمعالي دكتور سلطان الجابر رئيس قمة كوب 28. طبعا سوف كان عنوان هذه الجلسة عن المسار نحو مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28. طبعا كوب 28 يكثر الحديث عنه كون دولة الإمارات تستعد لاستضافة هذا الحدث المناخي العالي المستوى عالميا، والذي يتحدث عن التغيرات المناخية وتأثيرها على العالم وتأثيرها على الاقتصاد، كون هذا هو الحديث الأبرز عالميا حاليا التغيرات المناخية. أيضا كان هنالك الكثير من الجلسات الجانبية حول الفرص الاقتصادية الجديدة، جلسة بعنوان العملات الرقمية هل هي فقاعة أم حقيقة، وأيضا كان هنالك جلسات أخرى جانبية حول أمور اقتصادية عن أهمية الابتكار للارتقاء بالأداء الاقتصادي للحكومات وجلسات كثيرة غيرها. هناك جلسة أيضا تحدثت عن كيف نتفادى الحرب الباردة القادمة. إذا يعني نستطيع أن نقول بأنه كان يوم فيه موضوعات منوعة من خلال الجلسات، لكن كان التركيز في غالبية الجلسات على المواضيع الاقتصادية، وهو جانب مهم بطبيعة الحال في القمة العالمية للحكومات. الآن نعود إلى الزملاء في الاستوديو.
رؤية المؤسس رحمه الله أبونا زايد الوحدة هي مصدر الوطن وقوته، جمعت القبائل ووحدت الإمارات. تماسك مجتمعنا هو ثروتنا الحقيقية، وهو وسيلتنا في الاستمرارية لازدهار الدولة ومواجهة التحديات العالمية. رهاننا الحقيقي في هذه الفترة من الزمن، في هذه الفترة اللي نحن عندنا خير، هو أن نحن نستثمر كل إمكانياتنا في هذا التعليم، لأن بيجي وقت بعد 50 سنة وبنحمل آخر سفينة، آخر برميل نفط. السؤال بعد 50 سنة بعد تحميل هذا البرميل هل بنحزن؟ إذا كان الاستثمار اليوم صحيح، أنا أراهن يا أخوان وأخوات أن بنحتفل في هذه اللحظة.
إذن مشاهدينا في هذه الأثناء ننتقل إلى القاعة الرئيسية، حيث سيقوم صاحب السمو الشيخ سعود بن صقر القاسمي عضو المجلس الأعلى للاتحاد حاكم إمارة رأس الخيمة، وكلمة في القمة العالمية للحكومات من صاحب السمو، فإلى هناك.
صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أخواني أخواتي، أدعوكم مشاركتي في هذا الدعاء. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم العظيم الأعظم. اللهم اجبر ضعف وقلة حيلة المنكوبين من الشعبين الشقيقين السوري والتركي جبرا لا يقدر أحد عليه إلا أنت، آمين. السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في القمة العالمية للحكومات، الحدث المميز الذي يجتمع فيه صناع القرار من مختلف دول العالم لطرح الأفكار التي تتطلب منا جميعا التحلي بالطموح والأمل والعمل المشترك لبناء مستقبل أفضل للإنسان. الحضور الكريم، الطموح هو هوية الإمارات. طموحنا راسخ في هويتنا العربية والإسلامية والإنسانية. الطموح هو الذي جعل من الإمارات نموذجا فريدا في العالم، وهو الذي دفع الآباء المؤسسين إلى تجاوز حاضرهم وبناء أسس متينة لمستقبل واعد ومشرق. وبعزم من هذا الطموح الذي أرسى دعائمه المغفورة لهم بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان وإخوانه المؤسسين طيب الله ثراهم، تنطلق رأس الخيمة في وضع رؤيتها لمستقبل جوهره الإنسان والمكان، ويرتكز على 4 أسس: مواطن قادر على صنع مستقبله، بيئة طبيعية مصانة تحفظ الهوية التاريخية، حكومة تبني الجسور للازدهار والتقدم نحو المستقبل المشرق، اقتصاد حيوي مستدام يضمن الازدهار ويكون مفتاحا لغد أفضل. نجاح هذه الاستراتيجية يكمن في سببين: أولهما البيئة الحاضنة. نموذج الإمارات في حرصه على الاستثمار في الإنسان أولاً، والرؤية التكاملية للاتحاد الذي يجمع إماراتنا السبع تحت مظلة واحدة وهدف واحد. وثانيهما هو القيادة الرشيدة، فثراء الأمم أو فقرها إنما هو انعكاس لكفاءة إدارتها وليس لمقدار ثرواتها. وقد حبانا الله بقيادة رشيدة صنعت من الحلم حقيقة، واليوم نواكب الفكر الاستثنائي لأخي محمد بن زايد الذي يرفع سقف الطموحات لترسي دولتنا معايير جديدة تراه الأجيال الحالية والقادمة. نقول: نحن معك يا أخي محمد، معك سنواصل مسيرة النهضة بما يفوق الطموحات، مسترشدين برؤيتكم وتوجهاتكم. الحضور الكريم، رأس الخيمة لها تاريخ عريق ضارب في القدم، حيث تعاقبت الثقافات فيها على مدار 7000 عام، تاركة إرثاً حضارياً غنياً وممتداً عبر الزمن نستفيد منه إلى اليوم. وما كان لهذا الوجود الإنساني أن يستمر إلا بفضل الثراء والتنوع البيئي الذي تنعم به رأس الخيمة، من قمم جبالها الشاهقة إلى شواطئها الجميلة، ومن سهولها الخضراء إلى كثبانها الذهبية. هذا المزيج وفر سبل العيش لأبناء هذه الأرض وعمق صلتهم بها، كما رسخ وعيهم بمحيطهم وفهم لدور بيئتهم في جعل رأس الخيمة وجهة للسياحة والاستقرار وازدهار الأعمال. إنها قصة الاستثمار في التنمية البشرية لتحقيق التنمية الاقتصادية، والجميع يشهد مدى حرص المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ صقر بن محمد القاسمي على أن يشمل التعليم الجميع، إدراك منه لأهمية الاستثمار في الإنسان. لهذا كانت قصة رأس الخيمة قصة إمارة كبيرة بطموحاتها وعزيمة أبنائها وبناتها. لقد تعلمنا من تاريخ أجدادنا أن الاقتصادات الصغيرة قد تكون بالقيادة الرشيدة أكثر مرونة وحيوية وقدرة على النمو. فقطاعنا السياحي شهد عام 2022 أعلى عدد للزوار في تاريخ الإمارة، ليواصل مسيرة نموه التي بلغت 50% خلال 4 أعوام. ارتفعت قيمة التعاملات العقارية بمقدار الضعف خلال 3 سنوات، وزادت الرخص الجديدة الصادرة في المناطق الاقتصادية بنسبة 40% خلال 5 سنوات. أما ميناء صقر فقد ضاعف نشاطه أكثر من 20 مرة خلال 20 عاما الماضية. كما نجحنا في بناء نموذج صناعي قوي في قطاعات حيوية تسهم في ضمان استدامة ومرونة الاقتصاد. تركز برامجنا التنموية على تنويع الاقتصاد من خلال جذب الاستثمارات الصناعية والتكنولوجية والسياحية والعقارية، مع العمل على تحديث البنية التحتية وتطوير التعليم لتعزيز جودة حياة المواطنين وتمكينهم من خلال تشجيع ريادة الأعمال والابتكار، مع جعل اقتصاد رأس الخيمة نموذجاً ناجحاً للشراكات الدولية. أقول لكل مواطن في رأس الخيمة: ما نريده لك واضح. حكومة تدعمك لتتقدم نحو الأفضل، ثقافة وطنية عامة في القطاعين الحكومي والخاص ترسخ مفاهيم التخطيط والتنظيم والمثابرة، قيم أصيلة تؤمن بأهمية العمل الجاد والالتزام. الأخوات والأخوة، إن ما نحن فيه اليوم لم يكن ليتحقق لولا روح التعاون والتلاحم في بلدنا الحبيب. الكثير من منجزاتنا هي حصيلة جهود مشتركة لإخواني حكام الإمارات. أقول لأخي محمد بن زايد وأخي محمد بن راشد والإخواني الحكام: أنتم خير معين لنا في هذه المسيرة. لقد تعلمت منكم الكثير ومنكم أستمد قوتي. إلى مواطني الإمارات الأحباء أقول: شكرا لكم على مساهمتكم القيمة في تنمية بلدنا الحبيب، فأنتم الأساس وأنتم الأمل. وشكرا لكل المقيمين على إيمانهم برسالة الإمارات ومشاركتهم في صنع نموذج للتعاون والتنمية. ختاماً، أود التأكيد بأن هدفنا اليوم خلق حكومة متجانسة تحمل نفس الروح، نفس الطموحات، بأياد وعقول مختلفة، لكنها تعزف كفرقة موسيقية واحدة، تعزف سيمفونية لمستقبل أفضل. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
مشاهدينا الكرام، نصل لختام تغطيتنا لوقائع اليوم الثاني للقمة العالمية للحكومات، ونلقاكم غدا لتغطية فعاليات اليوم الثالث منه. إلى اللقاء.
إلى اللقاء مشاهدينا، نلقاكم غدا في نفس الموعد. مع السلامة.
وسط الأحداث المتلاحقة، حدث محوري نغوص في أبعاده، نستكشف زواياه ونكشف خفاياه، ندقق في الحجج ونطلب البراهين، نرصد المسارات ونلتمس التوجهات للملفات الساخنة. قابل للنقاش الأربعاء 10:30 مساء بتوقيت دبي. لتقديم الصورة الأفضل للبث تم تغيير تردد قناة دبي إلى التردد الجديد التالي. عيونكم تستحق الأفضل.
شاهدوا أقوى البرامج والأعمال الدرامية على تلفزيون دبي.
أنا بحب فيها حاجات كتير.
أفضل بداية لليوم مع برنامج هذا الصباح. موسم جديد مع صناع الموضة والأزياء وبرنامج مشاهير. ألمع نجوم الطرب والغناء في برنامج أنغام. عشاق الدراما يلتقون مع أضخم إنتاجات الدراما التركية نهضة السلاجقة. بروين حبيب تعود إليكم في البرنامج الثقافي بين السطور. لأول مرة برنامج المسابقات الأشهر ذا ويل الدائرة. لف الدائرة. أخبار الاقتصاد في تداول. العملات الرقمية والميتافيرس في إنكريبتو. ولهواة السوشيال ميديا برنامج منصات رقمية. التاريخ والأصالة في قصة متحف. كل ما يهم صحة الأسرة في ذا دوكتورز. وأقوى برامج أخبار النجوم ذا إنسايدر بالعربي.
جاهزين لموسم جديد؟
كل هذا وأكثر فقط على تلفزيون دبي.
What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing?
Like 20. I never sleep.
When the future of your country is at stake!
Get your way is the first rule.
What is your earliest memory?
The orphanage on fire.
Get it coming! You're breaking my heart.
My memory's fine.
This crypt goes all the way under the bank.
Really?
Which of the boxes were ransacked?
How old are you?
الأفلام الأجنبية شاهدها على أوان.
من دبي التي تؤشر ساعتها إلى 3 ظهرا، هذه نشرة الأخبار ومن عناوينها. محمد بن راشد يلتقي رئيس الباراغواي على هامش القمة العالمية للحكومات في دبي. الجابر يؤكد خلال القمة العالمية للحكومات بدبي أن الحلول الجذرية لمواجهة التغير المناخي تتحقق بتوفر الإرادة السياسية. بعد مرور 198 ساعة على وقوع الزلزال، فرق الإنقاذ تنجح في انتشال 3 أشخاص على قيد الحياة، وارتفاع عدد الضحايا إلى أكثر من 37 ألف شخص في تركيا وسوريا. أهلا بكم. استقبل صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله فخامة ماريو عبدو بينيتيز رئيس جمهورية الباراغواي على هامش القمة العالمية للحكومات، وذلك بحضور سمو الشيخ حمدان بن محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم ولي عهد دبي، مع انعقادها تحت شعار استشراف حكومات المستقبل للتوصل إلى تصورات يمكن معها الإسهام في بناء مستقبل أفضل للدول والمجتمعات وتحسين حياة الناس وتوسيع فرصهم في التنمية. وقد شهد صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم وفخامة ماريو عبدو بينيتيز توقيع اتفاقية تعاون ثنائي في مجالات التطوير الحكومي بين حكومتي البلدين. أكد صاحب السمو الشيخ سعود بن صقر القاسمي عضو المجلس الأعلى للاتحاد في دولة الإمارات حاكم إمارة رأس الخيمة في كلمته أمام القمة العالمية للحكومات في دبي أن إمارة رأس الخيمة وضعت في جوهر رؤيتها تعزيز تنمية الإنسان والمكان معا.
طموحنا راسخ في هويتنا العربية والإسلامية والإنسانية. الطموح هو الذي جعل من الإمارات نموذجا فريدا في العالم، وهو الذي دفع الآباء المؤسسين إلى تجاوز حاضرهم وبناء أسس متينة لمستقبل واعد ومشرق. وبعزم من هذا الطموح الذي أرسى دعائمه المغفور لهم بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان وإخوانه المؤسسين طيب الله ثراهم، تنطلق رأس الخيمة في وضع رؤيتها لمستقبل جوهره الإنسان والمكان.
ولليوم الثاني تتواصل أعمال القمة العالمية للحكومات في دبي تحت شعار استشراف حكومات المستقبل، وتضمنت أجندة اليوم الثاني من القمة العالمية للحكومات العديد من الفعاليات بمشاركة 20 رئيس دولة وحكومة وأكثر من 250 وزيرا و10,000 من المسؤولين الحكوميين وقادة الفكر والخبراء العالميين. كما شملت أجندة اليوم الثاني فعاليات أبرزها كلمة الدكتور سلطان بن أحمد الجابر وزير الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة والمبعوث الخاص للتغير المناخي لدولة الإمارات والرئيس المعين لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 تحت عنوان المسار نحو مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28. وتتضمن قائمة فعاليات اليوم الثاني جلسة بعنوان نهاية العولمة أم بداية جديدة لها، وفعالية رأس الخيمة بين الماضي والحاضر وريادة المستقبل. وخلال جلسة بعنوان المسار نحو مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 أكد الدكتور سلطان بن أحمد الجابر الرئيس المعين لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 أكد أن التغيير المناخي لا يقر بأي حدود بين الدول، داعيا ليكون مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 مؤتمر وحدة وعمل ومؤتمر من شأنه أن يضع ملامح مستقبل أفضل للعالم.
تغير المناخ لا يقر بأي حدود وهو يؤثر بنا جميعا، ولذلك نحن معتقدون بأن الحلول الجذرية تتحقق عندما تتوفر الإرادة السياسية الجامعة. وأؤكد لكم هي حاضرة وبقوة من طرف الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فنحن في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لا نهرب من الحاجة إلى التحول التقي، بل في الواقع نشابه هذا التحدي بصدورنا. في التاريخ تطرأ علينا لحظات حيث تجتمع البشرية في مواجهة تحديات مشتركة لنثبت لأنفسنا أننا قادرون على تحقيق ذلك مرة إضافية، لنضع خلافاتنا جانبا، لنقاتل تغير المناخ ونواجهه، لا نتواجه فيما بيننا، لنبدأ بالتركيز على النتائج، ولنجعل مؤتمر الأطراف في نسخته 28 مؤتمر وحدة، مؤتمر عمل، ومؤتمر الجميع، مؤتمر من شأنه أن يضع ملامح مستقبل أفضل.
وفي جلسة رئيسة ضمن أعمال القمة العالمية للحكومات، حذر رئيس الوزراء اليمني معين عبد الملك من أن قدرة اليمن على الصمود الاقتصادي تتراجع بشكل كبير، معتبرا أن الإصلاحات التي أجرتها حكومته أبعدت اليمن عن الانهيار.
لولا الإصلاحات اللي قمنا فيها ولولا قدرتنا على الصمود كان الوضع انهار. دول بأكملها تنهار فيها العملة بشكل كبير جدا، دول إمكانياتها كبيرة، بس أنا أقول أنه مخزون قدرتنا على الصمود يستنزف. الرواتب في حدها الأدنى، القدرة الشرائية في وضع صعب، المدرسين، الموازنات التشغيلية، المستشفيات. عندنا حوالي 8900 مدرسة، أكثر من 2 مليون طالب غير المتخلفين عن الذهاب للمدارس. عندنا إشكاليات حقيقية، والقلق الرئيسي أن لدينا جيل الحرب. دائما وقت الحرب تتراجع المعدلات بشكل كبير، احنا في معدلات بعيدة تماما عن ما قبل 2011 و2014 ساعة بدء الحرب مع الميليشيات وسيطرتها على العاصمة.
من جانبها أكدت المدير العام لصندوق النقد الدولي كريستالينا غورغيفا لتلفزيون دبي أن القمة العالمية للحكومات تعقد في دبي لتوحد العالم أمام التحديات الاقتصادية وأزمة تغير المناخ.
لما هذه القمة مهمة؟ أولا لأن أداء الاقتصاد العالمي يكون أفضل إذا ما كان متكاملا، مما يعني أن الدول والشعوب تكون في وضع أفضل. ثانيا لأن الأزمة المناخية تستلزم منا عدم الانتظار أكثر، بل أن نبدأ بالعمل سويا وإيجاد الحلول. ستستضيف دولة الإمارات مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28، وهذا مؤتمر مهم جدا سينعقد بنهاية هذا العام. ثالثا تواجه الدول الفقيرة الكثير من المشاكل، من بينها مستوى مديونية مرتفع. لا يمكن لتلك الدول التعامل مع هذا المستوى من الدين بمفردها، فهي بحاجة إلى التضامن، وهذا ما نبنيه هنا في دبي في هذه القمة.
من جانبه أكد معالي عبد الله بن طوق المري وزير الاقتصاد في دولة الإمارات أن العالم يمر بتقلبات شديدة تتطلب مرونة كبيرة وتعاونا أكبر في التعامل معها.
نحن في قلب العاصفة الآن، هنالك مخاطر وتحديات وتوترات كثيرة من حولنا، ولكن يجب أن نتكيف بكل سرعة، والإمارات العربية المتحدة تلعب هذا الدور لتضمن أن هذه السياسات يجب أن تراجع بشكل هنالك فيها الفرص حيث نجد مثل هذه التجزئة حاصلة، ولكن يجب أن نعود، والتعددية مكون هام جدا.
وخلال مشاركتها في جلسة بعنوان المرأة في الحكومة صناعة المستقبل، دعت نائب رئيس مجلس الإمارات للتوازن بين الجنسين سعادة منى المري إلى التركيز على تغيير الأنظمة الداخلية، مشيرة إلى أن الإمارات أقرت 22 سياسة وقانونا ولوائح تدعم التوازن بين الجنسين.
علينا أن نركز على تغيير الأنظمة الداخلية، إجراء الإصلاحات القانونية والتشريعية، إدخال سياسات جديدة. منذ إنشاء مجلس التوازن بين الجنسين في عام 2015 في دولة الإمارات أطلقت الكثير من المبادرات، تم إجراء الكثير من الإصلاحات القانونية. لدينا أكثر من 22 سياسة وقانونا ولوائح تنظيمية قد تم إصدارها، ومن بينها الأجور المتساوية، إضافة إلى عضوية المرأة في مجلس الإدارة، 50% تمثيل للمرأة في البرلمان. هذه كلها أمور لم تتحقق حتى على مستويات دولية، لذلك علينا أن نستمر في تغيير هذه السياسات وإدخال تشريعات وإصلاحات جديدة.
وضمن حوار بعنوان كيف توازن الحكومات بين تمكين الابتكار وحوكمة التكنولوجيا، أكد نيك ليج رئيس الشؤون الدولية في ميتا أن قطاع التكنولوجيا في دولة الإمارات يتسم بالتفاؤل والواقعية، وهو ما تتطلبه عملية التحول التكنولوجي لدى الحكومات في العالم.
بالنسبة لي كلاجئ من السياسة إلى سيليكون فالي، كان مثير جدا أن ألعب دورا مثل الجسر أو المترجم بين العالمين، وأستطيع أن أجرأ وأقول بأنكم أنتم وإدارتكم كنتم أمثلة ريادية للمزيج الرائع بين التفاؤل والواقعية فيما يخص التكنولوجيا، وهذا هو المزيج المناسب. فالتكنولوجيا توفر فرصا رائعة للعالم، ولكن بلا شك دائما هنالك جوانب سلبية يجب أن نخلصها ونتخلص منها. وإذا ما ابتعدنا عن هذا التأرجح الكبير جدا بين التفاؤل المفرط والتشاؤم المفرط، فبإمكاننا استخلاص الأفضل من الابتكارات التكنولوجية لنا جميعا.
في جلسة تناولت الطرق التي ستغير فيها الروبوتات حياتنا، شارك البروفيسور هيروشي إيشيغورو قادما من اليابان، وتحديدا من مختبرات إيشيغورو في معهد الأبحاث المتقدمة بجامعة أوساكا. وحمل إيشيغورو معه تجارب حول تطوير الروبوتات الشبيهة بالبشر. محمود حمدان والتفاصيل.
جاء إلى القمة العالمية للحكومات ليشارك العالم ما وصل إليه من إجابات عما ستغيره الروبوتات والذكاء الاصطناعي في حياتنا. إنه العالم الياباني البروفيسور هيروشي إيشيغورو الذي أخذ على عاتقه تطوير روبوتات تشبه البشر بالشكل والحركات والتفكير. صمم الروبوت إريكا في عام 2014، وقال حينها إنه يسعى إلى تزويد الروبوت بإدراك مستقل. ثم جسد شخصيته بروبوت أو أفاتار، والآن يراهن أنه بدأ ينافسه ليس فقط في الشكل والإيماءات، بل ربما يتفوق عليه بالإدراك.
نحن نطور تقنيات تجسيد الأفاتار بشكل كبير، وأهم ما في ذلك الإيماءات. فمثلا الأفاتار الخاص بي تطورت لديه إيماءات أفضل مني، لقد تفوق علي في التعبير، وغالبا الإدراك أيضا أفضل، حيث أننا نسخر التقنيات الحديثة للكاميرات والميكروفونات لدى الأفاتار، فهو يسمع ويرى جيدا، وبذلك يساعدنا في تحسين قدراتنا بشكل أكبر. يجب أن نكون حذرين عند برمجة الروبوت الأفاتار، ويجب أن تكون هناك تشريعات صارمة كذلك، حيث أن الروبوت قد يكون أفضل من الإنسان من ناحية أنه لا يملك ما لدى الإنسان من رغبات ونزعات ربما تكون سيئة، والروبوت يتعلم من الإنسان فيجب برمجته بحذر.
يرى البروفيسور هيروشي إيشيغورو في دبي بيئة خصبة لتطوير روبوتات الأفاتار التي يعمل عليها، وخصوصا مع التطور السريع الذي تشهده دبي، ما يجعلها مرآة للمستقبل.
في آخر الأخبار، وزير الدفاع الأمريكي يقول إن حلف الناتو متحد أكثر من أي وقت مضى في مواجهة روسيا. وفي نشرتنا بعد الفاصل، الأمم المتحدة تؤكد أن أكثر من 7 ملايين طفل تأثروا بالزلزال في تركيا وسوريا. أهلا بكم. رغم مرور 8 أيام على وقوع زلزال شرق المتوسط الذي ضرب تركيا وسوريا، لا تزال الآمال كبيرة بالعثور على ناجين. اليوم انتشل رجال الإنقاذ 3 أشخاص من تحت أنقاض مبنى سكني في منطقة كهربان مرعش التركية بعد نحو 198 ساعة من وقوع الزلزال. وقد أعلنت إدارة الكوارث والطوارئ التركية في حصيلة محدثة أن عدد الضحايا في تركيا وصل إلى أكثر من 31,600 شخص، ما يرفع إجمالي الضحايا في تركيا وسوريا إلى أكثر من 37,000 شخص. من جهتها أكدت الأمم المتحدة أن أكثر من 7 ملايين طفل تأثروا بالزلزال الذي ضرب البلدين.
ينتظرون في صفوف طويلة للحصول على لقمة تسد الرمق، فقدوا كل شيء حتى الصلاة يؤدونها جماعة في الساحات العامة. وضع مأساوي يدفع متضرري الزلزال إلى التقدم بطلبات الإجلاء عن ولايتهم كهرمان مرعش، فلا حياة هنا تستحق البقاء.
فقدت ابني في الزلزال و4 من أقاربي، ولم تعد هناك إمكانية للحياة هنا، وجئت لتقديم طلب لإجلاء إلى ولاية ألانيا. ما تعرضنا له كارثة كبيرة، والآن نحن نعيش مأساة لا مثيل لها.
المخيمات هنا منتشرة في كل مكان، وقاطنوها كثر، ولكل منهم حكاية مع الزلزال المدمر.
لقد مات أخي تحت الأنقاض، وكنت أسمع صوته على مدار يومين ولم أتمكن من مساعدته. في هذا المخيم كل شيء متوفر، إلا أن الجو بارد جدا ولا توجد تدفئة كافية.
فريق الإنقاذ الإماراتي من جانبه يجوب مقاطعات الولاية المنكوبة بحثا عن مواقع مبان منهارة، فإنقاذ الأرواح مسؤولية يتحملها الفريق الذي وصل مبكرا إلى هذه الولاية في الأيام الأولى للكارثة.
نحن متواجدين كفريق البحث والإنقاذ الإماراتي بناء على توجيهات صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد حفظه الله رئيس الدولة، حيث أطلق حملة الفارس الشهم 2، ونحن متواجدين والله الحمد من يوم الاثنين نساعد الشعب التركي الشقيق، والفرق يعني باشرت المهام والله الحمد استطاعت أن تنقذ أرواح والله الحمد.
الجيش التركي ينتشر بكثرة في هذه الولاية، وكذلك هو الحال مع رجال الأمن، وتحتل عمليات إزالة الركام في ولاية كهرمان مرعش المشهد الأكبر تمهيدا للبدء في عملية إعادة الإعمار التي تؤكد الحكومة أنها ستنجز في عام واحد. الدمار الهائل الذي أصاب ولاية كهرمان مرعش مركز الزلزال يعكس قوة وحجم العاصفة الزلزالية التي ضربت جنوب البلاد في وقت تتسابق فيه جهود الإنقاذ والإغاثة لردم مواجع الفاجعة وتداعياتها على المتضررين. مهيوب خضر، تلفزيون دبي، كهرمان مرعش.
وإلى سوريا وصلت أول طائرة مساعدات إغاثية سعودية حيث هبطت بمطار مدينة حلب محملة ب35 طنا من المساعدات الغذائية لإغاثة المتضررين من الزلزال. يأتي هذا فيما أعلنت منظمة الخوذ البيضاء أن عمليات البحث عن ناجين تحت الأنقاض على وشك الانتهاء في شمال غرب سوريا الخاضع لسيطرة المعارضة. من جهته أعلن الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش أن الرئيس السوري بشار الأسد وافق على فتح معبرين حدوديين إضافيين بين تركيا وشمال غرب سوريا هما باب السلام والراعي، وذلك لفترة أولية مدتها 3 أشهر. انزعاج أمريكي شديد من الاستيطان الإسرائيلي أبداه وزير الخارجية الأمريكي أنتوني بلينكن، مؤكدا أن الولايات المتحدة تعارض التصريح الذي منحته إسرائيل بأثر رجعي لبؤر استيطانية في الضفة الغربية المحتلة. وأضاف بلينكن أن بلاده تعارض بشدة مثل هذه الإجراءات أحادية الجانب التي تؤدي إلى تفاقم التوتر وتقوض آفاق التوصل إلى حل الدولتين عبر المفاوضات. إلى الحرب في أوكرانيا والتي تشهد تصعيدا في شرق البلاد، حيث أعلنت وزارة الدفاع الروسية تقدم قواتها لنحو كيلومترين غربا في إقليم دونيتسك. وقد أقرت كييف بصعوبة الوضع في شمال بخموت. يأتي هذا فيما أعلن الجيش الروسي أنه تمكن من السيطرة على بلدة كراسناغورا. وفي لوهانسك أعلنت وزارة الدفاع البريطانية أن القوات الروسية تواصل شن هجمات لكن من دون تحقيق اختراق كبير. وليس بعيدا عن أجواء التوتر بين أوروبا وروسيا، أعلنت وزارة الدفاع الهولندية أن مقاتلتين هولنديتين من طراز F-35 اعترضتا تشكيلا من طائرات حربية روسية بالقرب من بولندا، واقتادتها إلى خارج منطقة مسؤولية حلف شمال الأطلسي. وبالتزامن نشرت وزارة الدفاع الروسية مقطع فيديو لما وصفته بأنه طلعة روتينية لقاذفاتها الاستراتيجية ذات القدرة النووية برفقة مقاتلات من طراز سوخوي 30. وقالت موسكو إن الرحلة استغرقت 7 ساعات فوق بحر بينغ الذي يفصل بين روسيا والولايات المتحدة في شمال المحيط الهادئ. والتوتر في الأجواء يتصاعد بين بكين وواشنطن، خصوصا حول رصد وإسقاط مناطيد يشتبه أنها صينية في المجال الجوي الأمريكي. المتحدث باسم الخارجية الصينية قال إن مناطيد أمريكية حلقت بشكل غير قانوني فوق الصين أكثر من 10 مرات منذ بداية 2022. ودعا الولايات المتحدة إلى أن تدرس نفسها وتغير مسارها بدلا من تشويه صورة الدول الأخرى والتحريض على المواجهة. وقد رفض مدير الاتصالات في مجلس الأمن القومي الأمريكي جون كيربي الاتهامات الصينية. إلى الواجهة من جديد، عادت حوادث إطلاق النار في الولايات المتحدة، حيث قتل 3 أشخاص وجرح 5 آخرون داخل حرم جامعي في مدينة لانسينغ بولاية ميشيغان. وأعلنت الشرطة أن المشتبه به هاجم أحد مباني الجامعة قبل أن يسير نحو مبنى آخر ليكمل هجومه، مشيرة إلى أنه مات متأثرا بجراحه بعد أن أطلق النار على نفسه. وسعت دولة الإمارات في السنوات الأخيرة استثماراتها وأطر الشراكات مع دول عديدة حول العالم ضمن استراتيجيتها للوصول إلى 0 انبعاثات كربونية بحلول عام 2050. وقد تكون أبرز هذه الشراكات تلك التي أبرمتها مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بقيمة $100 مليار لإنتاج الطاقة النظيفة. من واشنطن تقرير ناصر أبو دياب.
الحياد المناخي بحلول العام 2050 هدف تسعى دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لتحقيقه، إيمانا منها بأهمية العمل على مكافحة التغير المناخي والتحول إلى الطاقة النظيفة. لكن هدفا بهذه الضخامة يستدعي تضافر الجهود الدولية وبناء الشراكات لدعم مشاريع الطاقة المتجددة. توافقا مع هذه الاستراتيجية تأتي الشراكة مع الولايات المتحدة لاستثمار $100 مليار أمريكي في مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة حول العالم.
في حقيقة الأمر دولة الإمارات كانت دائما من أكبر المستثمرين في مجال الطاقة المتجددة، وتصريحات سلطان الجابر المبعوث الإماراتي الخاص للتغير المناخي مؤخرا تؤكد على هذا الالتزام، حيث شدد على ضرورة تكثيف العمل المشترك للحد من الانبعاثات وتسريع عملية التحول إلى الطاقة النظيفة.
هذه الشراكة والتي تعتبر مثالا لتنسيق الجهود العالمية تقوم على ركائز أساسية تشمل تطوير مشروعات الطاقة النظيفة في الإمارات والولايات المتحدة ودول أخرى، وتعزيز الاستثمار في التعدين الأخضر وتطوير حلول خفض انبعاثات الكربون والميثان، واستخدام الوقود النظيف في قطاعي الصناعة والنقل، والارتقاء بمنظومة الأمن والسلامة في الطاقة النووية وتحفيز التحول إلى الطاقة الكهربائية.
الهدف من هذه الشراكة هي استثمار هذه الأموال في مشاريع مناخية تقلل من انبعاثات الكربون وفي مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة من الطاقة الشمسية إلى الرياح وكذلك الطاقة النووية. هذه المشاريع ليست حكرا على الإمارات والولايات المتحدة فقط، بل ستستفيد منها دول أخرى حول العالم، حيث ستضمن توفير التمويل والتكنولوجيا المطلوبة لهذه المشاريع.
شراكة تجسد التزام البلدين بتعزيز التقدم في العمل المناخي وخلق فرص لإطلاق استثمارات مشتركة في الدول الناشئة والنامية، ودعم مشروعات الطاقة المستدامة فيها ذات الجدوى الاقتصادية والبيئية من خلال توفير الخبرة الفنية والمساعدة في إدارة المشروعات وتوفير التمويل، بما يضمن بناء نظام طاقة عالمي آمن وموثوق قادر على تزويد البشرية بالطاقة النظيفة لأجيال قادمة.
مستقبل الطاقة النظيفة لم يعد مجرد طموح، بل أصبح حاجة ملحة تستدعي التنسيق بين الحكومات وبناء الشراكات الدولية والعمل معا من أجل تحقيق الهدف المنشود. ناصر أبو دياب، تلفزيون دبي، واشنطن.
ختام نشرتنا، شكرا لحسن المتابعة وإلى اللقاء.
لتقديم الصورة الأفضل للبث، تم تغيير تردد قناة دبي إلى التردد الجديد التالي. عيونكم تستحق الأفضل.
نشرة وتداول، أهلا بكم ونبدأها بأبرز العناوين. القمة العالمية للحكومات تواصل أعمالها لليوم الثاني والتغير المناخي، العنوان الأبرز اليوم. طاقة تحقق نموا في أرباح العام الماضي بنسبة 35% إلى أكثر من 8 مليارات درهم. وأوروبا تنفق نحو 800 مليار يورو لحماية الأسر والشركات من ارتفاع تكاليف الطاقة. أهلا بكم. لليوم الثاني تتواصل أعمال القمة العالمية للحكومات في دبي تحت شعار استشراف حكومات المستقبل. وتضمنت أجندة اليوم الثاني من القمة العالمية للحكومات العديد من الفعاليات، أبرزها كلمة الدكتور سلطان بن أحمد الجابر وزير الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة والمبعوث الخاص للتغير المناخي لدولة الإمارات والرئيس المعين لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 تحت عنوان المسار نحو مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28. كما شملت قائمة فعاليات اليوم الثاني جلسة بعنوان نهاية العولمة أم بداية جديدة لها، وفعالية رأس الخيمة بين الماضي والحاضر وريادة المستقبل. وخلال جلسة بعنوان المسار نحو مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 أكد الدكتور سلطان الجابر الرئيس المعين لمؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 أكد أن التغيير المناخي لا يقر بأي حدود بين الدول، داعيا ليكون مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28 مؤتمر وحدة وعمل، ومؤتمر من شأنه أن يضع ملامح مستقبل أفضل للعالم.
تغير المناخ لا يقر بأي حدود، وهو يؤثر بنا جميعا، ولذلك نحن معتقدون بأن الحلول الجذرية تتحقق عندما تتوفر الإرادة السياسية الجامعة. وأؤكد لكم هي حاضرة وبقوة من طرف الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فنحن في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لا نهرب من الحاجة إلى التحول التقي، بل في الواقع نجابه هذا التحدي بصدورنا. في التاريخ تطرأ علينا لحظات حيث تجتمع البشرية في مواجهة تحديات مشتركة لنثبت لأنفسنا أننا قادرون على تحقيق ذلك مرة إضافية، لنضع خلافاتنا جانبا، لنقاتل تغير المناخ ونواجهه، لا نتواجه فيما بيننا، لنبدأ بالتركيز على النتائج، ولنجعل مؤتمر الأطراف في نسخته 28 مؤتمر وحدة، مؤتمر عمل، ومؤتمر الجميع، مؤتمر من شأنه أن يضع ملامح مستقبل أفضل.
وعلى هامش جلسة بعنوان نهاية العولمة أم بداية جديدة لها، قالت المدير العام لصندوق النقد الدولي كريستالينا جورجيفا لتلفزيون دبي أن القمة العالمية للحكومات تعقد في دبي لتوحد العالم أمام التحديات الاقتصادية وأزمة التغير المناخي.
لما هذه القمة مهمة؟ أولا لأن أداء الاقتصاد العالمي يكون أفضل إذا ما كان متكاملا، مما يعني أن الدول والشعوب تكون في وضع أفضل. ثانيا لأن الأزمة المناخية تستلزم منا عدم الانتظار أكثر، بل أن نبدأ بالعمل سويا وإيجاد الحلول. ستستضيف دولة الإمارات مؤتمر الأطراف كوب 28، وهذا مؤتمر مهم جدا سينعقد بنهاية هذا العام. ثالثا تواجه الدول الفقيرة الكثير من المشاكل، من بينها مستوى مديونية مرتفع، لا يمكن لتلك الدول التعامل مع هذا المستوى من الدين بمفردها، فهي بحاجة إلى التضامن، وهذا ما نبنيه هنا في دبي في هذه القمة.
وعلى هامش القمة أيضا أكد رؤساء دول وحكومات ووزراء على أهمية مواضيع القمة في مواجهة التحديات العالمية ودور الحكومات لتوفير مستقبل أفضل للبشرية.
We are all moving in the same direction. نحن كلنا سائرون في نفس الاتجاه. العالم اليوم أصبح قرية صغيرة، لذا باتت الحاجة ملحة من أجل الحفاظ على الكوكب من المخاطر التي يواجهها. وهذه القمة منصة مهمة لمتخذي القرار لمناقشة سبل التغلب على التحديات العالمية.
رسالتي كرئيسة وزراء صربيا هي ضرورة الاستثمار في التعليم بالاستعانة بالتطبيقات التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي والتحول الرقمي. هذه القمة تعد فرصة جيدة لتناقل الخبرات والتجارب بين الدول، ونحن في صربيا نتخذ من دولة الإمارات نموذجا ملهما في الإدارة الحكومية.
هذه القمة جاءت في الوقت المناسب بسبب ما يمر به العالم من حالة عدم اتزان، وبسبب أزمات عالمية أنهكت الهياكل السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية في كثير من البلدان. على العالم مواجهة تحدياته بكل الوسائل المتاحة عن طريق التعاون الدولي.
ومن جانبه قال معالي عبد الله بن طوق المري وزير الاقتصاد في دولة الإمارات أن العالم يمر بتقلبات شديدة تتطلب مرونة كبيرة وتعاونا أكبر في التعامل معها.
نحن في قلب العاصفة الآن، هنالك مخاطر وتحديات وتوترات كثيرة من حولنا، ولكن يجب أن نتكيف بكل سرعة، والإمارات العربية المتحدة تلعب هذا الدور لتضمن أن هذه السياسات يجب أن تراجع بشكل هنالك فيها الفرص، حيث نجد مثل هذه التجزئة حاصلة، ولكن يجب أن نعود، والتعددية مكون هام جدا.
وسعت دولة الإمارات في السنوات الأخيرة استثماراتها وأطر الشراكات مع دول عديدة حول العالم ضمن استراتيجيتها للوصول إلى 0 انبعاثات كربونية بحلول عام 2050. وقد تكون أبرز هذه الشراكات تلك التي أبرمتها مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بقيمة 100 مليار دولار لإنتاج الطاقة النظيفة. من واشنطن تقرير ناصر أبو دياب.
الحياد المناخي بحلول العام 2050 هدف تسعى دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لتحقيقه، إيمانا منها بأهمية العمل على مكافحة التغير المناخي والتحول إلى الطاقة النظيفة. لكن هدفا بهذه الضخامة يستدعي تضافر الجهود الدولية وبناء الشراكات لدعم مشاريع الطاقة المتجددة. توافقا مع هذه الاستراتيجية تأتي الشراكة مع الولايات المتحدة لاستثمار 100 مليار دولار أمريكي في مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة حول العالم.
في حقيقة الأمر دولة الإمارات كانت دائما من أكبر المستثمرين في مجال الطاقة المتجددة، وتصريحات سلطان الجابر المبعوث الإماراتي الخاص للتغير المناخي مؤخرا تؤكد على هذا الالتزام، حيث شدد على ضرورة تكثيف العمل المشترك للحد من الانبعاثات وتسريع عملية التحول إلى الطاقة النظيفة.
هذه الشراكة والتي تعتبر مثالا لتنسيق الجهود العالمية تقوم على ركائز أساسية تشمل تطوير مشروعات الطاقة النظيفة في الإمارات والولايات المتحدة ودول أخرى، وتعزيز الاستثمار في التعدين الأخضر وتطوير حلول خفض انبعاثات الكربون والميثان، واستخدام الوقود النظيف في قطاعي الصناعة والنقل، والارتقاء بمنظومة الأمن والسلامة في الطاقة النووية وتحفيز التحول إلى الطاقة الكهربائية.
الهدف من هذه الشراكة هي استثمار هذه الأموال في مشاريع مناخية تقلل من انبعاثات الكربون، وفي مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة من الطاقة الشمسية إلى الرياح وكذلك الطاقة النووية. هذه المشاريع ليست حكرا على الإمارات والولايات المتحدة فقط، بل ستستفيد منها دول أخرى حول العالم، حيث ستضمن توفير التمويل والتكنولوجيا المطلوبة لهذه المشاريع.
شراكة تجسد التزام البلدين بتعزيز التقدم في العمل المناخي وخلق فرص لإطلاق استثمارات مشتركة في الدول الناشئة والنامية، ودعم مشروعات الطاقة المستدامة فيها ذات الجدوى الاقتصادية والبيئية من خلال توفير الخبرة الفنية والمساعدة في إدارة المشروعات وتوفير التمويل، بما يضمن بناء نظام طاقة عالمي آمن وموثوق قادر على تزويد البشرية بالطاقة النظيفة لأجيال قادمة.
مستقبل الطاقة النظيفة لم يعد مجرد طموح، بل أصبح حاجة ملحة تستدعي التنسيق بين الحكومات وبناء الشراكات الدولية والعمل معا من أجل تحقيق الهدف المنشود. ناصر أبو دياب، تلفزيون دبي، واشنطن.
كرم صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله معالي ديفيد مونينيا سينغي من سيراليون الفائز بجائزة أفضل وزير في العالم في النسخة السادسة من جائزة القمة العالمية للحكومات، وذلك ضمن مبادراتها الهادفة للتعريف بأفضل النماذج العالمية الرائدة في العمل الحكومي.
His Excellency Dr. David Moinina Sengay, Minister of Education, Basic and Senior Secondary Education of the Republic of Sierra Leone, to receive the award trophy.
إلى نتائج الشركات المحلية، حيث حققت شركة طاقة بنهاية العام الماضي أرباحا صافية بأكثر من 8 مليارات درهم، لترتفع بذلك الأرباح بنسبة 35% مقارنة بالفترة المماثلة من العام 2021. كما سجلت الشركة في الربع الأخير من العام السابق ربحا صافيا بقيمة 1,511 مليون درهم، ويعود سبب نمو الأرباح السنوية إلى ارتفاع الإيرادات بنسبة 10%، بالإضافة إلى انخفاض مصاريف عمومية وإدارية بنسبة 4%. هذا وأوصى مجلس إدارة الشركة بتوزيع أرباح نقدية سنوية بقيمة 2.1 فلس عن كل سهم. كما وحققت شركة الاتصالات المتكاملة بنهاية العام الماضي أرباحا صافية بقيمة 1,219 مليون درهم، لترتفع أرباحها بنسبة 11% مقارنة بالفترة نفسها من العام السابق من العام 2021. وسجلت الشركة في الربع الأخير من العام الماضي ربحا صافيا تجاوز 268 مليون درهم، ويعود سبب نمو الأرباح السنوية إلى ارتفاع الإيرادات بنسبة 9% وانخفاض تكاليف التمويل بنسبة 12%. هذا وأوصى مجلس إدارة الشركة بتوزيع أرباح نقدية بنسبة 13% على النصف الثاني من العام 2022. ونتابع الآن تفاصيل إغلاقات الأسواق الإماراتية والخليجية. وفي آخر الأخبار الواردة، معدل ارتفاع الأجور في بريطانيا يفشل في مواكبة التضخم. وفي نشرتنا بعد الفاصل، الكتلة الأوروبية تطلق صندوقا استثماريا جديدا لدعم شركات التكنولوجيا الواعدة. ابقوا معنا.
أشحى وأروع قرمشة مع نسكويك، فطور مغذي بالشوكولاتة نسكويك، طعم مليء بالمرح يحبه كل الصغار،
إن كان يرسم البسمات فهو نسكويك.
استخدام معجون أسنان مخصص لحساسية الأسنان لا يعني بالضرورة التنازل عن فوائد معجون الأسنان الأخرى. سنسودان الحماية المتكامل بلس يحتوي على كثير من الفوائد، أميزها الحماية من حساسية الأسنان، حماية الأسنان من التسوسات. سنسودان الحماية المتكاملة بلس يعتبر خيار مناسب جدا لاستخدامه كروتين يومي صحي للحماية من حساسية الأسنان وعدم التنازل عن فوائد معجون الأسنان الأخرى.
الوالدة طبخ الغدا اليوم بس الملح زاد عن اللزوم.
طلال قوم جيب زبادي، قوم جيب زبادي، قوم جيب زبادي.
كبسة شهي فوق العادة بس كثر شطة بزيادة.
طلال قوم جيب زبادي، قوم جيب زبادي،
عشان الأكل يكون مو عادي.
قوم جيب زبادي.
زبادي المراعي، كل أكل ألذ.
أشحى وأروع قرمشة مع نسكويك، فطور مغذي بالشوكولاتة نسكويك، طعم مليء بالمرح يحبه كل الصغار،
إن كان يرسم البسمات فهو نسكويك.
جبنة الكاسات الجديدة من كيري، كريمية مرة ولذيذة 1000 مرة، تستاهل تصحى عشانها.
يد الأم يا ما شافت طول هالمشوار، ومع هذا لسه تعرف كيف تختار حليب المراعي الطازج، الفرق بيدين الأمهات.
أهلا بكم من جديد. اختارت الحكومة اليابانية كازو أويدا محافظا جديدا لبنك اليابان، ويخلف أويدا المحافظ الحالي للبنك هاروهيكو كورودا الذي تنتهي ولايته في أبريل. وعرف المحافظ الجديد بكونه خبيرا اقتصاديا وعضوا سابقا بمجلس إدارة البنك المركزي الياباني، ويتوقع يحضر اجتماعات مجلسي النواب والشيوخ في وقت لاحق من الشهر ليستجوبه المشرعون بشأن خططه للسياسة النقدية. أنفقت دول أوروبا نحو 800 مليار يورو لحماية الأسر والشركات من ارتفاع تكاليف الطاقة منذ سبتمبر من عام 2021، وذلك حسب تحليل أجراه مركز أبحاث بروغيل. نتابع فيما يلي مزيدا من أهم معطيات التقرير. أطلقت كتلة الاتحاد الأوروبي صندوقا استثماريا جديدا لدعم شركات التكنولوجيا الواعدة، وتعكف على إنشاء الصندوق مجموعة
We live in a world of plenty, yet so many don't have enough. Our world is constantly evolving. New opportunities come with countless decisions. But how can we champion positive change and mitigate risks and use our collective strength to empower and leave no one behind? The truth is, our every action shapes the lives of many. Accelerating development and governance is laying the groundwork for the future of societies and healthcare. Exploring new frontiers pushes the boundaries of knowledge and increases our resilience and connectivity. Reinventing the world that surrounds us is putting the focus back on the very thing that made us excel. Join us as we explore new ways in shaping the future. World Government Summit, Shaping Future Governments.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The Next Global Health Priorities: What, Why and How, with His Excellency Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization.
Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Your Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for the invitation to address you, and I apologize that I cannot be with you in person. As you meet, I am in the Syrian Arab Republic, meeting with officials and working with colleagues to coordinate WHO's response to the catastrophic earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria a week ago. The UAE is playing a vital role in our work. Over the past few days, we have dispatched 3 flights with medical supplies and surgical trauma kits to both countries from our logistics hub in Dubai, UAE. Indeed, our UAE Dubai hub is an increasingly important part of WHO's work around the world on emergency preparedness, response, and resilience. In the past year, we have delivered essential health supplies to 90 countries from Dubai, and since 2017, the Dubai hub has expanded tenfold. The devastating earthquake in Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic is another reminder of the need for all countries to build their capacities for health emergency preparedness, response, and resilience. As you all know, the COVID-19 has revealed serious gaps in the world's defenses against epidemics, pandemics, and other health emergencies. And we know that, unfortunately, this will not be the last pandemic, nor the large-scale health emergency. With urbanization, habitat destruction, intensive agriculture, and climate change, these risks are converging with unprecedented frequency and intensity. We owe it to those we have lost and those who will come after us to learn the lessons from this pandemic and make the changes that must be made to keep the world safer. WHO has proposed a framework for a stronger architecture for global health security, including stronger governance, stronger financing, stronger systems and tools, and a stronger WHO. The international accord or agreement that countries are now negotiating will provide a much-needed framework for enhancing a shared response to shared threats. The newly established Pandemic Fund will help to provide catalytic and gap-filling financing for the countries that need it most. The Universal Health and Preparedness Review, which is now being piloted, will help to enhance mutual accountability and mutual trust. And the WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence in Berlin will help to build our collective capacities to predict, detect, assess, and respond to health emergencies. Work is also underway to enhance the global health emergency workforce, to build a new platform to increase equitable access to medical products, and to build resilient and scalable clinical care. Even as we strengthen the world's defenses against health emergencies, we must also take action against the many other threats to health that are just as deadly but get fewer headlines. Far too many women and children still die from complications of pregnancy and childbirth. Far too many people still die from preventable diseases like HIV, TB, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases. Far too many people die with non-communicable diseases driven by products that harm health and are promoted aggressively. Far too many people die are the result of unsafe roads, unsafe medicines and healthcare, unsafe cooking fuels, and unsafe water and sanitation. And far too many people die from air pollution and climate-related health threats. Progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals has slowed, and the window of opportunity is narrowing. WHO is therefore very grateful for the United Arab Emirates partnership and leadership in responding to many of these threats through initiatives like the Government Accelerator Program to deliver faster impact through collaboration and innovation. I'm also very pleased that the UAE will host COP28 later this year and will make health a key part of those discussions. The climate crisis is a health crisis, and climate solutions are health solutions. Renewable energy, healthy and sustainable food systems, and healthy and green cities. Ultimately, the COVID-19 pandemic shows that we're one humanity, sharing one planet and one health. Once again, I thank Your Highnesses and the people of the United Arab Emirates for your continued commitment to a healthier, safer, fairer future for all. Shukran jazilan. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled What We Offer to COP28 with His Excellency Saeed Al Tayr, Managing Director and CEO of Dubai Electricity and Water Authority.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في القمة العالمية للحكومات التي أصبحت حدثاً عالمياً مميزاً على أجندة الفعاليات العالمية ومنصة معرفية شاملة لاستشراف وصنع المستقبل. كما يسعدني أن تكون هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي شريك الطاقة المستدامة للقمة التي تعقد تحت شعار تشكيل حكومات المستقبل برؤية وتوجيهات والدعم اللامحدود من القيادة الرشيدة لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله. تستعد دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لاستضافة أكبر حدث دولي في مجال العمل المناخي، ألا وهي الدورة 28 لمؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ كوب 28 في مدينة إكسبو دبي خلال العام الجاري. وستستكمل هذه الدورة من خلال تعزيز العمل مع كافة الأطراف والشركاء البناء على نتائج ومخرجات الدورات السابقة. وقد جاء إعلان سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله عام 2023 عام للاستدامة في دولة الإمارات تحت شعار اليوم للغد، ليؤكد الأهمية الكبرى التي توليها القيادة الرشيدة لتحقيق التوازن بين التنمية واستدامة البيئة التي أرسى دعائمها الوالد المؤسس المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه، وتعد الركيزة الأساسية لجميع الخطط التنموية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والبيئية، بما جعل دولة الإمارات ضمن أكبر دول العالم استثماراً في مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة. الحضور الكريم، لقد كانت دولة الإمارات أول دولة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا تطلق مبادرة استراتيجية لتحقيق الحياد المناخي بحلول 2050، ونعمل على تعزيز الريادة في مجالات الاستدامة والابتكار وصناعة المستقبل في جميع مشاريعنا ومبادراتنا لتحقيق أهداف استراتيجية دبي للطاقة النظيفة 2050 واستراتيجية الحياد الكربوني 2050 لإمارة دبي لتوفير 100% من الطاقة النظيفة بحلول العام 2050 مع التركيز على الابتكار وتقنيات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والتحول الرقمي والاقتصاد الدائري كممكنات رئيسية لتحقيق الاستدامة. وتتوائم استراتيجيتنا مع أهداف الأمم المتحدة للتنمية المستدامة 2030، وقد حددنا 3 مستويات رئيسية طبقاً لأولوية والأهداف بالنسبة لنا. وضمن مساعينا لدعم الجهود العالمية لمكافحة التغير المناخي، اعتمد مجلس الوزراء انضمام الإمارات للتحالف العالمي للاقتصاد الأخضر الذي تقوده المنظمة العالمية للاقتصاد الأخضر، والتي تهدف إلى إطلاق البرامج والمشاريع والمبادرات ذات الصلة بالاقتصاد الأخضر وخلق نموذج للتمويل المستدام وإقامة شراكات للبلدان النامية لتحقيق انتقال فعال إلى الاقتصاد الأخضر. كما اعتمدنا الابتكار أساساً في منظومة العمل، وأنشأنا مركزاً للبحوث والتطوير ومركزاً للابتكار لإيجاد حلول فاعلة تتصدى للتغير المناخي من خلال خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية. وأطلقنا عدد من المشاريع التي نقوم بتنفيذها في مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية، أكبر مجمع للطاقة الشمسية في موقع واحد على مستوى العالم وفق نظام المنتج المستقل بتكلفة تصل إلى 50 مليار درهم. وعند اكتماله سيسهم المجمع في خفض أكثر من 6.5 ملايين طن من الانبعاثات الكربونية سنوياً. ووصلت قدرته الإنتاجية من الطاقة النظيفة إلى 2027 ميجا وات، حيث تشكل القدرة الإنتاجية للطاقة النظيفة في دبي نحو 14% من القدرة الإنتاجية الإجمالية للطاقة الكهربائية. ونستخدم في المجمع أحدث تقنيات الألواح الشمسية الكهروضوئية ثنائية الأوجه مع نظام تتبع شمسي أحادي المحور وتنظيفها باستخدام روبوتات، مما ساهم في رفع كفاءة الطاقة الشمسية من 11% سابقاً إلى نحو 27%. ونظراً لأن الطاقة الشمسية تعتمد على حالات المناخ مع عدم توافرها خلال الفترة الليلية، برزت الحاجة الماسة لإيجاد وسائل لتخزين الطاقة الشمسية وضمانها على مدار الساعة. قمنا بإطلاق عدد من المبادرات والمشاريع في مجال تخزين الطاقة، حيث اشتملت المرحلة الرابعة من المجمع على تقنية الطاقة الشمسية المركزة بأعلى برج شمسي في العالم بارتفاع يتجاوز 260 متر بقدرة 100 ميجاوات بتقنية الملح المنصهر، و600 ميجاوات بتقنية مرايا القطع المكافئ بأكبر قدرة تخزينية للطاقة الشمسية في العالم لمدة 15 ساعة. كما نقوم بتنفيذ مشروع محطة كهرومائية بتقنية الضخ والتخزين في حتى بقدرة 250 ميجاوات، تعد الأولى من نوعها في منطقة الخليج، وستنتج الكهرباء بالاستفادة من المياه المخزنة في سد حتى، وتصل سعتها التخزينية إلى 1500 ميجاوات ساعة. ونظراً لأهمية الهيدروجين الأخضر في التحول إلى الحياد الكربوني، قامت الهيئة بتنفيذ مشروع الهيدروجين الأخضر في المجمع، ويعد الأول من نوعه في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا لإنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر باستخدام الطاقة الشمسية وتخزينه ثم إعادة تحويله إلى طاقة كهربائية، بالإضافة إلى استخدامات الأخرى في قطاعات النقل الجوي والبري والبحري والصناعة. كما نقوم بإعداد ملامح خارطة طريق لاستراتيجية الهيدروجين الأخضر يتم تنفيذها على مراحل. كما دشنا مشروعا تجريبيا في المجمع لتخزين الطاقة باستخدام بطاريات الليثيوم أيون وبطاريات الصوديوم الكبريتية لتخزين الطاقة. وأسسنا شركة لخدمات الطاقة بهدف تعزيز كفاءة الطاقة في دبي، ونجحنا في إعادة تأهيل ما يقارب 8000 مبنى قائم في دبي. كما شجعنا المتعاملين ضمن مبادرة شمس دبي على تركيب الألواح الشمسية الكهروضوئية على الأسطح في مبانيهم ومنشآتهم لتلبية جزء من احتياجاتهم من الطاقة. وبنهاية عام 2022 وصل إجمالي القدرة المركبة للمبادرة إلى 500 ميجاوات. وشاركت هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي في تأسيس أكبر شركة تبريد في العالم إمباور، حيث يسهم تبريد المناطق في خفض أكثر من 40% من استهلاك طاقة التبريد. ولتحفيز التنقل الأخضر أطلقنا مبادرة الشاحن الأخضر لإنشاء بنية تحتية متطورة للسيارات الكهربائية تتضمن حوالي 350 محطة شحن تعتمد على أحدث التقنيات الذكية والمبتكرة لتوفير تجربة سلسة للمستخدمين. وأسهم تطبيق استراتيجية دبي لإدارة الطلب على الطاقة والمياه في تقليل استهلاك الكهرباء بنسبة 17% للفرد، وتقليل استهلاك المياه بنسبة 21% للفرد مقارنة بعام 2010. وتم تجنب ما يزيد عن 14 مليون طن من انبعاثات الكربون خلال الفترة من 2011 إلى 2021. ولتعزيز الكفاءة والفعالية التشغيلية لشبكات الكهرباء والمياه والتحول الرقمي، أطلقنا القمر الصناعي النانوي ديوا سات 1 ضمن برنامج هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي للفضاء سبيس دي. وخلال العام الجاري سنطلق القمر الصناعي النانوي ديوا 2 سات 2، حيث تعتبر الهيئة أول مؤسسة خدماتية على مستوى العالم تستخدم الأقمار الاصطناعية النووية في عملياتها. كما نستفيد من البيانات الضخمة من خلال أجهزة استشعار موزعة في محطات الطاقة الشمسية لجمع بيانات آنية وتحليلها بالتزامن مع بيانات الأقمار الصناعية. استوحينا من الكلمات الملهمة لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم رعاه الله: المستقبل سيكون لمن يستطيع تخيله وتصميمه وتنفيذه. وضمناه في المراحل الرئيسية الثلاث لإطار الابتكار وصناعة المستقبل الخاص بالهيئة لتصبع تخيل المستقبل وتصميمه وتنفيذه. وبهذا تكون الهيئة أول جهة حكومية تعمل على تضمين وإدراج كلمات صاحب السمو في إطار عملها الخاص بالابتكار وصناعة المستقبل. وضمن مبادرة ديوا الرقمية الذراع الرقمي لهيئة كهرباء مياه دبي نعمل على إعادة صياغة مفهوم المؤسسات الخدماتية والمساهمة في بناء مستقبل رقمي جديد لإمارة دبي، حيث ترتكز ديوا الرقمية على 4 محاور: إطلاق تقنيات متطورة للطاقة الشمسية، تشغيل شبكة طاقة متجددة تستخدم تقنيات تخزين مبتكرة، والتوسع في استخدام حلول الذكاء الصناعي، وتوفير خدمات رقمية تخدم المدن المستدامة الذكية مع ضمان أمنها واستمراريتها في الفضاء الرقمي السيبراني. ونظرا لأهمية البيانات كمحرك للتوسع والتنوع الاقتصادي المستدام، أطلقنا أكبر مركز بيانات أخضر في العالم محايد للكربون يعمل بالطاقة الشمسية بنسبة 100% بحسب موسوعة جينيز، وتنفذه شركة مركز البيانات للحلول المتكاملة مورو التابعة لديوة الرقمية في مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية. ولدينا أكثر من 150 شريك ومتعامل محلي وعالمي في مجال الاستدامة والتبني الذكي لخدمات المتعاملين الذي وصل إلى 99% وتطوير أحدث التقنيات الإحلالية للثورة الصناعية الرابعة. وحافظت للهيئة على مركزها الأول ضمن المؤسسات الخدماتية العالمية في تقرير النضج الرقمي للعام 2022 الذي أصدرته جهة استشارية عالمية. وضمن التحول الرقمي أطلقنا موظف الهيئة الافتراضي رماس المعتمد على الذكاء الصناعي في إطار استراتيجية لتوظيف تقنيات الذكاء الصناعي في جميع عملياتها وخدماتها، حيث أجاب رماس على أكثر من 6.8 مليون استفسار من المتعاملين منذ إطلاقه في الربع الأول من عام 2017 حتى نهاية ديسمبر 2022. وسيسهم رماس في تشجيع المتعاملين على استخدام القنوات الذكية وتقليل عدد الزيارات إلى مراكز إسعاد المتعاملين التابعة للهيئة. وسجلت الهيئة 98% من مؤشر السعادة اللحظي لحكومة دبي الذي تتولى قياسه هيئة دبي الرقمية. كما أطلقنا استراتيجية الشبكة الذكية بإجمالي استثمارات تصل إلى 7 مليارات درهم حتى عام 2035 لتوفير مزايا متطورة من بينها ميزات متميزة لتحسين العمليات وإدارة أصول والعدادات الذكية والخدمات المبتكرة ذات القيمة المضافة والارتقاء بتجربة المعنيين وتعزيز سعادتهم. كما نجحنا في تقليل نسبة الفاقد في شبكات نقل وتوزيع الكهرباء في دبي إلى توزيع الكهرباء إلى 2.2%، ونسبة الفاقد في شبكات نقل وتوزيع المياه 4.5%. وحققنا أدنى معدل انقطاع لكل مشترك سنويا على مستوى العالم بلغ 1.1 دقيقة. وفي محطات الإنتاج نجحنا في الوصول لنسبة الاستخدام الأمثل للوقود بنسبة 90%. الحضور الكريم، مع تزايد التحديات المصاحبة للتغير المناخي تبرز أهمية التعاون العالمي الجاد لمكافحته ومضاعفته الجهود لضمان الحفاظ على البيئة والموارد الطبيعية والاستقلال والاستمرار في النمو الاقتصادي المستدام لتحقيق رؤية القيادة الرشيدة في دفع أجندة الاستدامة العالمية وتحفيز التنمية المستدامة. ونعاهدهم ببذل قصارى جهدنا لدعم مبادرات ونشاطات عام الاستدامة لتحقيق الأهداف المرجوة، وليكون كوب 28 حدثاً فارقاً في مسيرة التصدي للتحديات التغير المناخي من أجل مستقبل أكثر إشراقاً واستدامة لنا ولأجيالنا القادمة. وفي الختام أقدم لكم رماس موظف في الهيئة الافتراضي للحديث عن مبادرة جديدة.
مرحبا بكم، أنا رماس موظف هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي الافتراضي. يسعدني الإعلان أن الهيئة تعمل على إثراء خدماتها بتقنية تشات جي بي تي وبالتعاون مع شركة مايكروسوفت العالمية، وستكون الهيئة بذلك أول مؤسسة خدماتية على مستوى العالم وأول مؤسسة حكومية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة تستخدم هذه التقنية الحديثة ضمن جهودها المستمرة لتعزيز ريادتها محليا وعالميا. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لكم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled The Era of Climate Change, the Urgency of Addressing Rising Seas. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Wavul Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start with a cup of solidarity for Turkey, Syria, and everyone engulfed in pain and tears as a result of Mother Earth's sufferings and tribulations. We stand together as one family, united through common aspirations. Climate change affects the development of all nations, regardless of location, size of the economy, or demographics. Yet, no other group of nations is more vulnerable to its devastating effects than small island developing states, the SEEDs. Climate change is the current reality and nightmare for SEEDs like Seychelles. With the majority of our populations living on land that is less than 5 meters above sea level, or along coast, the threat of sea level rise, storm surges, and coastal destruction pose existential risks to us. SEEDs live through constant assaults from climate change that undermine our livelihood, security, and our mere existence. Beautiful beaches representing the sea, sun, and sand that attract visitors and sustain our economy are at sea level, thus making us most vulnerable. Danger is staring us in the eye daily. As the president of a small island developing state, Africa's smallest country with just under 100,000 inhabitants, I know how vulnerable the Seychelles is to climate change and how imperative sustainability is and will be to our survival. Sea level rise poses a significant threat to small island communities and ecosystems. 95% of Seychelles' critical infrastructure is located on the coast and is exposed to impacts of sea level rise, such as coastal erosion, salinization of coastal aquifers affecting ground and surface water, impeded drainage and loss of coastal and marine ecosystems. Sea level rise has also resulted in contraction of habitats, shifts in the geographical location of coastal species, and loss of biodiversity. Over 40% of Seychellois live in low-lying areas, which will also be directly impacted by the rising sea level, while also being exposed to flooding and extreme weather that all local communities in Seychelles will have to endure. While the ocean threatens to sink our coralline islands and make our populated granitic ones uninhabitable, my people also depend on it for their livelihood and nourishment, with our culture and identity intrinsically tied to its vibrancy and health. With most economic activities lying along a narrow coastal zone, sea level rise due to the impact of climate change is of great concern to the Seychelles. Coastal erosion is already being experienced across the country, particularly over the main islands. For the past years, observed peaks in the sea level were more likely attributed to thermal expansion of the oceans, a rise in sea level due to rising water temperature, and associated with climate variability. The upward trend in the sea level has gradually become more pronounced, and today we are facing the new harsh reality of climate change. The long-term trend shows a rise in sea level to approximately plus 6.1 millimeters per year. At the century scale and without adaptation, the vast majority of low-lying islands, coasts and communities face substantial risks from these coastal hazards, whether they are urban or rural, continental or island, at any latitude and irrespective of their level of development. Small island developing states like Seychelles experience a series of unique social and economic development challenges, and these are linked directly to our small size. Economically, we tend to be high-income countries, but socially, we tend to endure widespread inequality, which means that we carry some of the largest external debt burdens in the world. We have high levels of social capital and community cohesion, but we are the ones to experience severe capacity constraints in terms of delivery of adequate public services. Environmentally, we bear little responsibility for the global concentration of greenhouse gases, yet we are disproportionately vulnerable to climate-induced shocks and intensifying ecological transitions, making us the most vulnerable societies to climate change. It should be noted that seeds have been at the forefront of global discussions on strong climate mitigation efforts, minimizing the risks from climate change, and on mechanisms to address loss and damage. But we cannot do it alone. Dealing with the impacts of climate change is complex and multifaceted and can only be approached holistically. Hence, why international cooperation is crucial if we want to help small island nations address the impact of climate change. We need not only financial aid, but technological and capacity building support to mitigate and adapt. There is an urgent need to strengthen international cooperation, including North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation now. It is now, more than ever, to ensure genuine and durable partnerships at both regional and international levels. Ultimately, countries like Seychelles need partnerships, equal partnerships to face the climate crisis. Although Seychelles is considered as a high-income country, we do share similar issues with the vulnerable groups when it comes to climate change adaptation, when it comes to disaster risk reduction, recovery and rehabilitation considerations, and environmental sustainability. Countries should not be punished, as we feel, for their hard work and commitment for the betterment of their peoples. There needs to be a way that concessional financing and grants are unlocked to make the critical sectors of economies of such countries more resilient. For this reason, Seychelles fully supports the adoption and implementation of a multidimensional vulnerability index, MVI. And we see this as a more equitable measure of vulnerability for SIDS and LDCs. As complex causes for vulnerability will persist, the need and the call for the development of indices that adequately capture the particular vulnerabilities of seeds like Seychelles is most important. It will help to guide programmatic support, viable debt service payment, and financing for sustainable development. Building resilience and adaptation to climate change is important, and the whole government approach must be taken. The national and local authorities responsible for critical infrastructures and regulating finance and investment must work hand in hand with authorities responsible for climate change and environmental issues. Information flow and planning between these entities and other parts of government are key for minimizing risks and making informed decisions. Climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, recovery and rehabilitation considerations, and environmental sustainability needs and concerns must be integrated into public as well as private medium to long-term plans. The ocean and its resources provide seeds with an opportunity to make use of its vast water territories. It provides opportunities for economic growth, enhance the livelihood of the nation, and the reinforcement of energy security. In 2018, the Seychelles launched the world's first sovereign blue bonds, mobilizing $15 million for blue economy projects that support sustainable marine and fisheries projects. Proceeds from the bond support, for example, the expansion of marine protected areas and improved fisheries governance. In March 2020, the Seychelles secured the first ever climate adaptation debt restructuring. Part of the country's foreign debt will be forgiven in exchange for designating 32% of its ocean territory as MPAs. Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Seychelles, like other seeds, is building a vision for a climate-resilient future that puts adaptation and loss and damage at the center of its decision-making, while taking immediate actions now to protect the people, the economy, and the environment. This is the Seychelles way that I profess. For this reason, we are second on the Mo Ibrahim Index. We are considered the least corrupt country in Africa as far as the perception of corruption is concerned by Transparency International, and first when it comes to the freedom of the media. Democracy has taken firm roots. Political stability is the norm, and protecting the environment only comes naturally. We are small, but we are punching above our weight. But again, we cannot do it alone. The review of the criteria to measure development support and access to funding is important now more than ever. The application of the MVI, therefore, remains for seeds a coherent and viable approach and strategy by resolving our current predicament. We are all part of the global climate crisis. We must work harder and faster to maintain a livable planet for this and future generations. If we fail to act now, in this decade, with urgency, we will see a climate crisis on a scale that is unimaginable. But there is hope that we can overcome the challenges that we face through collective action, global solidarity, and with political will. I want to take this opportunity to wish the UAE and its leadership all the very best for COP28. We are counting on COP28 to give us this bright light. We know that we can count on the UAE for the best COP ever. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next address is from His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to extend my warm greetings to the World Government Summit as you mark your 10th anniversary. Over the past decade, you have established a global platform to help shape future governments. You have brought together thinkers and decision makers from around the world to explore solutions to the challenges of today and tomorrow. And that mission is more vital than ever. We are confronting a confluence of crises unlike any in our lifetimes. Conflict is raging, poverty and hunger are rising, divisions are deepening, and the climate emergency keeps worsening. So we have a duty to act, and we must forge a path towards greater cooperation rooted in solidarity. We must avoid short-term policy making that delays taking on the big tests we face, and ultimately makes those challenges even more intractable. We must strengthen global governance and reinvigorate multilateralism for the 21st century. And we must act at the speed and scale that our fast-moving times demand. This applies to every challenge we face, from tackling the climate catastrophe and advancing sustainable development, to achieving peace and safeguarding human rights, including the rights of future generations. In all of these and more, government action is critical, but not enough. We need everyone across the private sector, civil society, and beyond to work together for the common good. This is our common agenda. The United Nations will continue to make the most of our convening power as a platform for solutions, including at the Summit of the Future next year. Let us raise our ambition and unite behind solutions that can shape a better future for all. Shukran.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
We live in a world of plenty. yet so many don't have enough. Our world is constantly evolving. New opportunities come with countless decisions. But how can we champion positive change and mitigate risks, and use our collective strength to empower and leave no one behind? The truth is, our every action shapes the lives of many. Accelerating development and governance is laying the groundwork for the future of societies and healthcare. Exploring new frontiers pushes the boundaries of knowledge and increases our resilience and connectivity. Reinventing the world that surrounds us is putting the focus back on the very thing that made us excel. Join us as we explore new ways in shaping the future. World Government Summit, Shaping Future Governments.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان الازدهار العربي والتنمية، نستضيف معالي أحمد أبو الغيط الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية، تحاوره مايا حجيج من بلومبرغ. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Arab Prosperity and Development. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ahmed Abu al-Ghait, Secretary General of the Arab League. This session is moderated by Maya Hajjaj from Bloomberg.
أهلا بكم ضمن القمة العالمية للحكومات. يسعدنا أن نستضيف معالي أحمد أبو الغيط أمين عام جامعة الدول العربية، ونتحدث عن المنطقة العربية، التنمية في المنطقة العربية، الشباب في المنطقة العربية. بس اسمح لي معاليك أسألك بداية أنه جامعة الدول العربية اليوم كيف تنظر إلى الكارثة التي حصلت في دولة عربية وهي سوريا، يعني كارثة طبيعية، كيف يمكن أن نتعامل معها في ظل الحرب في سوريا وأيضا العقوبات التي تتعرض لها؟
هو طبعا كارثة بكل معنى الكلمة، وهي ليست قاصرة على سوريا فقط، هي أيضا تركيا. صحيح. وهي دولة إسلامية لها تاريخ قديم في علاقتها مع العالم العربي. المأساة اللي بتواجهها سوريا إنها جاءت في أعقاب أحداث جسام أخرى، جاءت في أعقاب كوفيد وضرب المنطقة بقسوة، في أعقاب حرب أهلية امتدت على مدى الفترة من 2011 حتى اليوم. المزعج المؤذي أنه الوضع الدولي لا يسهل عملية الدفع بالمساعدات وبالدعم في لسوريا أو لتركيا. المأساة في أوكرانيا والحرب الأوكرانية الروسية يعني جذبت الكثير من الموارد والإمكانيات اللي كانت متاحة في إيد الدول الغنية، بشكل إنه كل الدعم راح لأوكرانيا على مدى عام من الجانب الغربي، إلى الحد عندما وقعت هذه الكارثة لم يكن هناك موارد كافية للدفع بها لمساعدة تركيا، وهناك العقوبات، والعقوبات شيء مزعج للغاية على الموضوع على سوريا. اللي أنا عاوز أقوله أنه البعض بيتوقع من الجامعة العربية أن تتحرك في مواجهة سوريا للمساعدة في مكافحة هذه الكارثة أو التصدي لها. مشكلة أن الجامعة العربية ليست منظمة أو
ليست
جهاز
تنفيذية. يمكن تقترح،
هي تقترح طبعا، وهو ده ما فعلناه أنا كأمين عام للجامعة والجامعة نفسها الأمانة العامة. فور وقوع الكارثة وجهنا نداء إلى الأمم المتحدة، إلى الدول العربية، إلى المجتمع الدولي أنه يسرع بالمساعدة. ولكن الجامعة العربية كجهاز سياسي اقتصادي اجتماعي ثقافي وبكل المنظومة العربية هي ليست جهاز مساعدات ضد الكوارث، ليس لديها صندوق مادي يستطيع أو اقتصادي يستطيع أن يساعد سوريا أو تركيا. من هنا كان النداء، والدول العربية انطلاقا من مسؤوليتها وأيضا نتيجة لنداءات الجامعة العربية والمجالس الوزارية العربية أسرعت بتقديم الكثير من المساعدات لسوريا باعتبارها دولة عربية مصابة.
طيب خلينا نحكي عن الدول العربية المختلفة، لماذا نرى تنمية متقدمة في بعض هذه الدول في المقارنة هناك فرق واضح في دول أخرى؟ حضرتك ذكرت يعني نظرنا إلى سوريا يمكن كمثال، يعني موضوع الحرب الأهلية، موضوع العقوبات، هناك عدة مواضيع، ولكن هناك دول أخرى ما عندها مشكلة حرب، ما عندها حرب داخلية. ليه؟
يعني خلينا برضو نكون أمناء مع نفسينا. دولة مثل العراق دخل في حرب مع إيران سنة 80 ل8 أعوام. كل الموارد والإمكانيات العراقية وجهت للحرب ضد إيران. ثم تعرضت العراق إلى الغزو، والغزو الأمريكي أخذ من القدرة العراقية كثيرا. نمسك دولة زي السودان منذ استقلاله في أول يناير 56 وهو يتعرض لحروب أهلية ورغبة في الانفصال. حتى اليوم الأقاليم السودانية نفسها بتستشعر التهميش، وبالتالي في مقاومة. نمسك ليبيا، مضى على ليبيا. يعني أنا لا أقول أن هناك فقط حرب أهلية كانت في ليبيا على مدى ال10 سنوات الأخيرة، لكن أنا أقول كان هناك وضع في ليبيا أهدرت الثروة الليبية منذ 1 سبتمبر سنة 69. كان هناك حكم في ليبيا يهدر الموارد الاقتصادية الليبية بدون معنى. لبنان تعرض لحرب أهلية ضروس سنة 76، وبالتالي 76 والعقد كامل. وبالتالي هناك دول عربية تعرضت للمواجهة المسلحة بين العرب وإسرائيل، أخذت الكثير من القدرات العربية. لكل هذه الأسباب نقدر نقول أن هناك يعني مجتمعات عربية أفلتت ونجحت، منها منطقة الخليج، وهناك مجتمعات أخرى تعرضت للاهتزاز، بعضها ما زال وبعضها أنقذ، مثل مصر أنقذت في 2013 وعادت إلى المسار الطبيعي للتنمية. فلهذا كله في أسباب يعني ضعف التنمية في هذه البلدان.
لما نحكي عن الفرق بين التنمية، أيضا نتحدث في دول الخليج تحديدا، ننظر إلى دولة الإمارات، المملكة العربية السعودية وقطر. كان هناك قفزة نوعية في ال10 سنوات الأخيرة، أو حتى أكثر من 10 سنوات. ليس فقط يعني يقول البعض بأنه هذه دول نفطية فلديها الأموال، ولكن كان هناك تغيير جوهري في التعامل مع الشباب، في التعامل مع أيديولوجية النمو لديهم.
يعني هو دعيني أقول لك إنه هناك دول، في ال6 دول الخليجية، ال6 الحقيقة مجلس التعاون، ال6 نجحوا في الانطلاق في تنمية متوازنة، تنمية اقتصادية اجتماعية، بنت الإنسان القادر على الفعل والمساهمة في بناء المجتمع. طب تقولي لي، طب ولماذا تحقق ذلك؟ أنا أشوف أنه طبعا الثروة كانت متاحة، لكن الأهم من الثروة أن كان هناك مجموعة من القيادات الخليجية لديها رؤية، لديها قدرة على استشراف المستقبل ووضع أولوياتها بالشكل إنها ما أهدرتش الثروة. يعني مثلا نمسك ليبيا بعدد سكان محدود، وكان لديها ثروة نفطية كبيرة للغاية، وأهدرتها في 50 عاما من النزاعات والصراعات وعدم وضوح الأولويات. على العكس، منطقة الخليج الأولويات كانت واضحة. أولاً بناء الإنسان، تكافؤ الفرصة، إعطاء الفرصة للتعليم، والتعليم مهم جداً، احنا شفنا كوادر في الخليج تخرجت من أرقى الجامعات، ثم انتقلت الجامعات المتقدمة الغربية إلى منطقة الخليج للاستمرار في. أنا زرت الشارقة عدة مرات وشفت
التركيز على التعليم،
التركيز على التعليم وعلى المعرفة وعلى المكتبات وعلى الجامعات. زرت الجامعة الأمريكية في الشارقة. فبالتالي وضوح الأولويات للقيادات. احنا النهاردة شفنا قائد راس الخيمة وكيف يتحدث عن استخدام الإمكانيات المتاحة في راس الخيمة للانطلاق بهذا البلد.
طب خليني أسألك أيضا، عندما نتحدث عن هذا الشباب العربي اللي نحن هلأ منعلمه، يعني عم نحكي عن الجيل الصاعد اللي جاي بعدين، عندما نقارنه بالجيل السابق وعندما نتحدث عن الحلم العربي، هل مات الحلم العربي برأيك؟ يعني أنا لما درست وتعلمت بالجامعة الأمريكية ببيروت وحلمي روح اشتغل بالخليج، هل هذا هو الحلم العربي؟ أم الحلم العربي أن تكون الطاقات تخرج من الدول العربية وتبقى في الدول العربية، سواء بين الدول العربية بين بعض، أحسن ما تطلع لبرا؟ يعني ما هو الحلم العربي اليوم؟
شوفي الحلم العربي إن احنا نخلق شباب متعلم نفس التعليم والقدرة المتاحة للشباب الآسيوي وللشباب الأوروبي والشباب الخليجي. بمعنى إيه؟ بمعنى أنه التعليم المدرسي، الأستاذ، المدرسة، الجامعة تكون قادرة على فرز نوعيات من الشباب وإعطاء التعليم الذي يتيح له القدرة على المنافسة مع الآخرين. هذا يتأتى بخطط واضحة جدا. أولا الموارد يجب أن تعطى للتعليم، ولكن القصة واضحة مش ألغاز. مدرس، تكنولوجي، تلميذ، ومدرسة، وبناء نفسي، ثم أنه الإنسان يعلم أنها الفرصة المتكافئة متاحة. بمعنى إيه؟ بمعنى أنه أوائل الدفعات لا يلقى بيهم، ولكن أوائل الدفعات يكون لهم هم الحق في، وبالتالي الاجتهاد والانضباط والعمل القوي لرفع همة الإنسان وتأمين علمه يجب أنه يحصل على عائد في النهاية، ولكن لا يجهض أو يهدر أي شيء.
بس هيدا العائد أنا لو كنت بلبنان ما كنت رح حصله، حصلته بالإمارات، أو لو كنت ذهبت إلى السعودية أو ربما الكويت. الموضوع نفسه لا الشاب اللي بيتخرج من جامعة بمصر قد ما يكون شاطر أو من الأردن، يعني مع طبعا الفروقات.
بعدين لازم نبقى عارفين أن المنطقة العربية النهاردة هي منطقة عربية، بمعنى أنه هو الفضاء العربي. يعني أنا شفت الكثير من العرب من المغرب ومن تونس ومن مصر ومن لبنان بيعملوا في الإمارات. هي أصبحت بلدهم. ليه؟ لأنهم بيتحدثوا نفس اللغة، نفس الديانة، نفس الإمكانيات متاحة لهم، وبالتالي بينطلقوا. فالتعليم هو الأساس. التعليم ثم بناء الكادر هو الأساس اللي على أساسه الإنسان يقدر ينطلق في بناء المجتمع.
هل هناك خطوات من قبل جامعة الدول العربية للاستثمار بفرص مستقبلية تكنولوجيا لهؤلاء الشباب بموضوع الاستثمار في المنطقة؟
بالتأكيد. يعني احنا ندوات صباح مساء لخدمة الشباب العربي، فرصة التعليم، التكافؤ في الفرص. ما تنسيش انه الجامعة العربية لها منظومة أحد الأذرع الفنية بتاعتها اسمها الأليكسو، منظمة التعليم والثقافة العربية. هناك أيضا اجتماعات المجالس وزارية لوزراء التعليم والتعليم العالي وتوحيد المناهج وإعطاء الفرص المتكافئة للشباب. ده الشباب ده هو المستقبل، وبدون الشباب لا مستقبل للأمة.
لا مستقبل بدون الشباب، ولكن هناك الحكومات العربية. هل يمكن ربما النظر في تعزيز التكاتف بين الحكومات العربية لدعم هؤلاء الشباب، خلق فرص لهم؟
ما هو
نحن هلأ بالقمة الحكومية عم نحكي عن الحكومة.
الاقتصاديات هي اللي بتفتح الطريق للشباب. بمعنى لو كان هناك رؤية في هذه الدولة أو تلك باقتصاد مفتوح، اقتصاد قادر على النمو وبشكل يتيح فرص عمل لهؤلاء الشباب، مش هيضطروا ان هم يغادروا بلادهم. ليه؟ لأنه في لديه فرصة متكافئة داخل بلده للعمل في القطاعات المختلفة، وأنه تم تجهيزه وإعداده لتحقيق لتحقيق أمله في الحياة. يعني احنا بنشوف دولة زي مصر. مصر بتزداد سنويا 2.5 مليون مواطن مصري بينضموا للمجتمع. فمعنى ده انه آلاف الفصول يجب أن تفتح سنويا لاستيعاب هؤلاء، آلاف المدارس يجب أن تبنى، آلاف المدرسين يجب أن يجهزوا، إمكانيات. وبالإضافة إلى المدارس والتعليم الشق الآخر اللي هو الصحة، لأنك لا تستطيع أنك تأخذ طفل بدون تغذية. أنا فوجئت في قراءتي لأحد الندوات اللي اشترك فيها الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي منذ 3 أيام، وهو بيفتتح مجمع للصناعات الغذائية في مصر. الرقم اللي هقوله لكم ده رقم يعني مرعب. المجمع الصناعي الغذائي ده بيقدم 600 مليون وجبة غذائية لطلبة المدارس في مصر على مدار العام الدراسي. 600 مليون، أرقام مذهلة. وبالتالي هناك حكومات تقوم بالفعل، ولكن الضغوط عليها رهيبة.
معليك بعد معنا تقريبا 3 دقائق، أقل قليلا. بس سؤال، ما هو برأيك أكبر تحدي أمام جامعة الدول العربية، وما هو برأيك أبرز إنجاز يمكن لجامعة الدول العربية أن تحققه؟
جامعة الدول العربية تعرضت لهزة شديدة جدا نتيجة لتعرض الكثير من دولها على مدى 15 عاما 20 عاما الأخيرة لهزات سياسية واقتصادية واجتماعية. الحفاظ على الجامعة العربية شيء أساسي. ليه؟ لأن الجامعة العربية هي ليست مثل الاتحاد الأوروبي جهاز فوق الدول. الجامعة العربية هي جهاز تنسيقي لوضع السياسات، بمعنى أنه الدول بتتفق على سياسات اقتصادية أو اجتماعية، والجامعة العربية تنسق فيما بينها. أتصور أنه في غياب وجود الجامعة العربية لا يمكن أن يكون هناك عمل عربي مشترك موحد في أي مجال. احنا عندنا 13 مجلس وزاري، عندنا 13 منظمة تعمل في الصحة، في الضمان الاجتماعي، في التعليم، في مجالات كثيرة جدا. وبالتالي الحفاظ على الجامعة العربية ومهمتها للتنسيق بين هذه المنظمات والدول الأعضاء شيء ضروري، لأنه زي ما بقول إذا ما كانش في جامعة عربية مش هيبقى في عمل عربي مشترك، وبالتالي تضيع الهوية العربية من هذا الإقليم. يجب أن نتفهم أن الإقليم العربي أو الفضاء العربي يتعرض لضغوط شديدة جدا من هوامش الإقليم، دول للأسف وهي دول يعني ينبغي أن تكون صديقة للإقليم بتهدده، إيران، وأحيانا بنشوف دولة زي تركيا ساعات بتفتئت على الإقليم، وبعدين بنشوف إسرائيل في وسط الإقليم، وبنشوف إثيوبيا مثلا على سبيل المثال في أسلوبها في التعامل مع مصر والسودان. وبالتالي الفضاء العربي ده بيتعرض لهذا القدر من الضغط، وأيضا من العالم الخارجي، وبالتالي الجامعة العربية شيء يحافظ عليه لمصلحة العرب، حتى ولو كانت أحيانا لا تبدو أنها بهذا القدر من الفاعلية.
شكرا جزيلا لك معالي أحمد أبو الغيط، أمين عام جامعة الدول العربية، نورتنا، أهلا وسهلا بك.
شكرا جزيلا، شكرا يا جماعة. يلا.
نشكر معاليكم على هذه الجلسة.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session.
السيدات والسادة، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية يلقيها معالي جاسم البديوي، الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية.
Distinguished guests, our next session is a main address by His Excellency Jasim Mohammed Al-Budyawi, Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، يشرفني بداية وأنا أشارك في هذه القمة العالمية للحكومات في دورتها العاشرة أن أرفع أسمى آيات الشكر والتقدير لحضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان، رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة حفظه الله، وصاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي حفظه الله، على كريم استضافتهم ودعوتهم لنا للمشاركة في هذه القمة التي أضحت من أهم وأكبر المؤتمرات العالمية التي تساهم بشكل كبير في رسم مستقبل الحكومات من خلال توفيرها العديد من الوسائل، أبرزها عرض خبرات الدول في متناول الجميع، ونقل المعرفة والتعريف بأفضل الممارسات العالمية من أجل رفاهية ومستقبل شعوبها. كما أود أن أنتهز هذه الفرصة ومن على هذا المنبر لكي أبعث بخالص التعازي والمواساة للشعبين السوري والتركي في ضحايا الزلزال الذي ضرب شمال سوريا وجنوب تركيا، سائلا الله جل وعلا أن يتغمد المتوفين بواسع رحمته وأن يمن على المصابين بالشفاء العاجل. الحضور الكريم، يطيب لي أن أستعرض وإياكم ما حققته دول مجلس التعاون من إنجازات متعددة تجاه تطور أداء حكوماتها بما يتماشى مع ما توصل إليه المجتمع الدولي من تطور وتقنيات عديدة، لا سيما وأن مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية وضع أسساً راسخة منذ إنشائه عام 1981 وأهداف واضحة في جميع المجالات رسمت حضارة ومستقبل دوله، والتي أصبحت بمؤشرات تنمياتها مناراً واضحاً للتكامل والترابط يعمل على ضمان مستقبل واعداً ومستداماً لمنظومته. الحضور الكريم، إن المشاريع الخليجية المشتركة في جميع المجالات والتي تم تنفيذها خلال السنوات الماضية أصبحت رافداً مهماً للاقتصاد الخليجي، تسهم في التنمية المجتمعية وترفع من معدل الرفاهية للشعوب. واسمحوا لي أيها الجمع الكريم أن أستعرض وإياكم بعضاً من إنجازات المجلس وعلى النحو التالي. في مجال الطاقة، فقد حقق مشروع الربط الكهربائي الخليجي ومنذ قرار إنشائه عام 1997 وفراً اقتصادياً بقيمة 1.149 مليار دولار، حيث سعت دول المجلس في تبني جهود حثيثة تسهم تجاه دعم أمن الطاقة وخفض إمداداتها وضمان استدامتها، وتحقيق زيادة كبيرة في مساهمة الطاقة المتجددة من منظومة مصادر الطاقة العالمية. كما وحققت دول المجلس معدل نمو سنوي بنسبة 90% للقدرة المركبة للطاقة المتجددة للمجلس للفترة ما بين 2016 إلى 2020. وأسهمت العديد من قرارات قادة دول المجلس حفظهم الله في دعم هذا القطاع، ومن أبرزها: 1. استراتيجية التنمية الشاملة المطورة في مجال الطاقة. 2. الخطة الاستراتيجية المستقبلية لمنظومة الطاقة الكهربائية لمجلس التعاون. أيها الحضور الكريم، أمست دول المجلس ضمن أفضل مراكز العشرة الأولى عالمياً في مؤشر المساواة في الطاقة المستدامة، وما استضافت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لمؤتمر كوب 28 في نوفمبر 2023 إلا دليلاً على الاهتمام الكبير منها بأهمية تنويع مصادر الطاقة لتضمن بيئة مستدامة واقتصاداً أخضر يحظى بأولوية عالية وصولاً لتحقيق الحياد المناخي الصفري. وفي مجال النقل، فقد صدرت موافقة مقام المجلس الأعلى لمجلس التعاون على إنشاء هيئة السكة الحديدية، والتي ستربط جميع الدول الأعضاء بمسار يبلغ 2117 كيلومتر، ليكون رافداً اقتصادياً ومشروعاً تنموياً يسهل الحركة التجارية وتنقل المواطنين والمقيمين، ويدعم الاستثمارات المشتركة ويرفع معدلات التبادل التجاري بين دوله. أما بالنسبة إلى تطوير القطاع المالي، فقد كان للقطاع المالي نصيب من هذه المشاريع، حيث تم إنشاء شركة المدفوعات الخليجية وبدأت أعمالها في ربط البنوك المركزية مع بعضها البعض للمشاركة في تعزيز الاقتصاد والاستقرار والتكامل المالي والنمو الاقتصادي بين دول المجلس. كما وعززت المعايير والقوانين المشتركة في القطاع المصرفي من متانة وقوة القطاع المالي الخليجي. فقد صدرت العديد من الأدلة والأطر الرقابية المشتركة للتدقيق على المصارف، ولقد أصبحت العديد من دول المجلس ضمن أفضل المراكز المالية وفق تصنيف المؤشر العالمي للمراكز المالية. فيما يخص الصحة أيها الحضور، فإن الاهتمام بالصحة والمحافظة على سلامة أفراد المجتمع بتقديم خدمات طبية متميزة للمحافظة على الإنسان كان ولا زال من أولويات دول المجلس لبناء مجتمع يتمتع بصحة جيدة، وذلك عبر إنشاء وتطوير المجلس الصحي الخليجي. وكذلك تم مؤخراً إنشاء المركز الخليجي للوقاية من الأمراض ومكافحتها بهدف تحقيق مكاسب صحية ومالية لدول المجلس. كما وتم وضع العديد من الأدلة والخطط للاستعداد والاستجابة للأوبئة والجوائح في وقت قامت فيه دول المجلس جميعاً بتعزيز قدراتها في الأمن الصحي، وأمست ضمن المراكز السبع الأولى على المستوى العربي في مؤشر الأمن الصحي العالمي لعام 2021. الحضور الكريم، أن الأمن الغذائي لدول المجلس رؤية طموحة من خلال التعاون مع المنظمات الدولية المعنية بهذا الشأن، وكذلك إصدار القوانين الموحدة المتعلقة بسلامة الأغذية، حيث تصدرت دول المجلس المراكز الستة الأولى على المستوى العربي ضمن مؤشر الأمن الغذائي العالمي. واسمحوا لي أيها الجمع الكريم أن أتطرق إلى موضوع يعتبر أحد مفاخر إنجازات دول المجلس، ألا وهو جهود الدول تجاه تمكين المرأة وتعزيز مكانتها في المجتمع. لقد أصبحت المرأة وبتمكين من أصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول المجلس حفظهم الله ورعاهم تشارك بقوة في دفع عجلة التنمية، ووضعت جميع دول المجلس تشريعات وأطر قانونية من أجل تعزيز وإنفاذ المساواة وعدم التمييز، حيث أمست المرأة الخليجية التي نفتخر بإنجازاتها المتعددة وقدراتها المتنوعة عنصراً هاماً وحيوياً ومساهماً بشكل كبير في مسيرة التطور الخليجي، لا سيما وأنها تتبوأ الآن مراكز قيادية هامة وفعالة وعلى كافة المستويات الحكومية منها وتلك المتعلقة بالقطاع الخاص. السيدات والسادة، إن الإنجازات المتحققة في المشاريع التكامل والترابط لدول المجلس التعاون كبيرة ومتميزة، ولا يسع المقام لحصرها وجميعها تؤكد وترسخ لهذا الكيان الشامخ قوته ومكانته على الساحة الدولية، وتعزز من أوجه التعاون والشراكة مع الدول والمنظمات الأخرى. فالتكامل الاقتصادي لمجلس التعاون يسير وفق قاعدة متينة وقدرة تنافسية عالية تعزز للاستدامة والتنوع الاقتصادي، فمن منطقة التجارة الحرة إلى الاتحاد الجمركي يعززها سوق خليجي مشترك لتحقيق الوحدة الاقتصادية في عام 2025، حيث بلغت المساهمة النسبية للأنشطة غير النفطية في الاقتصاد الخليجي خلال عام 2020 78.7% مقارنة بالأنشطة النفطية والتي بلغت 21.3%. الحضور الكريم، أصبحت حكومات دول المجلس بفضل توجيهات قيادتها حكومات صانعة للمستقبل، طورت أساليبها في الاستشراف ودعمت البحث والتطوير وخلقت جيلاً من الشباب يمتلك مهارات وقدرات على فهم وصناعة المستقبل. وعليه وضعت دول مجلس التعاون رؤى وطنية بعيدة المدى تهدف في جوهرها إلى تسريع التنمية والحوكمة وبناء مستقبل أفضل لمواطنيها والمقيمين على أراضيها، لا سيما وأن هذه الرؤى تتسم بأنها ترتكز على تطوير الأداء الحكومي وتطبيق أفضل معايير النزاهة والشفافية والمساءلة وتعزيز الرقابة والحوكمة الرشيدة. كما تهتم هذه الرؤى بترسيخ ثقافة الأداء وتقديم خدمات عالية الجودة وتعزيز ثقافة التواصل مع المجتمع أفراداً كانوا أو مؤسسات. كما تضمن هذه الرؤى تسخير التقنية والتطوير التكنولوجي في تحسين الأداء الحكومي والارتقاء بالخدمات والاهتمام بالابتكار. لقد ركزت أيضاً رؤى دول المجلس على تمكين الإنسان وضمان الأمن والاستقرار وتسخير العلوم والتكنولوجيا المستقبلية المتقدمة في تسهيل حياة الناس وتقديم أفضل الخدمات بالشراكة مع المجتمع ورواد الأعمال، وتطوير سياسات وتشريعات استباقية متقدمة، وذلك من خلال العمل وفق معايير عالية من الشفافية والمساءلة. كما وركزت هذه الرؤى على توسيع نطاق الخدمات الإلكترونية وتدعيم قنوات التواصل بين الأجهزة الحكومية من جهة والمواطن والقطاع الخاص من جهة أخرى، وتحقيق التوازن في الميزانية وتنويع مصادر الإيرادات وإدارة الميزانية بصورة رشيدة وتعزيز كفاءة الإنفاق. السيدات والسادة، إن مستقبل الحكومات مرهون بما يزرعه القادة وما يقدمونه من دعم واهتمام ومتابعة في جميع المجالات لتنتج عقولاً تصنع المستقبل لمواجهة المتغيرات والتكيف معها لصناعة واستدامة التنمية الشاملة والرفاهية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. وهذا نهج راسخ وثابت عند قادة دول المجلس يحفظهم الله، فبادلتهم شعوبهم الولاء والطاعة والعمل الجاد والمثمر للرقي والنهوض بمستقبل دولهم. لقد شهد العالم أيها الحضور نمو ملحوظ في إنشاء التكتلات الإقليمية، حتى بات التكامل الإقليمي السمة التي تبقى في العلاقات الدولية، وذلك من أجل تحقيق أبعاد اقتصادية لتحقيق انسياب حركة رؤوس الأموال والعمالة ورفع نسبة التجارة العالمية بالإضافة إلى تحقيق السلام وفض النزاعات بين الدول. ولم تعد تقتصر هذه التكتلات على دول متجاورة جغرافياً، بل باتت تسهم في تحقيق منافع أكبر لأعضائها وتمنحهم مكانة سياسية واقتصادية تتناسب مع قدراتهم وإمكاناتهم مجتمعين، وتعزز الأمن والاستقرار في دولهم ومنطقتهم. كما ولما كان لهذه التكتلات من فوائد عديدة، فهي تواجه أيضاً التحديات، ومنها: 1. ضرورة التطوير المستمر لمنهجية التكتل ومحاكاتها للمستقبل كي لا تتخلف عن الركب في ظل المتغيرات المتسارعة. 2. الربط والتكامل الاقتصادي المتكامل من حيث التجارة وحركة رؤوس الأموال. 3. التطرق لحل مشكلة البطالة التي تؤثر على الشباب وتهيئتهم بمهارات المستقبل. ختاماً أيها الحفل الكريم، أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لجميع القائمين على هذه القمة العالمية للحكومات، متمنياً لكم كل التوفيق والسداد والخروج بنتائج متميزة نتطلع جميعاً لجني ثمارها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر معالي جاسم البديوي الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this main address.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Unlocking Leadership, What Does It Take? Please join me in welcoming Dr. Amy Cuddy, social psychologist, best-selling author, award-winning Harvard lecturer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And before I start, I would really like to thank you for welcoming me. I've looked forward to visiting for so long. And I have to say, the people here have been so friendly, but also so optimistic. And it's something that I don't see that often. So it's a real pleasure to be interacting with such creative, friendly, optimistic people. I want to start by telling you a short story. When I was a second-year professor, I was at the Kellogg School of Management then at Northwestern University, and I was asked to give a lecture on my area of expertise at the University of Chicago. And did anyone go to the University of Chicago? All right. So the University of Chicago's sort of unofficial slogan is, "Where fun goes to die," right? So it's not a place where people are known to be especially warm and friendly, and everyone is afraid to give a talk at the University of Chicago. But when I think about this, I'm an expert. I'm going in to talk about my area of expertise. I'm in a leadership position. But I went and I felt so powerless. I stumbled over my words. I went into fight or flight mode in the middle of my talk. I finished it, but I left with a sense of regret. I did not leave feeling satisfied. I left wishing that I could have a do-over. And that's the kind of situation that I want to ask you to think about. I want you to think first about what is, as a leader, what's your biggest challenge? Think about a situation that you approach with dread, that you execute with a sense of anxiety and distraction, and that you leave with a sense of regret. So everyone has this kind of situation. It varies from person to person. It might be public speaking. It might be interacting with one person. It might be giving negative feedback. It might be giving, difficult news to someone. What is that situation for you? And how can you approach it instead with composure and confidence and execute it without being distracted, being present, and leave it with a sense of satisfaction? Why can't we do that? We can't do that because we have a sense of powerlessness. And I want to differentiate between two types of power, because I think the word power often scares people. Social power is what people think of when they think of power. It is power over other people. It is the ability to control others' states, others' behaviors, control over resources, and it is zero-sum. It's a fixed pie. The more power one person has, the less power others have. And I'm not saying that it's bad or wrong. It's a necessity, but it's not the only kind of power. The kind of power that I want you to think about is this. It's personal power. It's the power to. It's the ability to control our own states and our own behaviors, and it's infinite. So you can have enormous personal power, and it doesn't take power away from anyone else, right? So this is the kind of power that benefits all of us, because what happens is that when we feel powerful, hundreds of psychological studies have shown that when we feel powerful, it activates what we call the behavioral approach system. And you can think of this as a sort of system telling our brains that everything is safe, that you're okay. And I'll talk a bit more about that. But powerlessness, on the other hand, so when I walked into that talk at the University of Chicago and I was feeling powerless, what happened was that I was activating the behavioral inhibition system. That's an alarm threat system. So basically what my brain was telling me is that I was being chased by a tiger, and I wasn't being chased by a tiger. I was just dealing with some people who weren't that friendly. So my reaction to that, my nervous system response, was not adaptive, right? It didn't help me because it wasn't an actually dangerous situation. So how do we instead activate that approach system when we're going into those situations? When the approach system is activated, and think about all of these qualities together, it affects your emotions, it affects your thoughts, it affects your behaviors, it affects your outcomes. We see challenges not as threats, but as opportunities. We see other people, even strangers. I saw the people in that audience as predators. But when the approach system is activated, we see them as allies, as friends. When the approach system is activated, we have an abundance mindset. We're not worried about getting everything that we can get right away. We don't have a scarcity mindset. We feel secure. We don't feel defensive. We are more likely to act, not just on behalf of ourselves, but also on behalf of others. So think about this. When you look at studies of bravery, of people who step in emergencies and actually help a stranger, the best predictor is that sense of power. If people feel a personal sense of power, of agency, they are much more likely to step in and help a stranger in an emergency. So this is a kind of power that we all can be comfortable with, because when you look at these things together, when we feel personally powerful, we are more optimistic and open, we are creative and more cognitively agile, we're authentic, we are confident in a way that's calm and calming to other people. We are able to listen to others because we don't feel defensive. We are less stressed, we're even more generous, and we are ready to take action. And these are all good qualities, right? So we want to activate that approach mindset, because when you look at this together, what you see is that when the approach system is activated, we are present. We are present, and that is what good leadership is. It is the ability to be present in the most stressful situations, to hear what's actually happening, not what we're worried is happening, right? So when I was giving that talk at the University of Chicago, I was worried about what they were thinking about me. I wasn't thinking about what they were thinking. I wasn't able to actually pay attention to what they were thinking. What were their questions? Because I was so worried about what they were thinking about me. When we are present, we are able to hear people, to see them, to respond to them, to understand their interests, right? All of these things are things that we need to do well, because when you look at studies of venture capital pitch competitions, debate competitions, studies of job interviews, of college interviews, what we see is that when people are present, they show three qualities that make them far more compelling. The first is that they believe their story. I mean, think about that. If you don't believe your story, how can anyone else believe your story, right? You have to believe what you're selling. You have to buy what you're selling. If you expect anyone else to buy it, why would they buy it if you wouldn't buy it? The second is that we convey confidence without arrogance. Confidence is a tool. Arrogance is a weapon, right? Confidence invites people in. Arrogance shuts people out. The third is that when we are present, we communicate in a way that's natural and harmonious. The words that we're speaking and the emotions that we convey with the words match the body language. When we're not present, we might get the words right, but we get all nervous and discombobulated, and we try to choreograph our movement, and it doesn't work, and it doesn't come across as authentic, and it's not compelling. When you look at these three qualities together, the qualities of being present, what you see is these people not only do better in these VC pitch competitions, debate competitions, job interviews, but they also stay at the job longer, they inspire others, they are much more likely to ascend to positions of leadership. Presence is such an important quality and signal and state when it comes to leadership, because also presence begets presence. When we are present with others, we invite them to be present with us. When you think about interacting with someone who's distracted, who's looking over your shoulder, waiting for somebody else to come into the room, or distracted by their phone, when they are not present, you're not going to give them your full authentic self. You're going to hold back a bit because you don't know if you can trust them. We need to be present with others if we want them to be present with us. And that's because the only way to build sustainable relationships as a leader is to earn and build trust, because trust is the conduit of influence. You might have a million great ideas, but if you have not earned, established, built trust, if you have not shown people that you understand and care about them, they can't hear what you're saying. Trust is absolutely critical to leadership in any situation. In any situation. It is the medium through which ideas travel. Without that medium, you may as well just be throwing ideas against a brick wall and seeing them bounce right back off. They're not being received by your audience. When we feel personally powerful, not only do we show up, but we show up as both strong and as generous, as both competent and as kind. And these are the two important qualities of leadership. People perceive each other immediately, within seconds, on these two qualities, generosity and kindness, and competence and strength. These are the two questions that we ask about other people when we meet them. Can I trust them? And, so sort of what are their intentions toward me? And are they capable of enacting those intentions? Those are the two questions that we're asking. So when we are feeling powerful, we're able to be fully present. So if power is activating the approach system and powerlessness is activating the inhibition system, then power is cultivating presence and powerlessness is blocking presence. So again, this is not social power, it's personal power. And it's key to being an effective communicator, an effective leader. I want you to check your posture. You don't have to adjust, but just pay attention to how you're sitting. We spend a lot of the day sitting. And your posture, even when you're seated, when you are a passive observer, matters, right? It's actually sending information to your brain about whether you're in a safe situation or an unsafe situation. Your body and your mind are constantly talking to each other. They're in communication. We talk a lot about sort of the mind-body connection, but less so about the body-mind connection. We think about how our mind changes our health, but we don't think so much about how we carry ourselves physically changes our mindset. And it is critically important and something we can do easily. When you look at power, the research on power and body language really started in the animal kingdom. And researchers for more than 150 years have noticed that animals that have power expand. They take up more space. You see this among other primates. You see it in non-primate species. You can clearly see who's in charge here, right, standing up on the hind legs. You see it in snakes, in birds. Expansiveness is signaling status and power. And, think of the peacock raising and fanning its tail feathers. It's the ultimate display of power and status. So it's true for animals, but it's also true for people. So a researcher named Jessica Tracy has studied this across 36 cultures on 5 continents, but it started with her observation when she was watching the Olympics that not only do gymnasts pose like this before and after the routine, so you see them pop up with their arms in the air, their chin is lifted, their mouth is slightly open, chest is expanded, but what she noticed is that you also see it in a way that's not choreographed. In the moment of victory, in the moment of feeling that burst of power, what do people do? All over the world, this is what they do. Right? In that moment of winning, they expand across different kinds of athletics, across countries, across cultures, across genders. You see the same kinds of reactions in that moment of victory, which is to be as expansive as possible. You can see many different examples. It doesn't matter. It could be an endurance sport. It could be a team sport. But you see the same reactions. Even when our team is winning, we do the same thing because we vicariously have a sense of power. We're not really responsible for their victory, but we feel responsible. We call that basking in reflected glory, and we feel a sense of power, and so we expand. But I think the most convincing evidence that Dr. Tracy found in her studies on 5 continents, where everyone she interacted with expanded when they won, is that even congenitally blind people did the same thing. So people who have never seen anyone expand when they win. They have the same reaction. What that tells us is this is hardwired. This is a hardwired response. This is just like smiling in happiness or widened eyes and surprise. It's a universal expression of an emotion. So what happens when we feel powerless? Exactly the opposite. You can see here the fans of the winning team and the losing team, right? You can see what people do. We start to cover our mouths. We make ourselves smaller. Look at the teams as they're losing. You see them touching their heads and their faces, wrapping themselves up, getting closer to the ground, making themselves small. Exactly the opposite of what we do when we feel powerful. And the same thing happens in the animal kingdom. You see the same thing. The animals that don't have power make themselves very small. They pull their tail between their legs. They flatten their hair, get on the ground. They flatten their ears. You can see clearly which animal feels powerless. So across the animal kingdom, around the world, when we feel powerful, we expand. And when we feel powerless, we shrink. So why does this matter? It matters because we can reverse engineer feeling powerful by changing how we carry ourselves. So when people think about how to change their mindset when they're feeling stressed, they think about self-talk, about telling themselves that actually they're going to do great, that they're fine. The problem is that when we are not trusting ourselves, when we're feeling anxious already, self-talk doesn't work. It doesn't work because now we feel like we're lying to ourselves. But we can change the way we carry ourselves, and that will change the way we feel. So I am going to just very quickly show you a number of ways to do this that's based on studies from now across the last 2 decades from all over the world in experimental laboratory settings. So let's start at the top. How do we expand? Well, first, we expand by breathing. We can breathe expansively or in a way that's more contractive. So when we breathe deeply and slowly, it makes us feel more powerful. And I'll give you a very simple way to do this. This is called 4-7-8 breathing. It triggers what we call the relaxation response. It makes us feel more powerful before we go into those stressful situations. So we're going to just quickly do this. I'm going to count to 4. Then I'll count to 7, and I'll count to 8. On the first 4 counts, you inhale. The second 7 counts, you hold your breath. On the last 8 counts, you exhale. Now, you can do this yourself, and if you repeat it just a few times, you really feel the effects. So let's get started. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is your nervous system telling you that you're not being chased by a tiger, that you are safe. And it calms you down and makes you feel more confident. Let's talk about the next one, voice. Voice is not just, speaking is not just about the words that we say, but also the many qualities of voice. So what's our tone? How much amplitude do we use? How much range do we use? How quickly or slowly do we speak? Research at the Stanford Graduate School of Business has shown that not only do we speak more slowly when we feel powerful, but getting people to speak more slowly causes them to feel more powerful. So a researcher named Deb Grunfeld had people read sentences scrolling across the screen quickly or slowly. When they read them slowly, they felt significantly more powerful and more in charge. So think about that in these moments, these big challenges. Slowing your speech, pausing. These are powerful moves. They make us feel powerful, and they also signal power. Let's talk about simple posture. Just sitting up straight, which so many of us were told to do by our grandparents, by our parents, as a show of respect to others. But what researchers find is that it's not just a show of respect to others. When people sit up straight for just 2 to 3 minutes, when you look at people with major depressive disorder, you see a significant reduction in depression symptoms, just sitting up straight for 2 to 3 minutes. When you look at people who are not depressed, you also see a significant elevation in mood, in memory of positive events, in the way that they speak about the future, right? So just changing our posture changes our mood. The problem here is that we are often on these devices, and that does affect us as well. So we do have to be mindful of that. We've studied how working on smaller devices versus bigger devices affects our mindset, and you see significant differences. So it's important to be mindful of how you hold your phone, right? And how much time you spend on it. I'm certainly not going to tell anybody to get rid of their phone, but just to be mindful of your posture while you're using it. So simple posture, complex posture, yoga, so many different studies now looking at expansive, very expansive postures and the effects that they have. They reduce post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, they reduce anxiety, but they also are showing huge effects for people who are not suffering from these things. So, for example, when people stand in an expansive pose versus a neutral pose, again, for just 2 to 3 minutes, it increases their pain threshold. So their physical threshold for pain increases after just standing like this for a couple of minutes. Right? Why? Why is that happening? Because the approach system is being activated. It's telling us that we're safe, that we can approach, that we should not be afraid. It also allows us to carry more weight, to physically perceive that weight as less heavy than if we have been in a neutral or contractive pose. So all of this together, you keep seeing the same pattern. How do we sleep? Do you sleep like this? Or do you sleep like this, right? People sleep in different positions, and this is the general distribution sort of sleeping positions. And you see that about 40% of people are sleeping in the fetal position, all curled up. And then you have 5% who are in the sort of Usain Bolt starfish position at the end. You can't change the way you sleep very easily. But in our research, what we find is that the way people wake up, the position they're in when they wake up, predicts their mood. So people who wake up more contractive feel significantly less powerful and significantly more anxious than people who wake up stretched out. What can you do about that? Again, you don't want to set an alarm to every 2 hours to change your position, because sleep is very important. But what you can do is if you wake up clenched up, don't put your feet on the ground. Take a minute or two and spread out. Just stretch out in bed. And then put your feet on the ground. I mean, these are such simple ways in which we carry ourselves with self-respect and pride, and it translates into feeling those things. So this is the way we want to be when we wake up in the morning. We've looked at what happens when you have people adopt postures like this versus postures like this, again, just for between 2 and 5 minutes. And we find that so by the way, they're doing these in rooms alone. They're blind to the hypothesis. They're blind to the conditions. They don't know what the study is about. But what we find is that when people adopt those more expansive poses, which I'll go back to just for a minute, versus these, they feel significantly happier and more powerful and more in charge, but most important, they are more likely to succeed in things like job interviews. We actually put them through stressful job interviews, and we find that job interviewers, so people who are trained to rate applicants, after watching the people who have adopted these powerful postures, these are the people they want to hire. They don't want to hire the people who had been in the contractive postures. And by the way, these people rating the job applicants didn't see these postures. These were done in private. They have no idea that there were differences. They just rated them better overall, and they were significantly more likely to want to hire them. So that's why they're hired. You go back to those qualities of presence, those people who in privacy adopted expansive postures versus contractive postures, believed their story, they showed confidence without arrogance, and they communicated in a way that was harmonious. They were present, and that was compelling. And that's why people wanted to follow them, right? These are the qualities that we find appealing in leaders. Finally, even walking. I mean, this is data using motion capture sensors where people are walking on a treadmill with motion capture sensors attached to their major joints. And it's aggregated across thousands of people. But if you look at this, which one of these walkers, as we call them, is feeling more powerful? The one on the left or the one on the right? The one on the left, raise your hand. The one on the right? Right. So this one, and this is a very small difference, but what you see is the strides are longer, the arms have more swing, there's more up and down vertical movement, they're taking up more space. So even walking not only reflects how we feel, but changes how we feel. So you've got all of these together, breathing, speaking, simple posture, complex posture, movement. These are such simple, actionable takeaways, things that you can change immediately. And by the way, I want to point out very clearly, I am not encouraging people to adopt dominant, expansive postures while they're presenting. I don't, you see some people stand on stage like this and it doesn't go over well. And I have to say, after I first started speaking about this work, I got a couple of emails from people who said, I went to a job interview and I stood in the victory pose and I didn't get hired. It's like, well, I'm not surprised. This is what you do alone. When you're actually speaking to people, when you're interacting, you want your posture to be confident and open, but also show that you're engaged, that you want to be there. Because remember, it's not just about strength, it's also about trust and engagement and showing that you're interested genuinely. So adopting expansive breathing, speaking, posture, and movement makes people feel powerful, confident, assertive, relaxed, happy. There are now about 150 studies showing this, including studies now even with grade school children showing that it improves their performance in school and their relationships with their teachers and their willingness to ask questions, right? To not just sit there not knowing the answer, but when they adopt an expansive posture privately before they go to school, those kids are more likely to ask questions. So expanding is activating the approach system. Shrinking is activating the inhibition system. So your body is changing your mind. Your mind is changing your behavior. And your behavior is changing your outcomes. This is true for all of us. Expanding is giving us the courage to bring our authentic best selves to our biggest challenges. And as our courage expands, the world of possibilities expands, right? As we become more courageous and we step forward, we approach, the world expands. And we have even more opportunities and more people to meet, more people who can become our allies, right? More people who we can help. And who will help us. So these are qualities that we want as a leader. And if you may feel very personally powerful, but there's someone in your life, someone who works for you, someone maybe in your family who needs this message, right? And again, this is not zero-sum power. This is infinite. We want everyone to feel this way. And I'm going to stop with this takeaway from, I think, one of my most inspirational figures, Dr. Maya Angelou, who said, stand up straight and realize who you are, that you tower over your circumstances. Stand up straight. Thank you so much, and I think we're going to have a question and answer period now, so thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Saeed Al-Nadari, leading Mohammed bin Rashid Center for Leadership Development, to the stage.
Doctor.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Shall we stand or sit?
Can sit. Assalamu alaikum. Doctor, your TED Talk is still the second most watched TED Talk of all time, with 67 million viewers. We'll make today's session and the next 10 minutes the most impactful. At this venue, we have managers, leaders, employees, businessmen. Their impact impacts thousands of people, yes, hundreds of people. What is one thing they can start working on tomorrow to be more effective as leaders?
Well, I think, and this is maybe counterintuitive, but one thing that I find extremely sort of empowering and impactful, and if it's okay, I want to return to that University of Chicago example, and then sort of update it. So that did not go well, and I left with a sense of regret. It was fine, but it didn't go well. after, about a year later, I moved to Harvard Business School, where I taught for many years. And I was told when I was about to start teaching by other HBS professors that HBS students are really aggressive and they're like sharks, and if they smell blood in the water, they'll come in for the kill, and that I should be afraid of them and not make any mistakes and go in really strong. And so I really rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed. I practiced my material, but I realized I was so anxious. And a couple of days before going in, I realized these people have worked hard to get to Harvard Business School. They're paying a lot of money to be there. They don't want me to fail. They want me to do well. They want to learn. So what I decided to do was to go in with trust, to extend trust to them, to trust that they wanted to be there, that they would allow me to be authentic and make some mistakes, but also to listen to my expertise. And I have to say, the relationships I built with those 95 students last till today. You know, many of them now have families and are doing really wonderful things. Some of you may be here, but it's the idea that when we are leading, we sometimes worry or we assume that people don't want us to do well, or we don't quite trust them. When we extend trust to them, and I know that's a risky thing to do, it's a generous thing to do, we get trust back. So I would say that's one of the things that as leaders, all of us can do starting tomorrow. The next time when you walk into an interaction with someone who you are leading, trust them. Trust that they want to learn from you, that they want you to do well, and you will get that trust right back from them. And that is building long-term sustainable relationships.
And Doctor, beyond the 70 students, you have been working now for 20 years studying people.
Yes.
You have met many leaders. You have research, you have findings, you have surveys. What are the top do's and don'ts for us to be a better version of who we are today?
Well, I would say, first, do see power as personal power. When you can, remember that this is part of our subjective well-being. I mean, I know this is something that's of great interest to this audience. Our emotional well-being is made up not just of happiness and low stress, but also of sense of power. It's important. I mean, we can be happy and not stressed, but that's not enough to allow us to thrive, right? What allows us to thrive, societies, nations to thrive, is when people have a sense of agency, a sense of power. So I ask you to see power in that regard, and to, again, to help to grow power, not just in yourself, but in those around you. Don't see power as...
Doctor, where
yes.
do we get power from?
Well...
Is it positions? Is it work? Wealth?
So we do, that is social power, right? That's power over other people. That is the kind of power that I think we think of when we think of power. And I'm not saying that's not power. It is a type of power. And it is not innately good or bad. It just is. And that certainly helps. And when we have that kind of power, it helps us as individuals. But the second type, this personal power, this comes from within and from being in the presence of leaders who allow us to feel and to grow that sense of power. So I would happy to go on from there. If I can give you one more example of a do and a don't. Often before we go into these sort of stressful situations, these challenging situations, we feel a sense of anxiety. It may not be overwhelming, but we feel a sense of anxiety. We notice it, and we say to ourselves silently, oh, I'm really feeling anxious, and I guess that means things aren't going to go well. Experiments show that if we reinterpret our anxiety as excitement, we perform much better. So if you look at things like stage fright, I mean, these experiments have been done looking at singing competitions, debate competitions, all kinds of stressful situations. we are able to change our emotions in one way and not another. Okay, so emotions are either high arousal emotions or low arousal emotions. And they're also either positive or negative. Anxiety is a high arousal, negative emotion. Excitement is a high arousal, positive emotion. It's very hard to change the arousal level, to say to ourselves, keep calm. But we can change the negativity or positivity. So when we say to ourselves, actually, that feeling that I have, maybe it's not anxiety, maybe I'm excited. This is a challenge. So reinterpreting anxiety as excitement rather than saying I'm anxious and this is going to hurt me. So the do, anxiety is excitement. The don't, sitting with the anxiety and just accepting it.
And how can we turn it into a day-to-day thing? Then how do we apply it?
These really are, I know it sounds so simple, but these experiments on anxiety as excitement, for example, are so simple. These also were done at Harvard Business School by a researcher named Alison Wood Brooks. And she literally has people say to themselves, they're randomly assigned to one of three conditions. They either, and before a very stressful event, they either say aloud to themselves, I am anxious, they say, I am excited, or they say nothing. The people who say, I am excited, outperform everyone else, even in things like math competitions, in singing competitions, in situations that they think they will never perform well at. So it's such a simple thing that we can do. Even if you feel a teeny bit of anxiety, say to yourself, you know what, I'm excited, I'm not anxious.
Doctor, life is a mix of ups and downs. Sometimes we feel we have missed it. We didn't do our best in a job interview, in an evaluation meeting, in a speech, and we keep overthinking that we could have done it better.
Yes.
We could have asked another question. We could have showed ourselves in a different way.
Yes.
And that feeling, many people don't prefer to have.
Yes.
How can we deal with it?
So it's interesting because when you think about any kind of challenging situation or interaction, you think about that moment, the interaction itself, but you forget that there's a before, a during, and an after. You know, I talked about dread, which is sort of like borrowing trouble from the future, about what's happening during the interaction where you're distracted and you're not really hearing what people are saying, but the after also matters. And I think people give the least weight to the after. They think, well, it doesn't matter, it's over, or they want a do-over, and you don't get a do-over. What I find is that sense of regret that people have about not showing people who they are, about not really showing up, that is, in a way, the biggest burden. That becomes something that kind of becomes layer on top of each other. So the next time you go into that challenging situation, you're carrying that baggage, that sense of regret. You want to leave feeling satisfied. You have to let it go. You have to say, I don't get a do-over, but here's what I can learn from what happened in that situation. Here's what didn't work for me, here's what did, and here's what I can do a little bit better the next time. Just remember that the sense of regret doesn't serve you.
So, Doctor, how can they do a little bit better the next time?
So rather than setting big, grandiose goals that are focused on the outcome, you know, so say you have a goal, you want to, you want to land a deal with a client, for example. You may or you may not land that deal because a lot of that is outside of your control. Instead, focus on what can you do in that interaction to really show them who you are, to build trust. So focus on just being a bit more present in that interaction rather than going, I'm going to win next time, right? It's just like New Year's resolutions. They don't work very well because they're too big. There are too many steps to a New Year's resolution. But these little small things, which I call self-nudges, they allow us to perform better in these interactions and not walk away with that sense of regret. We can accept an outcome even if it's not the one that we wanted, as long as we know that we did everything that we could.
Doctor, there is this social media trend where people share their life hacks. What is your life hacks? Stuff that we can adopt.
Well, I mean, first, I do carry myself in a more expansive way now. I mean, I'm mindful of the small things. I know this seems silly, but even, when I'm brushing my teeth, I put a hand on my hip. I make sure that I'm not, crouching over my phone. I pay attention to that. I'm mindful of my body language. And that changes the way I feel enormously. People ask me, 10 years after this TED Talk, do you still power pose before you give a talk? Of course I do, right? It never stops helping. So I'm mindful of that. But I think another hack that's important for us to keep in mind as leaders is that our power, our social power, our hierarchical power, has an effect on the people that we're interacting with, on the people that we're leading. And so I'm now also mindful of the body language of other people. So if I'm interacting with a student, for example, and they start to wrap up and make themselves smaller and sort of move away, I know that somehow trust has been broken, or they are not feeling seen or heard. And it's not in my interest or theirs,
Doctor,
for me to be domineering.
If that's being themselves?
Yes, exactly.
Do they need to change it? The way they act, the way they look, the way they communicate?
I mean, yeah, we all can improve our body language, but and we can learn little tricks to change our body language. But what we want to do is do that authentically. And so, when we're interacting with somebody who's powerless and they are starting to shut down, we want to sort of lean forward and re-engage with them, be present with them. That will help them to lean in and be present with us. So changing our body language is really about paying attention to ourselves at a kind of internal level and to each other in these interactions where there are power differences.
How can they practice that at home?
Well, this is kind of a funny question because, so my son is 20, and he's a musician and a performer, and so we talk about a lot of these things very often. When he was like 13, 14, and much more likely to be playing video games or on social media, I noticed when he started to collapse, I saw changes in his body language, and they correlated with changes in his mood. He got grumpier. He was more negative. He seemed to feel less confident about himself. So this is interesting. Like, if you have children, practice with your children. Watch their body language. What's affecting their feelings of power and powerlessness, and how can you help them? So what I did with my son Jonah was I just said to him, whenever he started to collapse, I said, put your phone down, put your computer down. We're going to go for a walk. We're going to go outside. We're going to do something active, and it always made him feel better.
Okay, time is out. I'll end it with one more question.
Yes.
There are thousands of books on leadership, articles, talks, podcasts. What is one takeaway you want today's audience to go out with?
I think in the last decade, the research on leadership has shown, not just from a philosophical perspective, but from an empirical perspective, from a data-driven perspective, the power of good listening. I find that young leaders, when they first come into leadership positions, they feel that they need to take the floor first. They need to, if it's a negotiation, they need to drop the anchor. They have to start talking right away before the other person starts talking. But the ones who are the most effective sit and they listen for a little while. And that does a few things. First, it forms a relationship. You've allowed the other person to speak. They feel heard. But you've also collected information. They've told you some things. You understand their interests now. And you can respond now from a more informed perspective. And that is, I think, one of the biggest changes in leadership in the last 10 years that you see taught at the top business schools, in leadership books, is the power of active listening before responding. Listening is not giving away power. Active listening is actually gaining power.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting me. It's been such an honor.
Thank you. We'll have a long list of practicing and some of the life hacks that we'll be sharing. And thank you again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
شكرين يعطيكم العافية.
الحضور الكريم، كانت هذه آخر جلسة رئيسية لهذا اليوم. نشكركم على حضوركم لجلسات اليوم الثاني من القمة العالمية للحكومات 2023. سيتجدد لقاؤنا معكم غدا عند الساعة 9 صباحا.
Distinguished guests, this was the last plenary session for today. We thank you for your attendance and look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the third day of the World Government Summit 2023.
I'll say, I talked about the effect of single supply shocks, but what we've had is a sequence of them, and there's no air gaps between them, and that, of course, makes them much more persistent and much more difficult to deal with. And the sort of, if you like, the sort of conventional wisdom that you can accommodate the first-round effects of a single supply shock, start to go out of the window at that point. The third shock is the one that we've discussed a lot before, and I really take to be, in a sense, highly relevant to your question, which is then the question of the labour supply in the UK. As we've observed and as we've commented on extensively in the monetary policy report, there has been a decline in participation in the UK. Now, many countries had a decline in participation in the sort of initial COVID period. What sort of differentiates the UK is that it hasn't recovered. and this is the judgment. I come back to this question about judgments we had to make at the time. And, you know, I mean, I remember you saying, and you're right on a number of occasions in the past, you could observe elements of tightening going on. And you know, our response to that, in a sense, was, yeah, we don't disagree. Our agents were telling us this as well. The challenge we had to deal with was that the furlough scheme was in place at that time until the end of September 2021. Around about 1 million jobs were furloughed right until the end of the scheme. And so the big question was, what was going to be the impact of ending the furlough scheme? Now, by the way, I'm not criticising it. I think the furlough scheme did a very good job, but it created this problem of judging what the effect of the end of it be. Now, we thought unemployment would rise at the end of it. By the way, I looked back at, I look back at, if you take our August 2021 monetary policy report, we always published sort of later on in the report a comparison of our projections with those of other forecasters. We were actually at the low end of the assessment of the rise in unemployment that would follow from the end of the furlough scheme, but of course it didn't happen. And that's in many ways, I think, the important part of your assessment of where we stand now. We've got a tight labour market, very tight labour market. We've had a fall in participation and it hasn't recovered. The final thing I'll mention, which is the shock that didn't happen, was Omicron. So when we were considering the timing of the initial tightening of monetary policy, we were right on the cusp of Omicron, and we were being told it was going to happen. And that's the one we said, well, we think its effects may be less than the earlier its economic effects may be less than the earlier COVID outbreaks. And I think that was a correct judgment. But again, it was a very big judgment we had to make at the time. So if you don't mind, I mean, my response to this is we have to make judgments based on imperfect evidence at the time. We learn a lot of things afterwards, and I agree with you on that. But I do push back on this question about hindsight judgment.
Well, I'm going to push back on you, if I may,
that's fine.
Governor, because I've gone back and you and I have discussed this quite regularly over the last few years. And I want to just pick out some of the exchanges that the team have highlighted, and I think you probably will have gone through them. And I'm going to start in May 2021 with your evidence there, because by that time, inflation had risen from below target to your target of 2%. And you told us that there are some very hot spots and very hot areas of prices. And I just remark on the fact that despite that, the bank decided to keep interest rates at 0.1 and to carry on with quantitative easing of the programme of 150 billion.
Can I just put that into context of what I said? And I don't want to repeat it, but I won't. But that's because we were already observing the global supply chain shock taking place, and there were hotspots. And there were hotspots domestically because pieces of the economy were reopening in sometimes a rather difficult fashion. And the question for us was, are those going to be permanent effects or temporary transient effects? That's the question.
The judgment you took at that point was that it would be temporary. Okay.
Yes.
We then get to September 2021, and I think it's that fourth quarter that I find most interesting to look at retrospectively. So by now, inflation is now over your target. It's at 3.1%. You're still doing the 150 billion of quantitative easing at that point.
Yes.
We then get to November 2021, and inflation is now running at 5.1%. And you're saying, I'm now very uneasy about the inflation situation. Of course, that is the moment when the committee judged that some modest tightening of monetary policy was likely to be necessary. So it didn't actually move until a bit later on in the autumn, 0.1.
We moved.
Yeah. So you're still at 0.1 at that point. And then...
can I just observe that that's precisely the point in time that I was just referring to, with these two things that we were having to assess. One was the effect of the end of the furlough scheme. And of course, by the way, I said it ended at the end of September, but the data doesn't come through for another, couple of months. And the second one is Omicron. I mean, those are two things that were very much uppermost in our mind at that point in time.
I understand that, but you accept that monetary policy was kept very loose, despite the evidence that you gave us, is that there is risk that it transfers into real pressure in terms of wage negotiation,
yes.
could prolong inflation, lead to higher
yes,
inflation
because,
expectations, all the things
yes,
that we're
because
currently seeing. Yeah.
No, I perfectly agree with you on that. But the reason that I agree with you is because we were seeking to balance these various conflicting and countervailing pressures at that time, and to assess what was going on in the labour market as this million jobs on furlough unwound, as to how that would wind its way through. And those were very difficult judgments. And we concluded by December that the right thing to do was to start to tighten monetary policy. But we were still very uncertain because, remember, that was just about to go into the Omicron wave at that point.
Okay, so let's step forward then to exactly a year ago today. By now, inflation has risen to 6.2%. Interest rates are still only at 0.5%. And your evidence at that point is to say, I must say that transitory was becoming a slightly overused and in some circles overabused term. You're clearly now pointing to an upside risk, second round effects, the risk of real second round effects, and yet the rate is still only 0.5.
Well, the reason that I made the point about transitory goes back to what I said a few moments ago earlier on, which is that transitory is a term that, in my view, it's easier to apply to a single shock. By this stage, of course, we're now seeing, unfortunately, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course, was sadly starting to happen. Though the major impact on energy prices really came over the summer, actually, in terms of the impact. So we were seeking to judge what would be the impact now of more than one shock. And I also would just make the point that we were the first major central bank to tighten monetary policy. So, this was a problem, a challenge that others were having as well.
But on that day, the day before Russia invaded Ukraine, inflation was already running at 6% in this country, and interest rates were at 0.5%.
Yes.
And I wonder whether it is your opinion now, not with the benefit of hindsight, because these are all contemporaneous observations, that the risk to inflation was always more to the upside than to the downside, given the level of monetary policy that we had at that time. And the second round effects, the risks to those second round effects becoming embedded were very high at that moment in time.
But I think we were still, at that point, because of the nature of the shocks that we were dealing with and the question of how transitory they would be, that was the question that we were still, frankly, wrestling with at that point. And these are judgments we have to make, I'm afraid. We changed our view on that as we went through the summer, really.
How can people? I do want to keep on asking the governor. How can people feel confident, though, that the Bank of England has made the right judgments at the right time in this period of time? And I note that in terms of public polling, that there's now quite a high level of dissatisfaction with the track record of the Bank of England.
Well, our job is, I can quite understand the public polling, because our job is to get inflation back down to target, and I would expect, the public will, of course, expect us to do that, and we will do it, and I would expect that will be reflected in public polling. So at this point in time, I would of course expect the public to say, well, it's your job to get inflation down to target, and my response to that is yes, it is, and we will do it.
No, actually, it's your job not to have let it get to this kind of level of second round effect either.
I'm sorry to have to disagree on this point, but there's a very large body of first round effects going on at the moment. And one piece of evidence for that, we think, is that the fall that we expect to see in inflation this year, which we've set out in the monetary policy report, is the unwind of what we tend to call the base effects from last year. This is a very powerful unwind. Now, there's a second question, which no doubt we'll come on to, about will there be persistence? But these base effects are unwinding very powerfully this year, and they will unwind more as the year goes on because of the nature of what happened last year. That, to my mind, indicates that there is a very big first-round effect in here.
why we'll get on to the second round effects because 5% now is the government's own target. It wants to halve inflation this year. A lot of the expectations you've set in terms of your forecasts of us getting back down to that level, I think what worries this committee is the persistence of some of those second round effects persisting at 5%. But I do want to
I'd say actually, I mean, as you've seen from the report we published, our projection just, indicates that inflation will probably come down below 5% by the end of this year.
You'll forgive the committee for being slightly sceptical of those projections, given how often we've seen those projections turn out to be incorrect.
Well, it's right for you to question us on those, and I accept that. What I would say is that there are really sort of two countervailing forces going on at the moment. There are very powerful base effects that are going to come out, effectively come out this year, and that puts a very powerful negative trajectory on inflation. Unless we have some event in the world that we do not know about at the moment. And that's really down to energy. A lot of that is down to energy prices. Now, we are concerned about persistence, and that's why we frankly raised interest rates this time, because you could justifiably say to us, if you've got this view of inflation going forwards, and of course we do take different views on this, as you'll know, and those of us at the table take different views on this. If you've got those powerful sort of downside forces, why are you raising interest rates again? And the answer for me to that question is I'm very uncertain, particularly about price setting and wage setting in this country. We have got the largest upside skew on it in our forecast that we've ever had on inflation, which still actually leaves it coming down to target, by the way. I mean, this is otherwise it would the central case would come below target. So we do put weight on the persistence risk, but there are very powerful downward forces this year, other things equal.
Thank you, Governor. I'm going to turn to Hugh now, and I know Silvana has a point that she wants to raise, and Jonathan as well. But Hugh, you've very kindly sent the committee a sort of self-assessment of your time on the committee since September 2021, and we're publishing that today. And I thought what was very interesting in your self-assessment is that it's slightly different from the speech and the evidence that you've given here in Parliament before, where you did stress this phrase about with the benefit of hindsight that we heard from the Governor just now. Because in your self-assessment questionnaire, I was intrigued by your paragraph 7, because you admit that in that pivotal time that we've been talking about, the autumn 2021 decision, that the bank waited for the end of furlough to tighten, and yet you point in that paragraph 7 to the fact that your network of agents at that time, before the end of furlough, was pointing to tightness in the labour market and strength of the ability of people to negotiate increases in wages. Can you tell us a bit more about this assessment you've made of how you should have paid more attention to that network of agents contemporaneously?
I think, first of all, let me say the assessment of which I wrote is one which is made with the benefit of hindsight. So I am assessing myself and looking back over the experience I personally have had since I joined the committee in September 2021. And I think what I'm trying to write is actually very consistent with what the Governor just said, namely, we were given this information from the agents at that time, and I think that information was published in the NPR and was part of what was reported in the minutes and all the usual vehicles of communication, I think, including the discussion that took place in this committee. I mean, speaking from a personal self-reflection, looking back, and I think consistent with what the Governor said, we faced at that time a very specific and a very uncertain environment in the labour market, associated with the coming to the end of the furlough scheme. So if you remember, as we were unwinding, or as the government's furlough scheme was coming to an end, there had been some uncertainty earlier in the year before I joined the committee about when it would come to an end. That was largely resolved by this point. But in September and through that period, we still had roughly 750,000 jobs on furlough. And so the question, I think, was the tightness that was being reported from our agency network in the labour market associated with suggestions around recruiting difficulties and rising pressures and pay. Would that be eased at the moment that the furlough scheme came to an end? And, I mean, prima facie, at least potentially, you would release quite a lot of people who are supposedly in the jobs that were under the furlough scheme into the labour market. So that would have been a kind of corrective mechanism to this tightness. And with the benefit of hindsight, of course, I look back and think, how much weight did I place on the reports we were getting from the agencies versus how much weight did I place on the official data, which was reporting there are a lot of jobs still on furlough and therefore the potential for this easing. I think what I did at the time was think, well, we probably need to see, post the end of the furlough, how those close to 750,000 jobs that were furloughed, how that plays out in terms of both the survey data we see, the reports we get from the agents, and the official data. So data on unemployment, data on wage settlements, and so forth and so on. And I particularly put weight on the official data, which didn't come out, as the Governor just said, towards the end of November and early December. And so that led to a sort of view, this is a personal view, that it was worth waiting until we saw that data in order to avoid making a mistake about how tight the labour market would prove to be once the furlough scheme ended.
So I think official labour market data is always seen as a lagging indicator. You've got this marvellous network of agents that were telling you that the labour market was tight, and I wonder whether the fact that you were new to the committee meant that you didn't sort of speak up with your concerns loudly enough, and those were contemporaneous concerns that you had.
Well, I'd say to you, I mean, I was new to the committee. I don't think that precluded me from speaking up, but others are probably in a better position to judge than I am. And I mean, I want to make clear, and I think that was the purpose of this exercise, if I have not misjudged it, to me to give a personal reflection as an individual, independently accountable member of the MPC in the report I gave you, which you're referring to. So just to emphasise, that was a personal view. I would like to think, looking back, that I contributed to the discussion of the committee from the perspective I gave, but certainly the discussion in the committee, and I think this is what's recorded in the minutes, and I think was reported in the equivalent meeting back in November and then again in February 2021, was a discussion where this was at the core. And the point I'd emphasise is, I mean, looking back, the reports we were getting from the agents were the labour market is tight. The reports we were also getting from the agent market was there is uncertainty as to how the end of the furlough scheme will play out in terms of easing that. So in other words, it wasn't just those of us on the committee who were uncertain. It was the agents, and perhaps more fundamentally, the corporate contacts that we were gathering the information of via the agents. So I think there was a genuine uncertainty at that point as to what would be the impact in the UK labour market of the end of the furlough scheme.
Again, I would submit that just characterising this whole episode is one with the benefit of hindsight, there was actually contemporaneous evidence that, on balance, you chose to wait to see whether that followed through into, genuine wage pressures, and that's where the hindsight comes in. Yeah, as opposed to you did have contemporaneous evidence.
I know Silvana wants to come in, but can I just add one point? Because I just want to have a reflection of conversations that I do a lot of trips around the country with the agents, and recent conversations. Actually, I was in Wales 3 weeks ago, and this conversation came up with a number of businesses, going back just to that point in time that you rightly referred to, and them saying to me what they didn't expect. And this goes to the inactivity story. Was that was their labour force actually saying, "I've reevaluated, my life, as it were, and I'm not going to come back to work." They're open and saying we just didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah.
And that's part of the inactivity story, of course.
Okay, I'll bring in Silvana and Jonathan, and we can talk about what this information informs us about your future outlook in a minute. Silvana.
Yeah, just to put the factors into perspective. the labor market contribution is very small. The dominant shock in 2022 was the war in Ukraine and increase in energy prices and other commodities, food prices, and that's important to keep in mind. At the 11% peak in inflation last year, 8 percentage points of that was contributed by energy and other goods prices, which are largely determined in global markets. These are mostly tradable components. The rest, the 3 percentage points, came from services, which is more affected by domestic input costs like wages and obviously more influenced by monetary policy. Now, if we just follow those numbers and take that 8 percentage point contribution from abroad, then to have inflation at the 2% target last year, given that services represent 2/5 of the CPI basket, would have necessitated inflation in the services sectors to be minus 15%. That is, to meet the 2% target in 2022, we would have needed a services deflation of 15%. Now, in practice, of course, the split that I gave you is not precise. You can refine it. Some good sectors include some non-tradable components, and monetary policy can affect good sectors' inflation through other channels. And conversely, services inflation contains some energy and food components in them. So this, but even if you refine my calculation, the conclusion is that you still need services inflation running at deeply negative, in deeply negative territory in order to meet the 2% target. Now, as you can imagine, having deflation of 15% in services requires a massive recession, much bigger than the great financial crisis, with unemployment at 2-digit levels. This is at the time in which the economy was trying to recover from the COVID shock. And let's not forget that consumption at the time and investment, even now actually, they're still well below their 2019 levels. So in my view, it would have been incompatible with our remit to have inflation at target last year. Now, I mentioned this 8 percentage point contribution. As we go forward to the next 2 years, 2 to 3 years, that 8 percentage point, as those prices stabilize or even turn negative, as we've been seeing, this will become 0 or negative. That means that the level of services inflation you will need to meet the target, again, with a contribution of services of roughly 2/5, would be 5%. That's the level of services inflation we will need in the coming years to meet the inflation target. So if you really want to hit target at all times, you need to go from -15 to 5, which is an impossible task for any central bank. I mean, you cannot switch unemployment from 2 digits.
I think what we're keen to ask you to do, and we appreciate that if you're going to get a massive spike in something like energy, then that will make it difficult to achieve 2% on a day-by-day basis. We accept that, but it is notable that the day before the invasion, inflation was already running at 6%, and that the base rate was at 0.5% on that day. Yeah.
What we learned, Harriet, from with hindsight, is that those restrictions in gas supply had started earlier, and that was not known to us. But as I said,
I think it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we didn't. I mean, we could see the price effect, which was not, which is just the beginning of it, but we didn't know that this would be a sustained strategy by Putin going forward. So, I mean, you at the time could have seen it as a temporary.
But you mentioned services inflation, and in your latest report, you say that services inflation is at a new high. What I'm trying to press you on today is that the second order effects in terms of inflation have now become much more deeply embedded in our economy and will be that much harder to remove.
Let me talk about that. Yeah. So as I said, I mean, in order to meet the inflation target, we would need services inflation to come down from the current 6.8% to 5%. Is that feasible? It is, and this is what is in our forecast. There are three elements to that. First, services inflation does incorporate some energy and food components. Some services are very intensive in the use of those. And in fact, if you look at just services that are not energy intensive, inflation there has been less than 5%. So naturally, as energy prices come down, there will be a direct slowdown in services inflation. The second component is wage inflation, and we have already seen a slowdown in pay growth in the high-frequency measures. If you look at 1 month on 1 month or 3 months on 3 months, this has been falling since July. And then the last one, and this is, of course, the big one, is monetary policy. We have tightened policy significantly over the past year, and that's going to be to have a large impact on demand, hence the labor market, and this is going to be the transmission mechanism that will ultimately bring inflation. In fact, it's going below target in our forecast, well below target. And so those elements should give you the reassurance that we are more than on track.
I accept that there are some year-on-year effects that are going to roll out. Where I'm somewhat probing you here is that whether a 5% level of inflation has not become quite ingrained and embedded as a second-order effect in the UK economy. Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks very much. Chair, I guess I don't want to move the conversation backwards, but I just want to say two things. One is, I think it's important if we go back to the issue around the furlough and the late 2021 discussion that we were just having. I think it's important to understand, as Silvana's just said, the context in which that was the case. You'll have seen chart 3.7 in our report on page 87 gives the level of investment over that period. And the level of investment was around 10 percentage points below the pre-Omicron level in that late 21 period. In other words, the economy was extremely subdued. And if you were to say, I want you to tighten monetary policy with an incredibly low level of investment, that would not normally be a very good thing to do. That was one thing to do. And then the second thing, which also goes back to the issue, there was absolutely a lot of uncertainty around the furlough. But as Andrew just mentioned, we mustn't forget that Omicron was a major threat at that time as well. Could I just say a quick word about that? Because I think that is a case study in what we know now as opposed to what we knew then. We now know that the vaccine was robust against Omicron, but we didn't know that then. We took advice from Chris Whitty, the best advice in the land, about the situation in Omicron. And as you remember, when Omicron first came out, I think it was in South Africa, there was significant concern that it would indeed get past the vaccine. The vaccine would be ineffective against it. And I remember asking Chris Whitty, well, what happens then? And he told us the facts. And the facts are that the vaccine would have to be re-engineered. That would take 3 to 6 months. And we would have to start vaccinating everybody all over again. Now, again, we know now that did not come to pass. But if you'll forgive my just dwelling on it, I think it's a little study about how we didn't know back then, and we had to make policy with the benefit of what we knew at the time.
So
Sorry for that long.
Are you not concerned now that the second-order inflationary effects have become much more embedded in the UK economy?
So I am concerned that they are, and that's why I'm voting to raise. But the point I'm trying to make is a slightly separate point, which is, with the benefit of with the information we had then, we didn't know that at the time. So we did the right policy decision at the time.
Okay. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I do just one clarification? When I mentioned 5% services inflation, that's enough to meet the target because services is 2/5 of the basket. And the other side of the basket is going to be exactly.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes. Yeah. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the prospects of inflation over the coming year. The bank, you declared that we've now turned the corner, and your projections are pretty much downhill all the way. I really want to get a range of views of what the risk is to that. I mean, are there is there a real risk that it won't end up going downhill the whole way? And then second question is, the government, as you touched on earlier, the government has given itself its own target for inflation to halve it by the end of the year. Do you think there's any risk to not meeting that? Because also your expectation is that it will meet that. I'm going to take a range of views. We'll start with Jonathan and then go right.
Thanks very much.
So is there any risk to not going downhill the whole way this year?
No, thanks for the question. Anthony, well again, why don't we just refer to the report, since the hearing is about the report. So on page 27, we lay out this rather complicated table. So apologies, it's a complicated table. There's tons of information in it, which I think speaks to your issue. So as you say, our projection is that CPI inflation will go down from roughly 10 at the moment to around 4 at the end of the year. Of that, the energy price contribution is going to take about 3 3/4. So that's a fall of 6 3/4. The energy price, as I say, we publish it, in black and white in the report, is going to take 3 3/4 off that. We can have a reasonable amount of confidence about that because of the way that the Ofgem price cap works and our current knowledge of what the futures curve is. Now, of course, as Andrew was just saying, were there to be another significant shock, then that would imperil that. But we've got to do the best we can, again, given the information set we know. So of that fall of 6 3/4, as I say, about 3 3/4 is because of energy. There are indirect energy effects, as Silvana was just mentioning. Of course, energy has a direct effect because we buy gas and electricity, but then there are indirect effects because restaurants have got to consume energy and all that sort of stuff. Add maybe 0.25 to that. That's about 4 percentage points on that. So then that takes you from 10 to roughly about 6, and so the question is where are the other 2 going to come from? And there I think we are being ever vigilant on that issue. That then gets one to the issue about what's going to happen in the labour market, what's going to happen to our export prices and so on. So again, without going through all the various details in the report, all the numbers are there, I'll stop quoting the numbers. I think I would say that a lot of that energy effect is kind of locked in. Again, based on our modelling with the futures curve, and we're incredibly vigilant about making sure that the rest of it comes through. Does that help?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, Silvana, what do you see as the main risk to inflation coming down to 4% next year?
Well, I mean, as
Apart
the
from
Governor
energy,
and Jonathan said, unless there is another big development that we don't know about, and we have a massive energy shock or something that it's not on the cards, then I think the fall in inflation is pretty much guaranteed. And this is again that mechanical effect that we were talking about. Those prices that went up incredibly high last year are coming down or stabilizing, and that turns that 8 percentage point contribution to 0 or negative, and then you can do the arithmetic of the rest.
There aren't other things that you're particularly worried about. I mean, it's the energy,
given
unknown energy
given
price
the
shock,
amount of tightening that we've put in place, which
nothing can knock it off course, basically.
Pardon me?
Nothing else can really knock it off course then, apart from a big external shock.
Not something that we know at the moment, and that we possibly can know at the moment.
You're in the latest meeting, you wanted interest rates to remain at 3.5%. I was wondering, do you think that the rates are at the wrong level now then, or have you changed your view?
Well, I mean, as for all of us, my decision is about how best we can meet the 2% target in the medium term, and in line with our remit. And of course, the reason why our remit focuses on the medium term and why we build forecasts is because there are lags in the transmission of monetary policy to the economy. It takes time for changes in bank rate to feed through.
So previous rate rises haven't fed through yet, and that's
we've seen very little of that feeding through. About 1/5 of that has come through. The rest is still to come, and so the impact of monetary policy combined with this energy and other commodity prices unwind should be more than enough to get us actually not at target but below target in the medium term. And this is why, in my view, yes, rates are too high right now, and that's why I didn't support the vote.
Andrew, same question. I mean, apart from another new energy price shock that we don't know about. What do you see as the other risks to inflation getting down to 4% next year? And is there any risk?
Just have to be clear, because our target is 2%.
Not your target, but the predicted 4%.
Yeah. So as Silvana and Jonathan were saying, I think the base effects are, unless, as I say, something happens that we just don't know about. I mean, that would be something like some development in Ukraine that we just don't know about at the moment, which would obviously be tragic. Those base effects are sort of solidly built in because they're sort of arithmetic in many ways. I think, for me, and this was the big decision we had this time, you can reasonably, of course, as Silvana has described, ask the question, if you've got that forecast, why are you raising interest rates at this point? And we spent a lot of time discussing this very question. For me, there is still substantial remaining uncertainty, particularly about the domestic side of things, because we have had this other shock, which is the tightening of the domestic labour market, and particularly the rise in inactivity. Now, just give a quick summary of what we're hearing and seeing at the moment on that front. Is that of course at the moment the numbers remain tight, and they're tighter than we thought they would be at this point in time, and particularly on the inactivity side. The agents are telling us at the moment that there are early signs, and certainly I pick this up when I see firms as well, of some signs of loosening. But that will come through more in a decline in vacancies and potentially in a decline in hours worked. It will not necessarily come through so much in a rise in unemployment. And the reason for that, and firms say this to me quite consistently, is that it is so hard to recruit people in the current environment, and has been, that they will be reluctant to shed people. And they're more thinking in terms of reducing hours rather than heads. That's, by the way, important for our forecast, because reducing hours has a different effect on people than losing jobs. It's a milder effect, and that does feed through into people's views on savings and on demand. Final thing I'd say on that is the survey evidence. I think Hugh was referring to this earlier, and one of the more prominent ones came out, was it yesterday or the day before, the so-called REC survey, and that's a leading indicator. So there's a lag before those sorts of surveys actually come to pass, as it were. That is pointing to, and has been pointing for some months now, to a loosening in the labour market and to a loosening in pay. For my part, though, why did I vote to raise rates? We need to see more evidence that this is happening. We have not yet seen evidence of this, and I am very cautious on that front. Well, as I said, I do think we've turned a corner in terms of headline inflation. It is not only fallen; it's now under what we thought it would be in November, in the November report. But we need to see more evidence that this process will take effect.
You mentioned there the risk of a tight labour market. What are the risks that inflationary pay rises in one sector, and I'm thinking particularly the public sector, because we're obviously in the middle of the toughest public sector pay round for a generation at least. What are the risks that if you had inflationary pay rises in the public sector, that would help fuel wider inflation?
Well, of course, most of what we talked about on the labour market is about the private sector, not the public sector, I should say, and that's where the pay evidence is coming from. There's quite a big wedge now between private sector pay settlements and public sector pay settlements. I think in terms of the debate on public sector pay and its impact on the economy, I will be careful what I say here, and I will just say one thing, and only one thing. In terms of, you think through to the demand effects, it does depend on how it's funded.
You mean whether the government borrows more? Or,
yes, in terms of what its overall effect is, because there is, I know, quite a debate about what's the impact of public sector pay on the overall demand in the economy. Is it like private sector pay, or is it not?
What's your view on that?
So I'll be careful what I say here. I don't think you can say there's no effect. I really don't think you can say that. But I think it does depend.
What is the effect?
Well, it does depend on how it's funded, frankly.
I mean, if the government ends up having to borrow more?
Look, I'm really careful here, because I'm not advocating anything at this point, because this is not territory the Bank of England would, of course, want to be in. In economics of it, I think it depends whether you raise taxes or whether you borrow, frankly.
But in terms of the the actual public sector pay rise, are there concerns that if it is inflation across the board in the public sector, are there concerns that it will raise expectations of inflation across the board and sort of second order effects, or is it just that funding issue?
Well, I think it very much depends what form it would take. I mean, let's also remember that at the moment, all of these, I mean, when you talk about inflationary, all of these pay supplements, of course, are under the level of inflation. But I think you do obviously have to be forward-looking. We don't want to say, so you have to be forward-looking here. I mean, what I would urge is that when particularly going forwards, because we think inflation is going to fall very rapidly, that is taken into account.
I mean, you're right that obviously a lot of the pay offers at the moment are below inflation, but a lot of the pay demands are at inflation or above inflation. And if they are met, those pay demands, then is it just purely how it's funded? I mean, what could be the impact on inflation?
Well, I mean, the points I've made before, and I will make again on this point, is that because of the nature of the shocks that we've been having, and because they are predominantly external shocks, as colleagues have said, and this is coming through the terms of trade, I'm afraid, and I'll make it very clear, this applies to price setting as well as wage setting. It's very important to say that. If of course, there's a continual attempt to beat those shocks, then I'm afraid the chair's absolutely right. That's where the second round effects come from. Now, I mean, we've seen, pay settlements, and particularly in the private sector, are higher than consistent with the target. They're not at the level of inflation. And the question for us, as I said before, is, are we now beginning to see evidence of loosening in the labour market which will affect those pay settlements? And there is evidence to suggest that, but it's, in my view, too soon to conclude.
Well, the last question on this before I move on, but if the government did meet the inflation wage claims across the public sector and borrowed for it, because taxes are already at a 70-year high, you said there would be an impact. What would be the scale?
There would be a fiscal impact in that case, and that would then have to feed through into...
What would be the impact on inflation?
Well, it would effectively cause a stimulation for the fiscal effects, and we would have to take that into account. So yes, it would have an effect if you do that.
In terms of potentially higher interest rates than would otherwise be the case.
But I want to be very clear, because this is obviously a sensitive subject. I want to do no more than lay out the channels.
It's asking about the economics.
No, I know you are.
Not the politics.
It's a fair question.
It's one of the things the government has to think about.
No, it's a perfectly fair question. But this is a very sensitive subject. So I will merely lay out the channels. I'm not going to advocate any particular policy here or there.
No, I get that. But obviously that's one of the factors the government has to think about when it's in the middle of these negotiations. Yeah. Can I ask about? So actually, I'm going to come to Hugh. Sorry, you haven't had a chance to. And then I've got some other questions. So Hugh, my sort of initial question of what do you see as the main risks of? You've got this forecast of going down to 4% by the end of the year, and apart from some new developments in the energy markets in Ukraine, what do you see as the main risk to that? And do you think the government is pretty much guaranteed to meet its own target of halving inflation by the end of the year?
Well, I mean, I'm on the end, so a lot has been said, so I'll try not to totally echo. I mean, I think it is, so I'll try and pick out my key points. So I just wanted to echo something the chair said right at the beginning, and a little bit Andrew picked up on. I mean, I think it is important to see inflation is too high, and that has consequences for households and so forth, which is exactly why we are committed to get inflation back to target. And having inflation go to 5% or stop rising, etc., is not the same as getting it back to target. Our target's 2%, and we need to get back not just inflation to there at one moment in time, but on a sustainable basis through time. And that's the focus of our ambition and our actions, and hopefully what we achieve. In terms of the forecast, and as has been said by others, inflation is forecast to fall, and is forecast to fall quite rapidly. The reason it's forecast to fall is the mirrored image of why it rose last year. So we had the big rises in energy prices driven by external developments, which entered into CPI inflation. And those big rises will now fall out of the annual calculation. In some cases, they will be replaced by still rises, just smaller rises, but nonetheless, that will result in a fall in annual inflation, and that's what we're looking at. What are the threats to that? Well, I think it is important to recognise that if we get big shocks, and those big shocks might be energy price shocks, but potentially they could be other shocks too, that could have an impact on inflation. But the character of shocks is that they are uncertain. And this is, just to hark back briefly to what we discussed. When I joined the bank kind of halfway through the process that we were discussing in response to the previous set of questions, when I joined the bank, I had a briefing on where we stand, I had a briefing on geopolitical developments, and the Russia-Ukraine situation was mentioned, but it wasn't in the top 5, right? So it really was a shock what happened. I think Silvana emphasized that addressing that shock would have required big developments in the UK economy. I think it's also important to keep in mind that given the lags in transmission, in order to have that impact, you would have to have known before the shock happened to avoid the volatility in price developments. And because it was a genuine shock, in the sense we didn't have the 1 year to 18 months pre-warning, monetary policy was not really in a position to prevent the volatility we've seen. And that's why inflation went up a lot. But it's also why inflation will come down a lot owing to these base effects. Very high level, I think in order to address inflationary dynamics in the economy, and I would agree that because of other developments, including those in the labour market we've just been discussing, we have some domestic dynamic in inflation. We have done quite a lot to address that. We've raised bank rate by almost 400 basis points. We've gone from a situation where we were doing QE to now we're doing QT. The communication around monetary policy has changed very much since I joined the bank in September 2021. So all of those things have had their influence on market rates, including market rates at the sort of 2 to 3 year horizon that have a big impact on mortgage rates, and that is a big channel of transmission of monetary policy into the economy, and that's something I think we'll return to, I would imagine, this morning. And I very much agree with what Silvana said about this policy in the pipeline. Because of what we have done and because of the lags that I've emphasized, there is still more effect of this policy to come through into the UK economy. And I think it is important to see that those transmission lags are famously long and variable. And crucially, I think, they are also not entirely predictable. And so I would caution against the idea we can fine-tune developments in the UK economy. So, when we talk about inflation going to 4%, we have the famous sort of rivers of blood chart of inflation, and that reveals the uncertainties. Some of that uncertainty is associated with the possibility of further shocks, but some is uncertainties about how what we do transmits into the economy. And there is an irreducibility of how that works, irreducible uncertainty there, I think. And just again, to hark back briefly, I think that does also caution about too much focus on, is it September, November, December? Because the reality is we don't have that close control of the economy. So to me, the sort of message of the autumn of 2021 was, when I joined the bank, and this was not because I joined the bank, there was an inflection point in the conduction of monetary policy. And we went from a mode of being supportive in the face of the pandemic to being a mode of tightening in face of inflationary pressures. And I think that's the big story, and the big story was right. And I think that will contain inflation on this sustainable basis over the medium term, and that's the important thing. I think trying to expect perfection on a month-to-month basis is just to expect too much of monetary policymakers. And I understand from where you sit, I understand from where you sit that you should hold us to a high degree. We are accountable to you, and looking to perfection from us is not an unreasonable thing to do. I can only speak for myself, but I think I can speak to some extent for others. Of course, we strive for perfection, but we will fall short. But at the same time, I think it's about getting the big questions right. And I feel very confident, in line with things that Jonathan has said, that we did get the big questions right at the end of 2021 and into 2022 by tightening monetary policy, and then in the face of the energy price shock, accelerating the degree of tightening. So having said all that, to me, the challenge now is we have done a lot. There's still more to come through from what we have done. We have to be prepared to see it through. And I think, in terms of impact on the economy, we will have challenges. We'll have political challenges, we'll have economic challenges, but seeing it through is the key element of where we are. It's crucial to see it through, that we do enough to address potential upside risks to inflation. So I would agree with various things that have been said, but if you ask me what is the danger to the 4% or the danger to going to 2%, it is seeing greater persistence inflationary dynamics associated with stronger pricing power on the corporate side in the UK economy, so supply chains disruptions and so forth and so on, and or stronger wage and cost developments in the labour market, owing to the unexpected and continued tightness of the labour market, which we've done a lot of work on. We think, in line with what Andrew has said, is beginning to change, but nonetheless there are deep structural issues, what's going on in the labour market, that are not fully understood, and we need to understand better. So I think that is where the issue is. I think we need to guard against doing too much with policy, because there is a danger of oversteering if there are lags in transmission. But at least where I stand now, the sort of right stance, which is, I think, more similar with what Andrew and Jonathan have said, is that I think we should be watchful to these risks of greater persistence. That points to me to looking at developments in price setting behaviour in the corporate sector and wage and cost setting behaviour and tightness in the labour market, and how that feeds through into services, price inflation and so forth. I think we've been pretty clear in our communications, that's where our focus is. And should we see things there that cause us to worry, and in particular, I think what you can miss in these discussions is, very understandably, we tend to address these questions like shock by shock. What's the impact of the labour market tightness? What's the impact of higher energy prices? What's the impact of the supply chain disruptions? I think what we have to do, and where the forecast helps us in our discussions, is take notice of how these things interact with each other. So it's the combination back at the turn of 2021 of that period of supply chain disruption with unexpected tightness in the labour market that I think led to greater persistence than we would have liked to see. Yeah. And again, it's in the course of last year, it's the combination of that tightness in the labour market with the impact of the energy price shock. Yeah. And looking forward, I think if you ask me to say what's the biggest risk I think would be that it's that interaction with a continued unexpected tightness in the UK labour market with some external inflationary shock, rather than one or the other in isolation, that I would be most concerned with.
Can I just ask you the question that I asked Andrew? Sorry about that. You talked about wage setting there. As Chief Economist of the Bank of England, if the government did give pay rises across the public sector that were close to inflation, or met that, what would be the impact on future inflation and interest rates?
I think you're asking me to give a different answer to the government. No. I'm just teasing myself.
I'm sure you'll agree with him. You might expound a bit more.
I think to give the answer I want to give to that, I'm going to have to give you a slightly broader context. So you're going to have to be patient with me, right? So I promise not to run time down through this way. So again, if we look at what happened last year, what is the big shock to the UK economy? Well, as others have said, the big shock, it was unexpected, as I've said, is the rise in gas prices. And that wasn't just unexpected, it was a massive shock. You know, when I joined the bank, the gas price was 75 pence per therm. If you look in table 1B, the average pre-COVID is running at about 50 pence per therm. At its peak on August bank holiday last year, it's 880 pence per therm. So it went up more than 11 times. Much more than Sorry?
Are you going to answer my question?
No, I am, but this is very important to set the context, right? So there is this unexpected, massive shock, and because the UK is a net importer of natural gas, and we are quite reliant, quite reliant on natural gas for heating and electricity generation, this represents a very significant adverse terms of trade shock. So, you know, I've said this in this room before, but simply put, the price of what we're buying from the rest of the world has gone up a lot relative to the price of what we're selling to the rest of the world. So for UK residents, that implies a big squeeze on income.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so the question at hand is whose real spending power, and it's income in real terms, real spending power. So who is going to take that cost? How is that distributed across public sector workers, across private sector workers, via government transfers to future taxpayers rather than current taxpayers, or to people who rely on profits for their income rather than people who rely on wages for their income? So I don't think it's for the Bank of England to have a judgment about these distributional questions. We don't have a mandate for that.
I wasn't asking that.
No. But the point I want to make, so that was all preamble to get to the punchline, which is the answer to your question. So I apologize. I did warn you it was going to take a while, but now we get to the punchline to your question. The punchline to the question is the way I see it is, the more intense that distributional battle, right? So there is a certain size of a pie. It's a smaller pie than people have liked. Everybody tries to retain their real spending power by asking for a bigger share of a smaller pie. It's the irreconcilability of everybody asking for that bigger share that is what drives inflation.
Poor as a country.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the implication of what you're saying is, if, whether it's wage bargaining behavior or price setting behavior or the actions of public sector workers versus private sector workers, these are all parts of the intensity of that. All we can do, and what we should do and will do, is ensure that we respond with monetary policy to make sure that the intensity of that distributional question does not spill over into inflation. And so if your point is, if things we see or lead to greater intensity in that distribution battle, as Andrew said, that implies that monetary policy will be tighter in order to keep aggregate behavior in the economy in line with price stability.
Just to be explicit in that, if my precise question was on if the public sector wage agreements are of inflation or around inflation, what you're saying, I'm just trying to unpack what you're saying, is that would have some impact on future inflation and interest rates.
So, there is certainly the potential for that to happen. And if that happens, our job is to ensure it does not lead to inflation by responding to it with tighter monetary policy.
Okay, thank you. I've got questions about the bonus cap and everything. Should I do that now or later?
We'll come back after to do that. We'll just stick with the monetary policy thread for now. And I just wondered, Hugh, if you could quantify for us that, because you were forecasting 13.1% inflation peak at one point, and the peak I think was 10.7%. Is that difference the energy price cap on households and businesses, or is it something else?
It largely is. So if you look back, I think you're referring to the August report. So in the August report, if you remember at that time, partly because of the political situation in the UK, we did not have a fiscal response to the very dramatic rise in European wholesale gas.
September.
And at the time we made the report, which was based on, we make an assumption about how what wholesale gas prices would be based on market pricing. So the window we were looking at for the August report was basically a 2-week period towards the end of July. In that period, that would lead, and it was at that point quite a mechanical calculation. Because it's about futures prices feeding into the off-gem price cap and so forth. And that off-gem price cap, how it applies to the average household, how much energy they spend in their utility bill, that is what enters the CPI inflation calculation. So there's a fairly